What?
Why are you shaking your head?
You're welcome.
Welcome to Fantasy Points coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft. We're back at it, fellas. Day 2, all of round 2, all of round 3. The best possible fantasy football coverage of the NFL Draft is right here at Fantasy Points. I'm Theo Gremminger, joined with Thomas Tipple and Brett Whitefield. Ready to get back after it, guys. It was like 6 hours yesterday. Brett and I podcasted this morning. A lot to unpack from yesterday. But, Brett, this is like the really fun night for fantasy football. We're going to have so many fantasy landing spots in these next 2 rounds.
Yeah, the first 10 picks of round 2, we're going to see a bunch, I think. Kind of have this feeling we're going to see a wide receiver run, possibly some running backs get in the mix, and even some tight ends. So this should be fun.
Yeah, the running backs are the one that people are tilting the most about. Thomas, we talked about sort of like the running back apocalypse, the running back chaos, but that shoe fits both ways. There's running backs who are going to survive day 2, and you're going to feel a lot better about them on your dynasty rosters. And there's certainly going to be some running backs who we are a little bit depressed about, Thomas, but it's going to be fun any way you cut it. And Brett talked about how we could have a wide receiver run, tight ends, running backs, and certainly some quarterbacks too, Brett. Thomas, is there a particular spot in these first like 10, 15 picks that you have with a massive circle around it that you got your eye on for fantasy football?
Yeah, Cleveland's first 2 picks. All eyes are on Shedeur and Milroe and the Shedeur mess that is right now, and got people like Schefter talking about how Tyler Shuck is his name.
Tyler Shuck
could go before Shedeur and all. And then the 2 picks the Browns have to me is quarterback, running back, and there's just no better scenario that I could think of for immediate playing time for both the running back and the quarterback in fantasy friendly scenario. So it also doesn't nuke another running back. Jerome Ford I don't want him anymore. I want to stop talking about him. I'm over it. Let's get another running back in there.
The conspiracy theorist in me, Brett, says that I'm the Cleveland Browns. I just drafted Mason Graham. There's not going to be a whole lot of Mason Graham jerseys in Cleveland. Nobody wants to buy the defensive tackle. Occasionally they'll buy a defensive tackle, but I'm thinking Travion Henderson is on the board, Ohio State star. I need a running back. This seems like an unbelievable fit, and it seems like an unbelievable, like, get the fan base hyped type pick. Do you think that pick could go off the board at 33 overall? Because there's a lot of people in fantasy football who have Travion Henderson specifically circled. I know Thomas and I want him to land very cleanly for the Dynasty rookie draft that we're going to do tomorrow.
Maybe not 33. I feel like if the Browns want one of these QBs, whether that's Shedeur, Milroe, or Shuck, they're going to have to do it at 33. Otherwise, they're risking a team coming up for one, right? So maybe 36, though.
36, there you go. There you go. And I think another name that we're hearing is going to go within the first 10 picks or so. A lot of steam on Mason Taylor, the tight end from LSU. Apparently the Jets are the floor. They'll take him if he's there at like 42, but they don't think he's going to be there. That's sort of the word here on Long Island in the New York area. Brett, do you have any thoughts on a team that could take Mason Taylor? I'll just throw out, he had a 30 visit with Cleveland as well.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be kind of gross, right? They have David Njoku. The Texans at 34 would be nice.
There you go. Texans at 34 are a fun one. They were connected to Marion Hampton. I think running back is also in play there. Thomas, not necessarily like a clean landing spot, but we could talk ourselves into takes over for Joe Mixon in a year. But I think wide receiver is the one where if a wide receiver goes to Houston, Brett, I think that could open up our wide receiver run. Houston, Tennessee, New England, all these teams are in the mix. You could see both Iowa State wide receivers off the board. You could see Luther Burden off the board. And then Kyle Williams is a guy that I think is going to go higher than some people are anticipating. Brett, I know you've talked about that on Fantasy Football Daily. So we're buzzing here, guys. We are absolutely buzzing for day 2 over at Fantasy Points. If you're in our YouTube stream right now, make sure you're subscribed to Fantasy Points YouTube and give us a like and check out some of our other stuff. Thomas and I are going to be back tomorrow. The Dynasty Points crew is going to be taking over completely for day 3. And I'm going to be joining those guys start of round 5. We're going to do a Dynasty rookie mock draft. Going to get after it, Thomas. It's going to be a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be insane. If you haven't been following Dynasty Points, tomorrow is when Jacob gets his payback for winning our weekly points total game. He has picked our beverages for the duration of that draft. Ryan Heath must pay up his double or nothing bet on Luther Burden going in the first round. If you're just tuning in, he didn't. So it's double or nothing drinks for Ryan Heath tomorrow. I don't know what shape he's going to be in by the end of it. We got the mock draft. We've got Andy Buckler. The Dynasty Points market report's going to be there. Great time. Brett, you joined us for day 3. It is a chaotic mess with the Dynasty Points crew for day 3 of the draft. It is a great time tomorrow.
I think the most fun I had last year was during the day 3 stream with you guys. That was a riot.
That is the day we fist pump and pound the table for Isaac Garendo and Tyrone Tracy and celebrate those late round favorites. That is day 3. That is the sicko.
You forgot about Kumani Vidal, a fake player.
No, I refuse. I refuse to. And Labe, no thanks. I'm out. Fake Twitter players unite on day 3.
We're joined right now by Tom Brawley. Tom, welcome back. You started us out last night. Unbelievable first round. I think fantasy football, Brett and I unpacked some of the winners and the losers, but there were certainly a number of fantasy football winners coming out of last night. But sort of all eyes on the betting markets have to be on the quarterback position. We have 3 quarterbacks that we think could go inside of round 2, and then maybe 2 sneak into round 3. Interested to hear Brett's take on that, but Quinn Ewers and Kyle McCord, I think both have a chance to sneak into round 3. But Tom, like the story of the night, if you pay attention to Mel Kiper, yes. You weren't because you were watching us here at Fantasy Points, but Mel Kiper just talked like the whole draft about Shedeur Sanders. Not a great night for Mel Kiper, but this Shedeur Sanders slide, if you had to bet on what pick it ends at, do you have a pick circled right now?
I saw the cut up of it. It was like 9 minutes of Shedeur Sanders talk from Mel Kiper last night, even though the guy didn't even get drafted. It was a 3.5 hour long program there. So, we called this yesterday. That was the one thing that you kind of asked me. What am I watching here for the draft? I thought he was going to slide past Pittsburgh. We ended up taking defensive linemen for the Steelers there, and Derek Harmon was the pick. I picked him to go to the Cleveland Browns, but it sure doesn't feel like that's going to happen here. The betting markets opened up Sanders as the heavy favorite to be the 33rd pick, to be selected by the Cleveland Browns, but all the steam is moving away from that. It seems like the Browns are moving away from that. They're just trying to load up capital for next year and not looking to select potentially Shedeur Sanders here. So Raiders are now the massive favorites, minus 220. And Trey Henderson is the favorite now to be the 33rd overall pick here. So
let's go.
I if I had to pick where it ends, I mean, honestly, are we back to the Steelers here? I think they're on the clock in 83rd overall. They don't even have a pick in the second round here. So doesn't seem like the Saints are particularly interested in him. Las Vegas, as we said, they're potentially interested in him. Cleveland, they're still the second favorites there, plus 220, but we'll see where he ends up going here. But maybe it ends up being the Steelers here in the third round if the slide continues out of the second round.
Wow.
A lot of the trades are going to start matriculating tonight as well. And you mentioned Pittsburgh. They don't have a second round pick. Every day now we get some sort of a leak that there might be a George Pickens trade. Maybe, Brett, a George Pickens trade could end up getting them one of these quarterbacks somehow, or putting them in a wheelhouse to make a deal. We talked about how you had a very high valuation on Jamison Williams when we talked with Thomas, Jacob Sanderson, and myself. I was sort of in the middle there. Thomas and Jacob pushed back a little bit with you. Where would you think George Pickens, a player like him, would net them in terms of draft capital return?
I have no earthly idea. he's an absolute head case.
Yep.
And he's a very limited player on the field. So I don't know. That's tough.
Yeah, and this is going to be his final year of his rookie contract too.
Yeah.
So you got a guy that's, it's basically a 1-year rental potentially, and then he's going to look for another contract. So I think that also does hurt. Maybe it ends up having to be like a third round, day 3 pick for him.
Yeah.
Let us know in the chat where you think Shedeur Sanders will end up, what quarterback you think Pittsburgh is going to take, and if you have any fantasy football questions, Dynasty, redraft, whatever, drop those in the chat as well. We'll get all those answered tonight. We've got a great lineup of guests from Fantasy Points coming in all night long. It's going to be an absolute blast. So, Tom, talk about TreVeyon Henderson. What are the markets telling you? Because that before you came on, we were talking about that one. A great fit, a great fantasy fit, a pick where Thomas, I think we would be very happy with that landing spot for TreVeyon because of the clear path. And also, if you're a conspiracy theorist, you just drafted a defensive tackle in round 1, sell some jerseys with the in-state Ohio State Buckeye in round 2, who's also a really fun player with his big play potential, like a player that I think would be very fan-friendly. What are the markets telling you, Tom? We would love that way to start off round 2.
Yeah, he's a pretty heavy favorite. It was, it's minus 400 here. So my guess is that they're anticipating that Cleveland sticks in this spot and uses the pick. There was a lot of chat. We were talking about it yesterday that there was some chatter that Denver was interested at 20, potentially some interest in the back half of the first round for him there. So they do have the 36th overall pick, but there was, it seems to be some interest in Houston as well. And they have the next pick because they traded out last night with the Giants. So it seems like if they want to get their guy here with TreVeyon Henderson, got to do it here at 33. You don't want to leave it up to chance here that somebody, the Texans potentially select him at 34 overall, or somebody trades potentially with the Titans or with Houston there to get ahead of Cleveland at the 36th overall pick. So it's looking like it's shaping up to be Trey Henderson there at 33 overall.
Love that one. And Brett, could that potentially start our running back run, at least for the high end ones? Because Houston was connected to Amarian Hampton. Obviously, they didn't get him, but there was some steam there. They would have potentially taken him at 25 overall. Houston had Quinshon Judkins and Caleb Johnson on their 30 visits. So that could potentially start our running back run. Brett, are you buying multiple running backs sort of going inside of the top 45? Or do you think some of those guys are going to slide a little bit?
No, for sure buying it. There's a lot of landing spots here. We have, Cleveland, Houston, New England, Chicago, New Orleans, New York, San Francisco, Dallas. All those teams could use a running back. So
Don't forget Miami. Look, we love HM, but don't forget Miami. They could use another back.
And Thomas, every single year we've seen a 3rd round or 4th round pick of the Miami Dolphins back consecutive seasons, I should say, with Devon Achane and then Jalen Wright. I'm sort of with you on that one. Brett and I bumped heads on that on Fantasy Football Daily, but never say never with the Miami Dolphins. We have a question in the chat from John Paul Taylor, a Dynasty question. Just been offered the 101 Ashton Genty for Ladd McConkey, Anthony Richardson, and a 2026 first. He has good quarterbacks, Puka Nacua, and he's got Malik Neighbors at wide receiver, but he's got nothing at running back. I'm going to say I'm doing this deal. I love Ladd McConkey. I like having that 2026 first, and I think Anthony Richardson has some ranges of outcome where he could rebound, but I think this is a perfectly fine price to pay. It's basically Ladd and a 1 for a top 3 running back. I love Ladd McConkey, but I'm perfectly fine making this deal. And I think in order to get Ashton Genty, you've got to give up a big package like this. Thomas, where are you at on this one? Ladd, Anthony Richardson, and a 2026 random first for Ashton Genty.
Yeah, if I get the chance to get off of Anthony Richardson, I'm just taking it, and getting Genty is like a bonus. So yeah, let's do it.
Shout out to Curtis Heath. I'm in the mix over here. I big shout out to some of the people from my old channel coming over here. Curtis Heath, I'm over at Fantasy Points. All off season long, we're dropping videos multiple times a week over here. Welcome to the stream. Thomas, talk Ladd McConkey though. Like any sort of impact that the Omarion Hampton landing spot gives you sort of more confidence in this offense, maybe indicates they're going to be a little more run heavy. Like, does this do anything with Ladd, or is he sort of a static asset for you?
I went through this last year because look, I've watched Greg Roman closer than most. He's just not going to have a pass volume type game. I don't think that matters for Ladd. Their big acquisition was Mike Williams is back. Fantastic. That's great news for Ladd. It's going to suck for Herbert more than it's going to suck for Ladd. If Ladd still gets 8 to 11 targets a game, it doesn't matter if they run the ball 35 times. It's going to matter for Herbert and rushing touchdowns and things like. I'm more scared off of Herbert than I am of Hampton or of Ladd. I'm still all the way in on Ladd in one of the better rookie years you could have. All in, doesn't matter. Take him ahead of Marv. He's wide receiver, I think 11 or 10 right now. That's perfect spot. Take him.
Yeah, so
not worried.
JP, or John Paul, JP, whatever you go by, we're both saying make the deal. Go get yourself some Ashton Genty. It's a good deal to make. And Genty, it's one of those players, like certainly Brett, you can attest to this. Genty's one of these guys that's just so good that God forbid something happens this year, misses the entire season. He still is a static asset in dynasty value because, like, let's say he misses more than half the year. He's still going to come back and be a top 5 dynasty running back value. And you could flip him for a quarterback next year. And next year is going to have a number of high-end quarterback prospects. Brett and I were talking about that this morning. There's a number of names here, Brett, that we're coming up with for next year. So I think Superflex drafters next year, there's certainly going to be more quarterbacks selected in round 1 than this year. So, big shout out to Joe Walsh. Appreciate you coming over here to Fantasy Points. We've got you covered all off season long over here. Tons of great content on this channel. Welcome. Tom, give us a couple other bets that you really like for tonight.
Well, the market is kind of limited out there today. Not a whole lot has been opened up here for day 2 and 3. It's kind of a trend here. The books were kind of slow with draft prop this year. But, there's some interesting ones here. Jalen Milroe, his next landing spot. Cleveland is the favorite there at plus 195. Saints are plus 230. Seahawks are another one there at plus 340. And then if he would get to the third round, Steelers there at plus 430. So the books are saying, it was all Shedeur Sanders early in the draft here. But now that we're entering day 2, even with the Browns having multiple picks here inside the top 5 picks of the second round, the books are saying probably a better chance that they're going Jalen Milroe with one of those picks or maybe early in the third round whenever they come back around on the clock than they are to take Shedeur Sanders at this point.
Yeah, it really seems like Sanders is a Raider. Like if you look at Geno's contract, it's a big inflated contract this year. Next year's $18.5 million roughly in guaranteed, and that third year is a fake. He's never seeing that $39.5 million if that guaranteed money is 0. So makes sense to take Sanders and sit him for a year and also just play Geno.
Stylistically, Geno's been a guy in the process where I think you can squint and have similar games. Like Geno was a guy where I comped him to Sanders earlier on in the process. I think that's fine. And I think Sanders sitting for a year behind Geno. And also Vegas wants to win. Having a strong 2 deep at quarterback, I think that's a perfectly fine move. It's not like what Atlanta did last year because you're getting him and now in the second round, you're not having to use excessive draft capital and you're able to get Ashton Genty, and this is sort of a luxury pick. So I'm fine with it. But what Tom said here, Brett, should get everybody in the chat super hyped because he's talking about a very fantasy football viable quarterback in Jalen Milroe, where you talk about Jalen Milroe as a Cleveland Brown, you talk about Jalen Milroe as a New Orleans Saint with back-to-back years of drafting first-round offensive tackles inside the top 10, inside of the top 15 picks, Brett. New Orleans has some talent on the offensive line. They play indoors. You have an aggressive coach who is a strong offensive mind in Kellen Moore. And then Cleveland is just a free square spot where it would be hard to see anybody on that roster kind of holding Jalen Milroe back. Both of those spots would get us pretty excited.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Milrose is such a dynamic player. I think he's kind of like, even if he stinks, he's going to put up fantasy numbers. So, like you said, it's a free square.
Yeah, I'm super excited about the Milrow one. And then talk about Tyler Shuck. Are you seeing anything in the markets here, Tom, that could indicate kind of which team might like Tyler Shuck? Is he sort of I don't know. To me, it makes no sense that Tyler Shuck would go ahead of a Shadur Sanders, ahead of a Jalen Milrow. I know Adam Schefter tweeted about it. Like, really? Are we doing that?
Yeah, I there's no markets here for Tyler Shuck. As I said, there's pretty limited markets, but based on, the teams to select Milrow, teams to select Shadur Sanders, it seems like they're kind of penciling in maybe Tyler Shuck to the New Orleans Saints here. Maybe the Saints here, I think they pick about 40 here in the second round. Yeah, 40th overall. So they're the 8th or 9th pick in the second round here. So seems like maybe the Saints would be the most likely spot for Tyler Shuck. So it seems, that kind of lines up. They were kind of interested in Jackson Dart. Obviously, he went off the board at the end of the second round after the Giants moved up to select Jackson Dart. But maybe Tyler Shuck to New Orleans is the most logical spot.
Can we just get Tyler Shuck to change his last name to Suck?
Shuck.
I mean, he's terrible, guys. It's unbelievable. This guy's potentially going to go over Jalen Milrow and Shadur Sanders, and even Kyle McCord I would take ahead of Tyler Shuck.
100% with you. We were down at the Senior Bowl, and we really wanted to like Tyler Shuck. There was a little steam heading into the Senior Bowl about Tyler Shuck, and we watched him for 2 days, Brett, and I didn't see anything there. And I'm certainly no quarterback guru like yourself with receipts to prove it. But the eye test, it was Jackson Dart's really, really good. Jalen Milrow had a really, really strong day too. And then there's sort of Tyler Shuck was just a dude down there. So it's a fantasy football war crime if you have Tyler Shuck going ahead of Jalen Milrow or Shadur Sanders, in my opinion. It's just absolutely disgusting.
They have Tyler Shuck on my TV right now, and I think he has more gray hair than his actual father.
Well,
that's interesting.
He's 30. Shout out to Ferris in the chat. Ferris thinks he's a big media plant. And sort of this could be is it a tank pick? Because there's the other conspiracy theories out there that Arch Manning, obviously the connections to the franchise, tank for Arch and just put Taylor Shuck out there and sort of it's kind of like drafting Aiden O'Connell in the second round to me, where Vegas had Aiden O'Connell. It was 5th round pick. Thomas, it's just weird to me. It's super weird.
You'd be better off drafting a kicker in the second round to make it look like you're trying to score points than Tyler Shuck. So I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, but I had Tyler Shuck on Dynasty points. My hot take was round 3 to Cleveland. Just felt like a very Cleveland pick in round 3 and not wasting a pick in their second round. Just seemed like the pro style fit, if you would. It's all anyone talked about. Round 2, we're just gonna die laughing tomorrow on this stream.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, and unfortunately, I think it happens, but I've made the comment that I thought all of the quarterbacks would be gone by pick 40, including Tyler Shuck. It's just gross. It's just super, super, super gross.
Where do you see Quinn Ewers going, guys? Because
third round.
I've heard the market steaming up a little bit for him. Is that true, Tom?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen anything. There's nothing really for that for Quinn Ewers here. There is another market here. Tyler Shuck versus Jalen Milrow, and Shuck is pretty heavy favorite here, minus 440.
It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Milrow's plus 290. So I think that kind of indicates that the markets are thinking Shuck's going to go at 40. Maybe Milrow goes early third round.
So there's some parallels here. In the 2023 draft, Will Levis went 33rd overall to the Tennessee Titans, and my player comp for Tyler Shuck is Will Levis. If you look in the profile, wrote up on him on fantasypoints.com, this phrase exists in there. Shuck pulled a Will Levis in 2024 against Stanford when he threw a ball like a hand grenade into a pile of defenders to evade pressure. I've said it before and I'll say it again. We never go full Levis. And Tyler Shuck went full Levis several times in 2024. He could be the 33rd overall pick, just like Will Levis was.
Yeah, and they are actually only separated by 4 months, but Tyler Shuck is 4 months younger than Will Levis. So they're both 25 years old. So I don't know. It's a really, really weird one. As much of a bridge quarterback as it gets with Tyler Shuck, he's sort of the Aiden O'Connell of Chris Wankies, if we want to find old parallels there.
Aiden O'Connell was a better prospect.
Aiden O'Connell certainly had much better college stats. Aiden O'Connell tore it up at Purdue. I want to pivot off of a fantasy guys for 1 second, because Will Johnson, I just saw my neighbor, big Michigan guy. We talked today. He's really happy. A bunch of Michigan Wolverines went. Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, certainly Colston Loveland. And he's saying, what's going on with Will Johnson? When do you think he's going to get selected? Will Johnson's still on the board. Are the markets telling us anything with Will Johnson? Is this a everybody's scared free fall? Where do you think he goes, Tom? Because if we were doing this process 6 months ago and I told you Will Johnson was available in the second round, you'd laugh in my face.
Yeah, it seems like the free fall is going to continue here. 33rd overall. I mean, he's well down the board here, 26-1 to be the 33rd overall pick. Nothing really out there. I mean, as I said, there's very limited markets here. Nothing for next defensive back selected or anything like that. So it looks like the fall could continue here. He was, I mean, just a couple of days ago before the knee stuff really came out, he was like minus 1,200 to be selected in the first round, and now it looks like the free fall could continue here into the second day.
Yeah,
it's definitely a weird one. We're rooting for Will Johnson. Another player who I'm interested to hear Brett's opinion on this, Siobhan Revell from East Carolina, another guy who is a big cornerback, a guy where maybe 6 months ago we would have thought he would have been a first-round pick. He's still on the board. Do you expect that he's going to hear his name called here in maybe the first half of round 2, Brett?
He absolutely should. The guy's an absolute baller. You know, anytime you come from a small school like Siobhan Revell, you want to see a guy dominate his level of comp, and he locked it down, man. He's one of the best corners in the draft. His tape is excellent. Obviously, tore his ACL. Unfortunate.
Yeah, so he had a top 30 visit with Houston. So this could be just trying to unpack the Houston trade down. We talked about running back. We talked about wide receiver. Certainly offensive lineman for them would make some sense. Maybe Ursary is still on the board. But Siobhan Revell, they did have in for a top or a 30 visit, not top. I know, Brett, you've gotten out after me for using the term. It is I think it's still, Tom, it's still legal around these parts for me to use the word top 30 visit, or do I have to just call it like a 30 visit?
You can go with whatever you want.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. I'm not offending anybody in here besides Brett, but yeah, it's not ranking your guys. It's just it's a 30 visit. Like maybe that's the pick that Houston moved back because they're very comfortable drafting Revell, just trying to kind of unpack things. I think
earlier today they did have number 34 overall pick, which is obviously the Texans. Tate Ratledge was the early favorite for that, but they took that market off of the board. So I don't know if maybe the money was so heavily towards Tate Ratledge or one of these other offensive tackles. That seems to be, and they were minus 250 for the first position selected to be offensive line prior to moving back. So it seems like offensive line is gonna be the pick there, but I think there's also maybe a potential for maybe Luther Burden or one of these other wide receivers to the Texans as well.
Yep. But Burden, they have connections to. There's some connections there. Like the top 30 visits, if they tell us anything, there's a number of teams that have met with Burden, and maybe that's because they have curiosity about him as a prospect. Like lots of things to unpack there, but Burden definitely has a lot of connections to teams inside the first 12 to 15 picks in the second round. I think he's gone in this range. Let's stay with offensive line here. Brett, is there a particular name? Tom just talked about Tate Ratledge, the offensive guard from Georgia. Certainly Savinea from Arizona is on the board. I brought up Ursary. And then there was some late steam that Jared Wilson could sneak in the first round. He's sitting there. If you had to bet on an offensive lineman being the first name called in round 2, is there a player you have circled, Brett?
Ariante Ursary from Minnesota, big offensive tackle. Human people mover. He is like public transportation. Awesome in the run game. He's got an insanely large frame and wingspan. He's a really high floor pass pro guy where it's just like he is hard to get around because he's so flipping big, and he's just a tremendous athlete as well. There were some tricklings that maybe there was some off field with him. I've heard nothing substantial as far as that goes, so I would expect his name to be called very early.
Yeah, we saw him down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. Interesting because he played right tackle and he played left tackle. I had him mocked inside the first round in a couple of my mock drafts early on. So yeah, he's an absolute unit, huge tackle. So I think we could hear his name called. I mean, but Thomas, we're sort of rooting against anybody besides skill position players. So I hope we don't hear Ursaria when we have a great landing spot. We'd much rather see Houston get like a fun wide receiver. And that would be a really, really good one. New England, though, that seems like one where there's a lot of wide receivers being connected to them. Tom, is there anything in the betting markets that's giving you any indication of what New England's going to do? Tons of eyes there for fantasy football because Stephon Diggs was signed as a free agent. None of their guys hit last year. There's actually been some rumors that Kayshon Boutte might get traded away, who was actually their most productive young wide receiver there last year. So this is a spot we're really, really looking at for fantasy football with Drake May now well protected with Will Campbell.
Yeah, there's nothing in the markets here. Actually, they just have been taken down here since I guess the day 2 has started here at 7 o'clock. But I think the markets were kind of saying earlier in the day, potentially wide receiver here. As you said, they went out and got Stephon Diggs, but it still feels like they want to make some more moves there at wide receiver. Of course, they kind of whiffed on some of the other players that they were going after in free agency and kind of had to settle for Diggs. But maybe one of these rookie wide receivers, maybe Jaden Higgins or Jalen Noel, or maybe if Luther Burden, falls past Tennessee there at 35. But maybe that's a spot where they could go wide receiver. But one other market was running back as well for them. Cam Scatterbo, they were the favorites to select him, but I don't think it would be at the 38th pick. That would probably be a round 3 or round 4 pick for Cam Scatterbo.
I know one person at Fantasy Points who'd be very happy about a Cam Scatterbo with the 38th pick, and that would be Scott Barrett, who is tilting right now about Cam Scatterbo going sometime on day 2. Is there a particular wide receiver, like Brett, when we talk about New England,
yeah,
talk about Josh McDaniels back in town.
Jaden Higgins,
Jaden Higgins is who you want.
But yeah, that's who I want.
There you go.
They have like 17 of these, smaller slot type receivers, including Stephon Diggs now. I need Jaden Higgins. I need a guy, a true X receiver, guy with some size, guy who's willing to get in the mix and block a little bit and, be a good culture fit. So I think Theo fell off of his chair.
I want Luther Burden to stay away from Houston. I want Christian Kirk's season at least just one more time in Dynasty. Christian Kirk, it's not even about Burden because he doesn't scare me for any significant fantasy asset that I have, but I don't want a redundant skill set that we have to worry about. Don't put Burden in Houston, please. Just don't. For me personally, I'm asking.
You think Burden and Kirk are redundant just because they're slot guys, or
yeah? Like I want Kirk to, because Kirk's a good football player and he's a good fantasy asset. So
the thing that's crazy about Kirk is he's actually run routes before, and that's good thing about Luther Burden. So
I love it.
Last night after the draft, so maybe he's finally getting those reps in here. Those practice reps.
That was so cringe to me.
He probably should have done more of that.
Come on. That was inspirational, Brett.
No, it wasn't.
Luther Burden going and working out at 12:55.
It's
Gucci with the Gucci slides on the sideline. It was so swaggy and it was so inspirational. Let us know in the chat. Did you like the Luther Burden late night Instagram? I don't know, Brad. He's got people hyped for him with that little post.
Yeah, those are the same
inspirational.
Those are the same people that just wanted him drafted in round 1 already. Like that's all that is. That's fan service is what that is. It's a manufactured chip on your shoulder. Someone see this and take me really high because of my work ethic.
Right. Do we also really believe he lives at University of Missouri still? And has access to his helmet still? I mean, come on.
You think that he took that picture a month ago just in case?
Conspiracy here.
He probably just went through his photo reel, found a picture that made him look cool, and was like, yeah.
Can't they hold on? Do they not? I don't know how this works, but they can't buy their helmet like an NFL player can.
I don't know. I'm
Oh.
just sort of shit talking. You know what I mean?
That's my favorite kind of talk, Brett. You keep going. I like it. No, I think it's fake inspirational. Just personally, it's just one of those. It's just one of those things. The agent was like, "Hey, if you go work out right now, it'll answer some questions." And I don't know. It's not for me, but just keep him away from Houston. That's my big ask.
The thing is with Houston, though, I want Jalen Knoll there.
Yes,
But he also is I think he's best fit as a 50-50 slot outside guy. So there would be a little bit of a conundrum with Kirk for this year. So
The pick is in, fellas, and it's not anybody that we anticipated,
Oh.
but it's a strong pick. It's a
Good.
very, very good pick. Carson Schlesinger, the linebacker from UCLA, who, Brett, I know you were very high on,
yeah,
is the 33rd overall pick to Cleveland. So Cleveland adds Mason Graham in the first, and then a guy that we weren't predicting. Shout out to all the people who dropped the -400 on Travion Henderson.
Oh.
That one hurts a little bit, but Tom Brawley didn't recommend it. He just shared the news.
I was just sharing it. Yeah,
sharing
Schlesinger, he was getting some late buzz as a late round, first round pick.
Yeah.
I know he was getting steamed up the last week or two. I think he was, at one point he was like plus 1,500 or so to be a first round pick, and I think by yesterday he was down to like plus 200 or plus 300. So not too surprising to see him go off the board pretty early in the second round.
So unpack Schlesinger, and then one thing that's interesting, Brett, is Cleveland goes defense. So it's a complete 180 from what we thought in the pre-draft process, where Travis Hunter would go and be a wide receiver and then potentially a quarterback in round 2. Instead, it's bang defenders, and now they have the flexibility to maybe take Henderson in a couple picks.
maybe they don't actually believe in the forward pass. Maybe that's what it is. This is crazy. I mean, like, their defense is already good, and they're just leaning into it. But Carson Schlesinger's an awesome player. This linebacker class absolutely stinks. It's one of the we spent a lot of time talking about the positions that we think are deep. This is not one, and Schlesinger's a baller. So he had 130 tackles last year at the college level. That is like ridiculous production. So
Insane. And in the Big Ten as well.
Yeah, in the Big Ten against, top-notch comp. He's a former walk-on, too, who worked his way up to team captain status. Like, he's a culture guy. The footwork and coverage is really nice. I think he's just scratching the surface as a player of where he can be. Like, he's just continuing to get better and better. And he's got, like, 500 career special team snaps under his belt, too. So, like, he's a dog. This guy's a dog. Browns fans are going to love him. Yeah, this is great. They haven't had a Mike linebacker like this in a long time.
And incredible flow if you're a hair person and you believe in flow. I mean, Schlesinger, it looks like he's playing for Middlebury in the lacrosse Final Four. That's the kind of flow he's rocking. The locks are legit. So Denver, a little disappointing to fantasy football managers out there, but if you're a Browns fan, you sort of like this pick. And a reminder to everyone that these picks are going to come in very quickly. Okay, we got it. Here we go. Brett, announce it.
The Houston Texans take Iowa State wide receiver Jaden Higgins.
Oh,
Wow.
unbelievable pick.
That's great.
Nico
Unbelievable.
Clone. That's crazy. I love it.
I mean, this is the biggest wide receiver combo in the league besides Pickens and DK Metcalf. You got Jaden Higgins. And what's exciting here is, we bring up Christian Kirk, but they give up a 7th-round pick for Christian Kirk. Higgins can bump inside in that slot as well.
Yeah.
The wide receiver 2 role in Houston has been extremely fantasy friendly for us with multiple players since CJ Stroud got there. Tank Dell, Noah Brown, Stephon Diggs last year. Unpack the ceiling outcome for Higgins in this offense, Brett.
It's Nico is so good. Nico's a top 5 receiver in the league to me, so it's hard to say like what Higgins' ceiling really is, but it's pretty evident they want to throw the ball when that's a thing that they're going to do. So I don't know. I know that Higgins profiles as an X receiver that can handle insane volume, right? He can play a power slot role, but he doesn't have to. So this is exciting. They have 2 absolute dogs at wide receiver now, and then Christian Kirk in the slot. This team's pass game should be awesome next year.
And Thomas, I think when you talk about Jaden Higgins in this role, we're getting pretty excited about him in our Dynasty rookie drafts. I mean, again, we don't know any of the other landing spots. but you have to feel pretty strongly about a player that we're this high on at fantasy points, landing in this sort of open target position.
Yeah, and you factor in that Nico can't play a full season. He just hasn't done it. God, a player's injury prone until they're not. But from what we know, we can expect 4 games, really. So there's a real good opportunity for him. The biggest question mark is, are they going to have an offensive line to pass block long enough to get more than Nico the ball? That's the real problem for me. Their offensive line is horrendous, arguably one of the worst in the league.
Well, Brett, we talked about this one. They sort of like some of the moves they made with their offensive lineman this offseason, because I made that same point to Brett. I'm like, 25 has to be an offensive lineman pick, and you sort of push back on that one. I agree with you, Thomas, but they seem pretty confident.
They've already done so before they overhauled, they already had the draft and develop approach going on. They drafted Jarrett Patterson in 23. They drafted Juice Scruggs in 23. They drafted Blake Fisher last year. All 3 of those guys are now going to be starters for them. Then they have Titus Howard at left guard. They brought in Cam Robinson. I'm not a Cam Robinson guy, but he's one of those, he's a big athletic tackle who's just going to keep getting job after job because he's a big athletic tackle, and those guys are rare. Could they improve on the O-line still? Sure, but I think you could argue that it's at least as good as it was last year, and probably better now that all these young guys are getting the starting jobs that they drafted them to take. So, yeah, it's not going to be a great offensive line, but I do think it's probably in a better situation than most people realize.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I love this spot for Higgins. This is like I had him projected to go to Tennessee in a pick. So like we were right on point with this one. And I talked to you earlier today, Brett, and I mean, you're constantly making good predictions here, but you told me Higgins is going to be gone in the first 10 picks of the second round. So Jaden Higgins ends up getting similar draft capital to T. Higgins. That could be sort of a fortuitous, like if we want to talk about a career arc for these guys in fantasy football, I think that we would all take a T. Higgins route for him.
Pick is in. Seahawks have moved up to 35 with the Titans, and they have selected Nick Emenwari, safety from South Carolina, the athletic freak of nature type guy who doesn't know how to play football yet, but he could one day, and that's scary.
Well, there were some Seattle beat reporters projecting him to be their pick at 18. So this has been a guy that's been connected to Seattle. I get it, Brett. I mean, this guy needs some development, but you're talking about a absolute freak. I'm actually shocked that the Atlanta Falcons didn't give up their 2027 first and maybe another day 2 pick in order to get Emenwari, but that 2027 first might be in play for Mike Green still. You never know. But Emenwari, listen, they have so many picks for Seattle, and they had 2 picks in this round, 2 picks in the third round. So we knew they were going to be busy. They get Gray Zabel and Nick Emenwari with their first 2 selections.
Yeah, and Emenwari is such a freaking Mike McDonald guy. A dude you can move all over the form, just blitz. Hey, go get the quarterback. Go fit this run. We're going to do gap exchanges and get all creative on the front here. That's going to be exciting until he develops, but he'll be a see-ball, chase-ball kind of player right now. I thought Dan Quinn and the Commanders were going to be all over Emenwari because that's totally the type of guy Dan Quinn has gravitated towards going back to his days at Seattle. So good fit.
Yeah, absolutely. So these picks are rolling in very, very quickly now, guys. Any thoughts on the next a couple of picks, Tom, and maybe unpack your thoughts on the first 3 selections?
Hey, I mean, this looks, we had Trey Henderson as the favorite at 33, and he's still on the board, and they're coming up here at 36. So maybe we still get that Henderson pick at 36. So I guess my only concern with Higgins would be just, is there going to be enough targets for him as a rookie here right away with Nico Collins, and they make their move for Christian Kirk.
Well, but the Christian Kirk one, like for me, I get it. Christian Kirk can play, but they gave up a 7th round pick for him. I don't think the Kirk being there precludes Higgins from being the number 2 target. And the tight end position, Dalton Schultz took a step back last year, and Cade Stover doesn't seem like a guy who's going to fire. So I actually think this is a good landing spot for him to get a 20% target share. I mean, I think that sounds about right. And he's a big play potential guy. So I don't know. I'm pretty good with this one.
It's important to know too that Christian Kirk is very much dependent on what the defense plays, right? He's a man. You can look his stats versus man. You can find it at the Fantasy Point Data Suite, which you can get in the description. Link will be there. He is, man dependent.
Got a pick.
We got a big one. Browns select running back from Ohio State, Quinshad Judkins.
Oh,
There we go.
Curveball.
And
Shout out Andy Buckler of the Market Report, who had Judkins higher than Henderson. So I'm gonna tweet him right now. That is an insane pick.
yeah, I mean, Quinshon Judkins has been one where interested to get Scott Barrett in the mix tonight because it's been a guy who we've been sort of arguing about. I know, Brett, the two of us have been higher on Judkins than Scott has. I know I took him in our shared league with Thomas and you and I, and also Scott and Ryan, Jacob Sanderson. I took Judkins 8th overall. I actually just traded the rights to him at the 201 in another league for a 2026 first. But this is a free square landing spot, Thomas. This is a really fun landing spot. And when you talk about he's different than Nick Chubb, I'm not saying he's Nick Chubb, but this is the Nick Chubb role and the potential for the Nick Chubb volume.
Yeah.
I think Judkins can handle all the volume you want. Very plus athlete, in-state guy. I mean, a ton of stuff to like here, Brett.
It's like 280 touches. Like,
Yes.
for sure. So he's going to me, that's a major mover in terms of where he's going in rookie drafts and where he will go. Like we talk about Higgins, he was going wide receiver 54 in startups up until yesterday, from April 1st to yesterday. He was going wide receiver 54. He's going to jump up. Judkins is about to become a heat-seeking missile to the top of draft boards, as he should in this case.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we have some arguments to be made here, Thomas, but like you still have the Henderson landing spot. Let's say Henderson lands to Dallas. That's a conversation. You still have Caleb Johnson. He lands to Chicago. That's a conversation. But Thomas, we dodged a huge bullet because none of our running backs got annihilated. No one cares about Jerome Ford in Dynasty. He's not even worth a third. And we have an opportunity to get a free square spot for one of our best running backs in this class. So fantasy football managers, we have 2 wins tonight already. Pat yourself on the back. Jaden Higgins, a free spot, and Quinshon Judkins, an unbelievable spot. So Quinshon Judkins, I mean, I can't get over what a good spot this is for him, Brett. I mean, if you had to circle a spot on the board before the draft that would have made a lot of sense and could give him a fantasy ceiling, this would have been one of them.
Yeah, I really like this landing spot, or Dallas for Judkins specifically. So this is great. He's got bell cow potential too.
Yeah,
and it's a lot of balls in college, but.
And from Quentin in the chat, is he a top 14 Dynasty running back, maybe higher automatically? Quinshon Judkins is a top 15 Dynasty back right now, no matter what else happens in this draft. When you start unpacking it, he is going higher in the draft than Breece Hall did, higher in the draft than Jonathan Taylor did, higher in the draft than Kenneth Walker did. This is extreme draft capital. Thomas, push back on me if you want, but this is a great landing spot for him.
I'll say this. Do you want me to wait or do you want me to go?
Oh, go ahead.
Go for it.
Judkins is currently being drafted RB 16 in startups. Ahead of him right now is Chase Brown, McCaffrey, Josh Jacobs, and Cook. He'll pass all of them. He's not going to meet resistance until you get to the Trevion Hendersons at RB 11 and Kyron RB 10. Now we still have a couple spots like you mentioned.
Give me Judkins over Kyron Williams all day long right now.
Yeah, he's at least going to jump 4 spots. At least, probably jumping more 5 to 6.
Yeah, I think all of the veteran running backs that you mentioned, Judkins goes ahead of them. You also talk about Judkins and when we're trying to protect a really crappy quarterback situation, this is Nick Chubb in a nutshell, where Nick Chubb did that when he was at his peak. So we love this pick. We love the fact that Quinshon Judkins is a Brown. Shout out to the Judkins haters out there questioning the long speed all throughout the process. And also, like, Brett, this is another thesis that we talked about. We talked about on Fantasy Football Daily several times that what is going to be the shuffle in this draft class, what's going to start separating some of these guys is maybe athleticism is going to matter. And what have we seen? We saw Omarion Hampton go at 22nd. We saw Quinshon Judkins now go inside of the top 40 picks. So we've seen the 2 big bell cow athletic profile backs both go off the board. I think that this speaks well for guys like Bashal Tutin, Damon Martinez, DJ Giddens. I think these sort of guys have a chance of going ahead of some of the guys like the Cam Scadaboos. I might look stupid for saying that, but I think that's the way this draft is going to unwind. Damian Martinez, that'll be a fun one for us. Round 3, Brett, are we hoping for round 2? I think round 3 for Damian.
I'm hoping for round 2, but yeah.
Hoping for round 2 as well.
I have him higher on my board than Judkins for what it's worth. So
absolutely. Judkins bag holders in best ball, like myself. This is also a really, really fun one. Tom Brawley, your thoughts on the Judkins landing spot?
No, I was going to ask Brett. He said that he thinks he has some bell cow potential. I mean, we never really saw him utilized as a receiver at Ole Miss or Ohio State. What makes you kind of think that he can do it at the NFL level? Because I mean, certainly Jerome Ford's been kind of a mediocre type of player here. Certainly a chance for him to kind of step in here and as a rookie earn a big role.
For me, it's the pass pro. He is a menace in pass pro. He will come up and stick his face in a fan and drop his weight on you. Like, he is a vicious pass protector. So I think that endears him to a coach who gets him on the field in third downs. And once you're on the field in third down, then you're subject to, dumps and screens and being part of that package. And then from there, you can really build a pass catching skill set. So do I think he's going to go out there and be a route running mismatch? Heck no. But can he play on third downs? Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah. Well, here we go, guys. And the picks are flying off the board. Let us know in the chat. Oh, where does Judkins go in redraft? And I'll say that, again, I'm going to drop a top 50 rankings at Fantasy Points coming up. I had Judkins just outside of my top 50 before this. He will absolutely be in the top 50. I think he will suffer because of the quality of the Browns offense. So he's not going to be a guy that's going to get steamed up. But I think the 4th round for Quinshon Judkins, potential to be inside of round 3.
Dolphins traded up.
Dolphins. Here we go.
Yeah. Look, Mr. Brawley, the grinder, super happy to have you with us all the time. We have Ryan Heath about to pop in. While we get the information on this trade, we're going to say bye to Tom Brawley for now. But if you have something that you're working on through today, tomorrow, and by the end of the draft, let people know.
Yeah, I posted a veterans market report here. So just taking a look at the situations that are affected by the first round picks here. That's already up, and I'll be updating it throughout the weekend here. So if you're looking for a little reading on that, check out the fantasypoints.com for that. And then I'll be rolling out some redraft market reports, position by position, later this upcoming week. So make sure to check out the website to see all those.
Love that, grinder. Appreciate you,
all right,
man.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Can you get Ryan Heath in?
Ryan Heath, I'll give you a shout out, Ryan, because we talked about on School of Scott. Ryan wrote an incredible article on athleticism and its effect on NFL draft capital. And we both had like effusive praise for Quinshon Judkins and his athletic profile to go along. It's not just like we're chasing the athlete, though, Ryan, because this is a guy who was the 2nd all-time leading rusher in SEC history for freshman production. Herschel Walker is the only one who was more productive, had double-digit touchdowns, had unbelievable stats for 3 straight seasons, and then little icing on top of the cake, national title game, he had 3 touchdowns in that game for the Buckeyes. And then, Ryan, he tore up the combine. Your thoughts on the Quinshon Judkins landing spot?
Yeah, it kind of makes just a ton of sense to me. Like, if you're comparing Judkins with a Travion Henderson, I was saying this to Tom earlier today, actually. Like, it almost wouldn't make sense for a Travion Henderson to go to a team like the Browns, because for Henderson, you want like an efficient offense where he can be like a really amazing just per touch guy on like 15 touches per game. That's probably not the Browns right now. The Browns are like, Judkins is just going to soak up all the volume. Is it going to be necessarily super pretty? Do I think Judkins is going to be like at the top of all the nerdy, like missed tackles, force metrics and stuff throughout his NFL career? Probably not. But is he going to get fed the rock a ton? Yes, I believe so. So yeah, it all kind of makes sense to me. And yeah, to your point, not super surprising to me that Judkins ultimately goes off the board first, because yeah, his broad jump especially was unbelievable, that especially at his weight. That kind of pushed him up to above a 90th percentile Spork athleticism score. And what that means at the running back position is that generally, if you're above the 90th percentile there, you just have a higher ceiling in fantasy. And again, it's because those are the types of running backs that teams want to feed a ton of touches to. So yeah, I think this is about as good of an outcome as Judkins could have hoped for, going high round 2 to a team with really no other competition for touches. So yeah, not a whole lot to complain about.
4.4840 at 221 pounds is a real dude. And then we talk about the sport score, but if you're a speed score enthusiast, he had a 109.73 speed score, which was elite. Anytime you get a guy with that sort of a speed score at 110 or higher with draft capital, those guys hit in fantasy football. So I love the take, Ryan. Your thoughts on Jaden Higgins' selection? We were all bullish about this one. Thomas pushed back just slightly with the enthusiasm for Christian Kirk. Where are you at on this one, Ryan?
Yeah, I don't know if I would go as far as Thomas and call it enthusiasm for Christian Kirk, but he is a legitimate target earner. He has been his entire career. Like, you can pencil Christian Kirk in for an 18 to 20% target share pretty easily. I think almost any day 2 rookie is going to have a hard time coming in and matching that in year 1. And especially just in the context of this Texans team where they still don't really have much of an offensive line. They even tore it down after the season pretty much entirely. So it's like, yeah, I just see a lot of the offense having to run through kind of these quicker throws. I don't know how much time there's going to be for those routes to develop for Jaden Higgins on the outside. They were really intentional, especially at the end of the year last year, about getting Nico Collins involved on screens and like those easy quick touches. I see that for Kirk over the middle of the field, but yeah, Higgins is probably not like the most amazing like fantasy landing spot to me, but I totally get it from like a real life fit. I think it's a great pick for the Texans.
Yeah, so we have the pick for Miami. It was Jonah Savanea, the big offensive lineman for Arizona. I'd say that Brett, Miami set the record for heaviest combined weight from their first 2 picks in this draft. This is a trenches draft for Miami so far. Get a big offensive lineman after getting the absolute beast in the middle and Kenneth Grant. Your thoughts on this pick?
Savanea is a freaking mauler. He's awesome. One of my favorite players in this draft. Another guy I really wanted from my Lions actually at pick 61. And they get Liam Eichenberg off the field, which is good.
Yes.
Savanea is going to play right guard for them now, probably.
And it was the terms were 37, 143, and then Miami gave up 48, 98, and 135. So a pretty significant haul.
Yeah, that's an expensive trade up for this part of the draft for sure. So,
well, they needed it. They need to keep Tua away from dinner at the Lindros house. They need to just get him upright all the time. We don't need another early onset rigor mortis scenario on national TV. Just keep Tua on his feet and just make lanes for HN, please. Because they needed this so bad. I didn't care what it cost. They got absolutely handled across their offensive line to the point it has people believing that they just can't call plays in Miami anymore.
Whoa. Stop the tape. The New England Patriots select Travion Henderson. So we weren't expecting this, but I'll say this, guys. Travion Henderson is now the offensive focal point of the skill position players in New England. I think we can get excited about this one, guys.
They're never passing the ball. They're never throwing the football in New England. Like, it's never
throwing the football to Travion Henderson.
Yeah, but they're not throwing the ball downfield. This is like an Iowa offense about to be put out there. Drake May's going to be running wishbone read option all day.
Travion Henderson gets top 40 draft capital, not on a spot that we were projecting, but guys, this is a Travion Henderson goes to a team where there's open touches, an offensive identity team. They get Will Campbell. Brett, you're shaking your head a little bit this one, but Travion Henderson is electric and they need playmakers. He's going to be the first Patriot off the board in redraft 100%. And I think people are going to start getting more excited about this one. Ramondre Stevenson has been running back 27 in consecutive seasons. Like, Stevenson is about as mediocre as it gets for fantasy production for us. Now you get this explosive player. Unpack this one, Brett.
Yeah, I didn't want Henderson to go to a place that has a clear-cut grinder, like big running back as a counterpart. it makes me worry about his potential output and volume that he's going to get as a runner. And Stevenson's not a bad player. He's a fine player. I would have preferred a wide receiver here, though, in general. So,
yeah, I mean, I think, I'll push back a little because I'm big on the draft capital for these running backs, and I know you are as well, Brett. Like getting this sort of draft capital, life will sort of find a way. They did extend Stevenson last year, but again, I think that at least the receiving profile for Henderson way more explosive than Stevenson. Stevenson was always sort of he handled volume as a receiver in that one big season, but it wasn't like he was off breaking huge explosive plays. This helps Drake May.
It helps Drake May for sure. I think the reason I don't love this is my big concern with Travion Henderson is that he's a puss. And then New England being the team to draft him when they have a big, powerful running back that they just extended tells me that maybe they even believe he's a puss and they want him in a 1B type of role. I wanted Henderson in a 1A type of role in an ideal scheme. That's all. So like Henderson could be fine. The pass down upside is huge. Josh McDaniels has used guys similar to this profile, right? Smaller pass catching running backs. But so I worry that that's the vision though, is that smaller pass catching running back. What was the running back he had towards the end of Tom? The smaller Dion
Lewis, James White. I can
White,
name
Dion
off
Lewis,
pass catching Patriots running backs forever if that's where we want to go. And those guys were good for fantasy at times. So don't get me wrong.
We're going to put the ceiling for Travion Henderson higher than the James White one season where he was like running back 12 in like this huge PPR role. Like Henderson, let's not forget, led the Big Ten in yards per rush. Also really thrived in this high value touch role alongside Quinshon Judkins. Had 11 plays over 50 yards for Ohio State in his career. Had the 75-yard catch and run against Texas, and then the long touchdown run against Notre Dame in the college football playoffs. So absolutely explosive. I'll say that there's a cascade effect that happens here. Thomas, if the Chicago Bears select running back here, then I think Dallas ends up not taking one at 44. And Brett, you might get that wide receiver going to Dallas where we thought maybe it would be Ted McMillan. I guess he wants to be Tetaroa McMillan now. So we'll call him Tetaroa McMillan. They wanted Tetaroa McMillan. They were linked to Matthew Golden. Now, potentially Quinshon Judkins, my Dallas guy tells me that they really wanted Judkins at 44. That's gone. So if the Bears take Caleb Johnson here, one of these next two picks, then Dallas might get boxed out, but a wide receiver might fall in their lap. So sliding doors for fantasy football. Chicago Bears on the clock here. We don't have the pick yet. Why don't we, Brett, you want to care to guess this one?
Well, I think leading up to the draft, I've been saying Bashal Tutin would be a guy on their board. So what if they go Bashal Tutin here?
Oh, well, that would make heads explode. But I think Bashal Tutin's going to go to San Francisco in a couple picks and shock the world there. So Kyle Shanahan needs to get Bashal Tutin there. And then just a quick reminder to everyone, pick 39 is the last of the picks that the Panthers traded to the Bears 2 years ago. So the nightmare package for some Panthers fans, the misery is over. Your last pick to complete the Bryce Young trade is over. But Bryce Young's going to have a decent year with Tetaroa McMillan over there in Carolina. So waiting on this pick, I'm really hoping for Caleb Johnson. Ryan Heath, do you have any vibes here?
I have some vibes on the Patriots, if you don't mind me just doing my
whoa.
Rant.
Back it up.
Wait, then. Yes.
It's Luther Burden is a Chicago Bear. Luther Burden is a Chicago Bear. They were in the buildup. The Chicago Bears brought in a couple of slot receivers, and people sort of brushed this off to the side. They want a true slot receiver. Your Roma Dunze and your DJ Morshare is not looking so good right now, guys. But it's offense. There has never been a better ecosystem around a 101 quarterback in the history of 101 quarterbacks heading into year two, period. Dead stop, period.
It was that way for year one, too.
That's fine. But you add, okay, so Keenan Allen's gone, and you add Colston Loveland and Luther Burden to replace Keenan Allen, and you have an offensive-minded coach in Ben Johnson. If you're Caleb Williams' bag holder, you're loving life right now. Absolutely loving life right now.
I both love and hate this. So the love part of it is I'm a Lions fan and the Bears just continually make bad decisions. So this is great. Luther Burden stakes. So I love this. The bad part is I'm going to have to listen to the entire offseason. People say he's the new Amon-Ra St. Brown, and that's going to piss me off. So,
well, they were already saying it about Rome before.
Yeah, I was gonna.
anything
We
even
don't
happened.
have to hear that about Rome Odunze anymore. This is a win to me, just because I don't have to listen to the Rome Odunze people anymore. It's oh god, this could not have been more perfect. Like a prospect I don't like in a spot that is going to be kind of hard for him to compete anyway. It like just nukes Rome Odunze as if he had a chance anyway. Yeah. Oh my god, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, this is listen, this is one where we're really going to unpack how we're going to treat Luther Burden. It certainly doesn't bode well for me for the DJ Moore argument. I think DJ Moore is very much limited to this year, and then they'll move off of him. Talking about Rome Odunze, Brett, we talked about DJ Moore as a loser this morning when we were simply looking at the day one winners and losers. DJ Moore, you watched the press conference, talking up Rome Odunze, talking up certainly Colston Loveland. This is a unbelievable group of pass catchers. And, the Luther Burden sort of dislike throughout the process. But, Brett, he's sort of in the Luther Burden Missouri role now because you've got two wide receivers on the outside. You stick Luther Burden in the slot, and you can get him manufactured touches in this offense. Stylistically, this makes the Bears a lot better.
it doesn't work in the NFL. That's the
All
problem.
right.
That's the whole problem with the profile. It doesn't work in the NFL. Elijah Moore, Wan'Dale Robinson, the list goes on and freaking on. These guys don't have what it takes to play in the NFL. He has the developmental curve needed for him to take that step is so massive. It blows my mind that actually it seems like the NFL did come around. He was a consensus top 20 pick at one point. So him going 37 is a good market correction there. I'm okay with that. I can live with a second round pick, but I don't know. I'm just totally out on Burden. So, and I'm pretty bullish on Rome Odunze. So I know you guys are laughing about him over there. The tape is good. He was an excellent prospect.
It's just more. I love when a team helps their quarterback 100% of the time. I don't like when they go out and just add more weapons to just add more weapons, if that makes sense. So you're going to have Odunze on the outside now. You're going to have more on the outside, presumably Burden underneath, and Loveland at tight end, presumably somewhat underneath and in the middle. It's a mess. Just fantasy-wise, it's a mess. So that's why I don't like it. We can be in on Rome all you want. We needed the upper tier target share. We needed everything that you need to make a receiver at his price. And I have seen everything from comments under Dynasty Points videos talking about how they've no longer subscribed because we've said Rome was a sell at his wide receiver 14 to 15 cost. And now you're looking at it holding a player that might maybe sort of eventually get
guys, we have a pick.
Targets needed.
We have a pick.
I don't know.
The New Orleans Saints, the memes all came true. Tyler Shuck is the first quarterback on the board in round 2. The Aiden O'Connell of Chris Wenke's just goes off the board. Tyler Shuck is your bridge quarterback in New Orleans, for better or for worse, and he goes ahead of Shedeur Sanders and Jalen Milroe. Absolute craziness in New Orleans. I don't like the pick. Don't like the pick at all. I think this is just a bridge to drafting a first-round quarterback in 2026 if you're New Orleans. Super, super weird one. Brett, we talked about Tyler Shuck. Do you want to add anything to this Tyler Shuck take? It's gross.
What's the issue with Spencer Rattler as a player, guys?
He
Not that good. Not that good. I think the issue is he's not that good.
The issue is decision making. What's the issue with Tyler Shuck? It's decision making. It's like the same exact player. I don't know. This is just so back to back, just picks that make me laugh. So,
and what is the game theory on drafting Tyler Shuck in Dynasty rookie drafts, Thomas and Ryan?
So the way, look, this is how it works for me. I have a lot of Derek Carr teams. Okay. There's a lot. He was doing a lot of heavy lifting in my now famous punt QB2 method. I have already drafted him twice in the third round, like late in the third round, and I'm going to keep doing it. The second he reaches that second round, I'm passing. But like that's just a free square in super flex rookie drafts in the late third into the fourth. You probably already have 2, 3 thirds that you've just picked up by always needing the extra, the little snack on top of a trade to do it that we always talk about. Spend one on him, because worst case scenario, you have a quarterback for a season, and that's just invaluable. So he's probably dreadful and awful, and we're going to cry over Chris Olave again, but he's a super flex quarterback drafted in the second round. You gotta draft him at least in the third, even if he's terrible.
The Chicago Bears are on the clock now. This is a massive pick for the Dallas Cowboys at 44, and certainly for fantasy managers. These are the two spots where these are the Caleb Johnson spots, fellas. Caleb Johnson goes here 41 to Chicago, or Caleb Johnson goes 44 to Dallas. It's the ultimate Caleb Johnson correction, and he steams up dynasty rookie drafts. If not, there's going to be a lot of question marks about where he actually lands, and there's potential guys that he could get Zach Charbonnet and end up as a high-end backup running back or a committee running back instead of a free square starter. So these are the two of the most tilting picks for us as fantasy managers, Chicago and Dallas, over these next few selections. Chicago, where do you think they go here? It's been skill position player. Do you think that they take an offensive lineman here, Brett?
Yeah.
Do you think they take
lineman or edge? Probably
or
Ursery or edge would be my guess.
I'll say the Mike Green here would be a crazy value. And Mike Green, I think, would be an impactful player for them.
It depends how much of the Detroit culture Ben took with him. Obviously, Mike is going to be off of the Lions board. Poles he does the high character thing too, right? Like he doesn't reach on character.
That's why there's a lot of talk about DJ Moore being traded after his antics or attitude.
We have a trade up, guys. The Buffalo Bills just traded up for this pick. So I'm thinking, guys, I'm gonna throw it out there. This is Buffalo Bills getting a wide receiver.
No.
You don't think so?
It's a defensive lineman.
Has to be.
Then this could be.
I really don't want a wide receiver in Buffalo, man. Like I can't do it. They're just a nightmare for spreading the ball around. I can't do it. I don't want that.
Let me see here. Landon Jackson, I think, fits what the Bills look for. Compression style rusher. Nick Scorton, maybe. Darius Alexander might be a guy there.
The D tackle from Toledo.
Yeah, penetrating D tackle. Those would be my guesses. I might be missing somebody too here. Maybe Kennard from South Carolina is a guy that might be into.
The official trade is Buffalo trades 56 and 62 to get 41, 72, and 240. So and the 109th pick. I said that incorrectly. Bills trade 56, 62, and 109. Bears give up 41, 72, and 240. So the Bears get those two late second round picks here. This is a very interesting trade. It gives the Bears two more bullets to get their running back guys. And the dream of RJ Harvey to Chicago continues, Brett.
They basically moved up 11 spots from the third to the second is what it is. So move back a couple spots to move up 11 later. I like it. What did you say, Thomas? Could this be a what?
Cornerback, Will Johnson.
They took Hairston with a double tap here.
Why not?
Why not is right. Yeah.
I could also see, I did say D lineman. I could see a safety here too. My guy from Penn State, his name's slipping my mind for whatever reason, but he'd fit their system really well.
I don't know where I saw it, but somebody, it's always smoke, but someone said they're just absolutely emphatic about not adding a safety in Buffalo. Now, obviously,
Marino says they're not going to do it.
Right. I knew I heard that somewhere familiar.
We'll be on this here in a minute. So.
But double tapping cornerback in the AFC just feels like the move when you're trying to get that next step. And if the injury discount has hit and they've already, like you said, tapped cornerback once, I mean, it's kind of not a free square because you paid quite a bit, but that kind of drop, I don't know.
I'll just throw out there, guys. We've talked about these scenarios where if they really do want to move off of James Cook and the contract extensions are this far apart, then I will just say that they have the draft capital. The Bills have a ton of picks in the 4th round, ton of picks in the 5th round. Maybe this is the luxury trade up, and they have their eyes on a running back. I'm just going to say never say never. I'm trying to unpack who they're moving up for, and this is a little bit of a confusing one. So
I nailed it. TJ Sanders, South Carolina, defensive tackle there. Boom.
TJ Sanders.
Tired of getting run on. Yeah, that makes sense.
He won, what's crazy? TJ Sanders actually won the award for best college football defensive player this past year. I don't know how, with Travis Hunter and Donovan Ezeraku on the field, but whatever. He won that award, so that's cool.
So Bills go Hairston and they go TJ Sanders, 2 more SEC players. We had 26 out of the first 32 picks last night were SEC and Big Ten players, an absolutely wild stat. And it continues here into the 2nd round. Changing to the guard in college football, guys. Changing to the guard. A lot of Big Ten, a lot of SEC guys. Bills go defensive, Brett, which, this is a team that seems to like their offensive skill position players. And you talked about their wide receivers. This is sort of, for me, I want to see a talent upgrade at wideout. But to me, this sort of pick means that, they kind of like what they have. They got Josh Palmer, Khalil Shakir, they extend. Keon Coleman maybe takes a step forward in year 2. Certainly Dalton Kincaid has a chance to bounce back to his rookie year production. So we were there. We are on to pick 41 here, guys. Or excuse me, 42. Jets are on the clock. I think Mason Taylor is the pick here.
I'm assuming Mason Taylor for sure.
Mason Taylor here. There's a lot of connections here, Ryan. I know in the New York media that Mason Taylor, if he's on the clock, maybe going to take him. I'll just throw it out there. We've talked about the Jets, talked about the current quarterback situation with Justin Fields, how it's essentially a 1 to 2 year deal, however you want to look at it. Is there a tiny chance it's Shedeur Sanders here, Brett?
I would say this: it should be Shedeur Sanders, so that means there's a chance. Aaron Glenn, you see the way he handled the Aaron Rodgers situation, and I'm not comparing Shedeur to Aaron Rodgers, but I think the bigger point to take away there is I don't think Glenn wants any distractions whatsoever, and I don't know that Shedeur's, his whole persona is something that Aaron Glenn will be interested in. I could be way off on that too. I have no idea. I'm just speculating that Glenn wants, especially in year 1, he wants to establish his culture and just be the guy, be the one player or one guy everyone looks up to.
Guys, what about, I don't want to Mel Kiper this Shedeur Sanders scenario here, but what if he's a 49er next and they don't want to pay Brock?
That'd be so awesome.
Right?
I'd take my shot.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Jackson Dart as a shock pick for San Francisco. San Francisco also has 11 picks, so I think 43 could be a wild. Honestly, it could be any position. Whoever San Francisco has highest on their board, that's who they're. Okay, lay it on us. Jets pick. Who they take?
LSU tight end Mason Taylor.
Listen, look at how pure we run here at Fantasy Points. We literally gave you the Mason Taylor pick before the Mason Taylor pick. Brett Whitefield giving you the Bills pick. I mean, turn off old media, guys. Get here on Fantasy Points. If you're watching on our YouTube stream, make sure you're subscribed to our channel. Helps us out a lot. Doesn't cost you a thing. And if you want more Ryan Heath and Thomas Tipple, the Dynasty Points crew is taking over tomorrow, generously letting me in the building to join Thomas's loaded rookie mock draft tomorrow. That's going to be a lot of fun. We should start that right around round 5. We'll get 2 rounds in. It's going to be lit. And we already have a number of names that are going to be in that draft. Really, really fun pick for the Jets. I'll say this. Mason Taylor's been one throughout the process, Brett, where we all project him to have the high draft capital, but it was sort of what's his fantasy ceiling? I'll say this. You're talking about a situation where there is no number 2 pass catcher in New York. Malachi Corley is a cap ceiling guy. Breece Hall is probably their number 2 receiver on the team right now. Mason Taylor is going to have every opportunity there. Shout out to Jeremy Ruckert, Long Island's own, but he is not going to hold back Mason Taylor, Jason Taylor's son. People love Mason Taylor in the NFL, Brett. A lot of teams like him.
Yeah. He's a dog. He's a really good player, man. Just pure inline guy. You can move him out in the slot, but he's a pure inline guy that's just a freak athlete. He's got some verticality to his game, really good blocker. So complete player. I think it's funny, though, that the tight ends are all going to teams that have bad quarterbacks. That just cracks me up.
Do you care to guess which way San Francisco goes here? I've projected Tootin in a couple of drafts. I don't know if that's wish casting, Ryan. Am I wish casting that a little bit as a fantasy football mind? Maybe. I'll say right now, San Francisco could go any direction here, Brett. There was rumors they would go with a offensive lineman last night.
Ursary would be huge here.
Ursary would be great here. And I'll say, what about double tapping and getting another defensive end? Ezeraku is still on the board.
Ezeraku is still on the board. I actually mocked him Ezeraku like in mock draft 4.0 at 11. So that'd be crazy. They need defensive tackles though. They have no defensive tackles whatsoever. So I could see them go in with a Darius Alexander. That seems like a Robert Saleh type of guy.
Well, the Walter Nolan's going to play D tackle.
The San Francisco 49ers?
Oh, excuse me. I misspoke on the pick. Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
So I was just going to say, as much as we love defensive tackles at fantasy points, I want to talk about Mason Taylor. Currently, Ryan, I've been going back and I've been checking and looking. We talked about it a little bit earlier between April 1st and then up to today's date. Mason Taylor, tight end 24, is an absolute bargain when you look at some of the tight ends that he's going to have to pass. Guys like Evan Ingram, Cade Otton, Pat Freiermuth, the ghost of Cole Kmet, the moving corpse of Travis Kelce. He's jumping all of these dudes.
All of those guys.
It's hard to keep him out of top 12, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's ahead of Jake Ferguson for me right now, to put it in perspective. Like Mason Taylor with this draft capital, with this free square landing spot, and also, guys, he goes ahead of several other tight ends we sort of liked. That means something. I think Mason Taylor also, that first round smoke where Mason Taylor was projected as a potential commander, a potential Eagle. There was NFL teams who had him as a first round type talent. I know, Brett, you mocked him inside of there once or twice. I did as well. So I'm with you, Thomas. Like, and that's the guy, like in our draft, guys, where we drafted in the league with Scott, Danny Kelly and all those guys, and Jacob. I got him in the third round. And I think that ship sailed. I think when FFPC drafters and tight end premium drafters draft in a few days in their dynasty rookie drafts, you're talking about Mason Taylor will be in the second round. It might be joined with a couple other tight ends. I think Elijah Arroyo is going to hear his name called, but I'm completely with you, Thomas. There's going to be a massive correction for Mason Taylor in dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, the Jets pre-draft had kind of nailed them as like the Jets are the spot that you project for any tight end that you want to make work, just because there's so little other target competition. For tight ends, it's also very important that they can get on the field over the slot receiver. Allen Lazard, the current slot receiver, projected to start for the New York Jets this year. So my like wish casting pre-draft was Harold Fannin, but yeah, this absolutely works for Mason Taylor. Yeah, I'm totally with everything you guys are saying. He's got to shoot up boards right now.
Yeah, and again, anti-misanthrope in the comments does not like this one, guy. Says that we think it's funny that Justin Fields can support two players. Again, we're not saying Mason Taylor needs to do a lot. Mason Taylor as a rookie tight end needs to get 70 targets, 75 targets. It's not a very high bar for rookie tight ends to move up in terms of dynasty valuation.
Well,
I'm not a Fields guy, but he led Cole Kmet and DJ Moore to big seasons.
There you go.
Same year.
and it's not just that. So
Thanks.
our own Lucas Gilbert did a study that showed that any tight end that just plays as a rookie and does anything boosts value. And we know historically you don't need much to be able to tier up from a tight end as a rookie. They are one of the best assets to buy low and cash out higher in. For some reason, even though we know tight end's not a super valuable position, you can look at the season-to-season warp scores that Lucas also puts out, and they're just, unless you have tight end 1 and 2, they're just not that valuable. But the perception of a rookie tight end gaining value in their second year is enticing. You could have bought low, continue to buy semi-low. He does not have to do much to really boost his stock. I mean, look at guys like Ben Sinnott, who Ben Sinnott's like dead. Like he's toast, but he was still worth a second round pick to people even halfway through last year. Like, these guys don't need to do much as a rookie to not only hold their value, but they can gain value as well. So it's just a lock type pick.
Great stat for the anti-Tyler Shuck crowd out there to put perspective into his age. Tyler Shuck is 7 months younger than Luka Doncic. Ryan Heath, did you know that one?
Tyler Shuck is about 2 months younger than me. I was saying the other day, he's one of the last and probably the last ever relevant NFL draft prospect to be, to be older than me. That's what I meant. So yeah, I feel old now. All these draft prospects are younger than me. Tyler Shuck's the last one that can make me feel good about myself.
San Francisco was connected to Elik Iamaner. I'll just throw out there were some beat reporters. I don't know if it's going to be this pick, but they met with Iamaner. Obviously, they went to the local pro day. There's a lot of Stanford connections in the building. Never say never here, because he's sort of a like-for-like guy with Juwan Jennings, both very good blockers. Trying to unpack this 49ers pick here, but I've got my eyes on, I think we all should have our eyes on, the Dallas Cowboys at 44. We're rooting for a wide receiver, or we're rooting for a running back. We need Caleb Johnson or a wide receiver at 44 for our Dynasty rookie drafts.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I said Caleb Johnson was going to be a Baltimore Raven in the second round.
We have a
and
pick.
The longer we rate,
the pick is in, Thomas.
Is it?
Sorry to interrupt you. The 49ers select LSU defensive tackle Alfred Collins.
Yeah, see, that's a very on-brand pick. But every pick we wait, and every pick that ticks away that Caleb Johnson's not gone, and the Ravens are getting closer and closer to being on the clock, is one step to one half of my cursing of this draft class. Ryan, we talked about it a ton in terms of landing spots. We're running out. Like, obviously, we want to assume fantasy relevant players are getting picked where we want them. But we've talked about this before where it doesn't always happen. There's not a ton of fantastic landing spots left, in my opinion, for these backs. What's your next favorite spot that seems logical to you?
Chicago, 56 and 62. Thomas, we got two chances to run now for the Chicago Bears. You got Dallas Cowboys here. Come on. We're going to get some fantasy landing spots.
We said Chicago. I want to hear if Ryan has a different one, because we know Chicago. Yeah. That's already in stone.
Kansas City, Ryan.
Yeah, it is Kansas City. That's all I wanted to say. We need just a high volume back to Kansas City. Give me an RJ Harvey. Give me a Cam Scatabo to Kansas City, and I'll be a happy man here.
The pick is in. The Dallas Cowboys select Brett Whitefield favorite, defensive end Donovan Izaraku from Boston College, who had the second most sacks in the nation last year for BC, was a captain there, a guy that a lot of people had projected to go inside of round one. I know, Brett, we certainly both had him going inside of round one. So the Dallas Cowboys, they did it to us again, guys. Last year, we were hoping they draft a running back. This year, they go guard and they go defensive end, bang, bang. And we talked about Schottenheimer in one of his introductory press conferences, and a shout out to Greg Branos on this one. Coach Speak Index is doing some work on School of Scott with Scott Barrett. But one thing that Greg talked about was Schottenheimer talked about how much he wants edge rushers, how he really values these disruptive type players who can get to the quarterback. I don't like that they didn't take a running back or wide receiver, but I love the pick, Brett.
That was probably the best pick of the draft via my board. So congrats to the Cowboys.
100%. Ryan, I know you got to get out of here and jump off. We've had a lot of fantasy relevant picks actually since even you've popped on here. Final thoughts on your favorite pick or a pick that you really want to talk about on your way out the door with us today.
Yeah, I've just got to give my little spiel on Trevion Henderson as a Patriots fan. First of all, annoyed. Why didn't we draft a wide receiver? This is such a deep running back class. We could have drafted a pass catching back later on. I would have loved Jalen Knoll there. But regardless, Henderson for fantasy, I'm a little bit more bullish, honestly. I think Stevenson is not really as highly viewed by the team, especially over the last year or so. A lot of fumbling issues kind of up and down. Obviously, a lot of that was with the old coaching staff. But yeah, I really see this a high second round pick. This is like a very big investment in a running back. I'm pretty happy with Henderson. I think he immediately gets on the field on passing downs. It's really just whether he gets the goal line touches for fantasy that we're really concerned about. I don't know that he necessarily will, but I also don't think they love Ramondre at the goal line. So it's definitely possible that he is more involved than we're even expecting in year one. Maybe the Pats add another running back kind of later in the draft, a bigger body guy. So even that wouldn't shock me here.
I sure hope they don't. But I agree with you, Ryan. I think Travion Henderson is the offensive focal point of the New England offense. Besides, of course, Drake May. This is an exciting pick. I'm with you. Now, one question for you though, Ryan. Judkins clearly ahead of Henderson in Dynasty rookie drafts. Or are you there on that one?
They're going to be back-to-back for me. I like Henderson, the player, a little bit more. So when it's that close, when the draft capital's that close, I'm just going to lean Henderson, I think, honestly, especially at the end of the first round of rookie drafts. That's going to be my take for now.
I'm happy to get both of them, but I do think Judkins, when push comes to shove, will have the higher ADP, and I think it will be slightly higher in my Dynasty rookie ranking. So that'll be a little bit of a correction, but I'm still super bullish on Henderson. I agree with you. Ryan, you always cook. You're going to cook all day tomorrow. And make sure you're reading all of Ryan's work over at Fantasy Points and watching Dynasty Points every single week right here on Fantasy Points YouTube.
With that being said, Ryan, we love you. We thank you. Folks, we have Joe Marino coming up next. Be sure to stick with us.
Joe, first read.
Oh.
Joe Marino.
What's up, bro?
I'm just trying to hit all the first read, classics as Joe Marino joins us today.
Joe, it's perfect timing because we got the Bills jumping up for TJ Sanders, but then there's a run on hog mollies. Alfred Collins, Donovan Ezeraku. The Colts just took TJ Tamalau from Ohio State. Tell me about the Bills and TJ Sanders. I did call the pick on the show here, so tell me about him. What do you like?
Well, you like the ability to penetrate and pass rush and create havoc up front, right? He's certainly that type of penetration style player that's going to make you the type of interior rush team that paired with Ed Oliver, you feel like you can really get after these quarterbacks with quick pressure. And it's kind of been an issue for the Bills is complementary pressure. And certainly he helps with that. Now, I thought the bigger need that the Bills had was for more of a traditional nose tackle, not a slug, not a 330 pounder that can't move, but that up the field penetration style nose. There's not a lot of those guys. They kind of went a little bit earlier in this draft, but gives the Bills another option up front in a rotation heavy defense that fits their mold. And I think the Bills continue to tell us that with their front and with their style of defense, the goal is negative plays and takeaways, right? That's what they want on defense. And TJ Sanders kind of leans even further into that identity.
When you saw the trade up, were you at any point thinking a double tap at corner and Will Johnson was in play there or no?
I think the NFL's told us that they're very concerned about Will Johnson and the medicals. And, obviously it's disappointing because you know what I think of that guy, man. I'm very high on Will Johnson. And so certainly mindful of, if you're not going to get longevity out of him, it's concerning. So I'm curious to see when the right point is. But no, I didn't think that the Bills would go with another corner this early. If they double dip, I think it comes later on with Max Hairston, and you just paid Benford and some old names in Trey White and Dane Jackson in the building as depth players. I think they're pretty okay there.
Rams or OTC here, guys. This is an interesting one. I will just throw out Jalen Milroe was brought in for a 30 visit. That's been one we've sort of talked about here, Brett, where they were sort of like a name thrown out there for end of the first round, sort of a galaxy brain thought. But here with the trade down, maybe they think about it. And also the Rams tried moving up to get one of the tight ends for consecutive drafts. So maybe a tight end, Elijah Arroyo, this would be a great landing spot for him. Where do you see the Rams going here, Brett? And Joe, for that matter, which way do you see the Rams going?
Joe, what do you think? I mean, I was thinking Schlesinger would be a big target.
Yeah.
He gone, so.
Yeah, and the linebackers, I mean, you and I have been through this, Brett. There's not a whole lot else at linebacker, so they're going to have to figure out that need. But they got a million picks, right? So I'm curious to see what flavor they like. And they've certainly got a lot of production out of backers that were not premium investments. So I'm curious to see what they do there. But I feel like they've been sniffing around at these tight ends.
We got it, guys. It's Terrence Ferguson. I had this in my NFC needs article, so give myself a little pat on the back. But we have to like this one. Uber athlete, tore up the combine. Brett, this is like a nuts landing spot for Terrence Ferguson to go into a Sean McVay offense. Played enough slot at Oregon as well. Interesting player and a great fit.
Great fit. And Joe just teed us up. He literally said they've been doing all the work on the tight ends right as you led us into that pick. So that's fascinating. Yeah, Ferguson's he's a dude. Him going ahead of Elijah Arroyo is a little surprising, but Arroyo is a one-hit wonder type player where Ferguson's been a little more steady through his college career. Ferguson's kind of like a souped up version of why can I think of his name?
Higbee?
Dalton Schultz. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, Schultz for sure. But Higbee,
Right.
They've used him as a dump and run player for so long. I feel like Ferguson is absolutely that kind of guy, a great yak player. He can stretch the seam. He's got the athleticism to do that, but he's a legit weapon for Stafford. I was thinking wide receiver, but they go tight end here, so I love that.
Well, and
Yeah.
I think it's a good fit for the Rams in terms of Arroyo gives you that down the field presence, and I think Ferguson gives you that too. But the yards after catch profile that you get out of Ferguson, I think, is a big part of what they want that offense to be.
Yep.
Arizona on the clock. Brett, if I was going to drop a perfect scenario for the Arizona Cardinals, it would be Jalen Knoll right here as a free square pick. Do you think they're going in that direction?
I don't know. I don't know if they did any work on him. They did do a lot of work on Matthew Golden, though, which is a similar archetype of player, so it's possible. That would be a really good complementary piece to two bigger receivers and actually three bigger receivers in Harrison Jr., Zay Jones, and Michael Wilson. So they need a little juice there. They need a little more quickness, I think, in their wide receiver core. He would give them that.
Yeah, interested about this Arizona one. Joe, do you have a feel of which way Arizona would go with this pick? Obviously we liked their pick last night. Thoughts on the direction they'll go here at 47?
I mean, after the free agency period where it was all about defense, then they go defense in the first round of the draft. Certainly it's time to get a toy for the offensive side of the football, maybe offensive line, where I think there's some upgradable positions both inside and outside. But, I think they do need another receiver to round this out. I mean, Michael Wilson's kind of a specialized power slot. You have Harrison. Of course, McBride's a huge part of that offense in general. But I think they can use that type of receiver that gives them a little bit more shiftiness, maybe some verticality to what they offer to complement some of their bigger bodied targets that they already have in place.
Yeah, and this could be, I'll just throw out the Will Johnson because at this point in the draft, we're going to keep saying him every time. And I'll say, Brett, this could be a Siobhan Revell pick. I'll keep saying Mike Green until somebody takes him. At some point, somebody's going to take that production.
Yeah, it's not a bad call.
I think we inadvertently moved past the type of impact Ferguson can have. First off, I get to finally say I don't have to deal with hate crime Higbee anymore. So shout out to him. Thank you, Ferguson, for popping along. We talked about a top 12 dynasty tight end for Mason Taylor. It's possible Ferguson gets there too. Like, I don't think those two would be really far off in terms of production. You got a coach who's a fantasy maker, right? I don't think there should be much difference between Mason Taylor and Ferguson at this point.
You want to
the boxed out target competition, at least at first, is going to hurt Ferguson. Taylor has less people to work with. Obviously, it's a more pass happy approach, but I'll take my chances on Taylor in that situation. I think Ferguson's one where maybe if they move off of Higbee and he has more of a clear path in year one. This was a coach who his first pick in LA was Gerald Everett and was, of course, associated with Jordan Reed in his time in Washington. So I think at his heart, he's a move tight end guy. So I think at the very end of it, Thomas, if you're playing tight end premium dynasty, you had two wins here because Taylor and Ferguson are both speculative tight ends here. Hopefully we hear Elijah Arroyo, and then I'll just throw it out there. The college coach for Harold Fannin Jr. is now a Philadelphia Eagles quarterback coach. Last pick in the second round. There's been some speculation he could go there. Brett, let's know the pick. We
got the Cardinals pick. It is cornerback from the University of Michigan, Will Johnson.
We're just crushing it here at Fantasy Points. We're dropping the picks before they happen. This is a luxury pick. Even if Will Johnson is very, very hurt, you're able to get him in this sort of range, a guy where Joe, 3 months ago, Will Johnson, we were talking about going inside the top 10 overall picks. Now you're getting him in the middle of the second round. This could end up working out very, very well for Arizona.
Yeah, I think the world of Will Johnson. He's a top 10 player on my board. The only concern would be any of the medicals, but at some point the risk becomes worth it. And I think here in the second round, it's fantastic value. I mean, even if they get 5, 6, 7 years out of the player, I mean, what he can do for a defense, especially with this corner situation where you feel like Sean Murphy Bunting is kind of maybe in his last year, maybe they move on from him now with that they have Will Johnson in the building. But with what they've done with this front, to be able to add Will Johnson, to go with some of the younger players that have emerged for them on the back end, I mean, it's hard not to love this pair of Walter Nolan and Will Johnson for this defense after what they did in free agency.
It's really it's an awesome draft for them. I mean, it's just an awesome draft for them, Brett. Interesting, Trey Amos still on the board. That's a name that we thought maybe could sneak into round 1 at the cornerback position. I keep saying Ravel. I think we'll start hearing some of these cornerbacks hear their name called after the Will Johnson pick. And sometimes, Brett, when we get to round 2, round 3, you see these positional runs. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Raiders are back on the clock, guys. Which way do you think they go, Joe?
So their haul to this point has been Genty, and now this is their next pick, right? They traded back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So the thing about the Raiders, the entire conversation has been there's so many ways that they can go. And they have a huge need at corner. Boy, I bet you they probably would have loved to get Will Johnson if they could have. But I can see a receiver in play for them as well, where they're kind of thin options there. But you could certainly see corner as a direction that they go with this pick. Maybe this is the Trey Amos spot.
Maybe this is Shedeur Sanders, guys.
I was going to say they were the favorite going into today. I believe Tom Brawley ended up becoming the favorite, as what Tom Brawley said, to open the program. They did trade downs. It's clear everyone else in the NFL is saying no, thank you. So they've traded down. They've accumulated picks. This can definitely be a spot for them where he goes. I just think at this point, every pick is a potential trade up for Shedeur / why isn't he going? I think the NFL is telling you. So I like what Joe Marino's saying about defensive back, but yeah, I think every time a place that doesn't have an elite quarterback is going to pop up, the Shedeur conversation is going to happen. I think that's coming in round 3.
What are we thinking about the Chip Kelly connection here with Will Howard? Are we sure? Are we sure
not here? I think
not here. But I'm saying if they're going to go quarterback at some point, that feels pretty clean to me. I mean, I understand the likelihood of the Raiders doing this. It's a legacy team. You feel like the Sanders family would be cool with it, but I don't find myself convinced that this is the quarterback that Vegas has in mind as their, mid-round pick, or at second round. It would be the case for Shedeur, but I don't know. I feel like the Will Howard thing might have some legs to it.
Fantasy-wise, wide receiver makes a lot of sense for Vegas as well. It's a free square landing spot for a wide receiver. A whole lot of underwhelming wide receiver 2 options opposite Jacoby Myers, and Myers is an untraditional top wide receiver. You have a pick here, Brett.
The Raiders have traded back again.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Wheeling and dealing.
Texans trading up.
Try to unpack. Well, I'll say this one.
Ursary, Joe?
The Texans had Caleb Johnson in for a top 30 visit. He's still on the board. Okay. This seems right about the value there. Thomas, we talked about the Houston and Baltimore landing spots for a running back. A lot of people will say these are terrible landing spots. I'll push back and say Joe Mixon is 28 years old. This could be a Caleb Johnson taking over next year. Be a little patient, and you have a secondary runner here.
Here's a problem with Caleb Johnson there. It's the same thing as Dameon Pierce. You can't function in an outside zone heavy scheme.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work in the scheme, I don't think. So I don't know.
They should just take an offensive lineman.
Yeah,
that's what they should take. 100%. Just keep doing what you're doing.
And they gave up a pretty significant haul here, guys. They gave up 58 and 99, a third-round pick, for 48 straight up. So they're making a pretty significant move here to move up 10 spots.
I wonder if there's an offensive lineman here. They've added to that group. I still think they need work. There's some underwhelming veterans that are in line to start. I wonder if there's an offensive lineman that they really like. Also, defensive tackle. They have an unserious defensive tackle situation, and the run has happened there, and they might want to kind of get what's left here after we saw a bunch go in the last few picks.
They did have Tom for a visit, by the way.
Tom Brawley did say that Houston was projected earlier by the betting markets to take Ratledge of Georgia. Tate Ratledge is still on the board. Very, very tall for a guard, 6'7" guard out of Georgia that some people have as one of the top guards in this entire draft class. So, Brett, if Tom was correct on this one, then this could be the Tate Ratledge pick. And it would make a lot of sense.
I was correct. It was Ariante Ursary.
Okay, well, there we go.
Boom.
Yeah, one of your favorite linemen that was on the board this entire draft for this round 2, Brett. You talked about him, ability to play the right side. I also played some left tackle, 330 pounds, 6'6", Senior Bowl player. Maybe unpack his impact for Houston.
No, he's mostly left tackle. He started, 40 career games straight at left tackle. So, huge impact. They have Titus Howard and Cam Robinson slated to man that left side right now. Cam Robinson, he's big and kind of athletic, so he keeps getting opportunities. But at a certain point, we can't keep doing guys like Cam Robinson. So I'd love to see Ursary, compete for that left tackle job right away. With his size profile and he's a human people mover, I could see him playing right tackle too. He just doesn't have any experience doing that at the NFL or at the college level. So we'll see. But another competitive body at tackle, though.
This is one of the most tilting picks on the board for dynasty managers everywhere. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the board. They've had Caleb Johnson in the building. This is a Chase Brown survival pick. Caleb Johnson will come in and nuke him.
Just every pick is just, let's get Caleb Johnson. We don't want this for Chase Brown. Stay away from my Chase Brown. Go away.
Stay away from Chase Brown is right. Let's root for another lineman here. They took Shamar Stewart. Curious, like Shamar Stewart pick. We all heard Brett's take on Shamar Stewart and the pick that Cincinnati made last night. Joe, your thoughts on taking a guy with significant athletic ability, great traits guy, but minimal production guy at that point in the first round?
Well, they did the thing they did last year, but in the defensive line, the Marius Mims, kind of a lot of ceiling, a lot of unbelievable physical upside, but a lot to unlock to meet their ceiling at the next level. And they do that with the defensive side of the football, obviously with so many issues with their D line, especially at edge with Hubbard retiring. You've got the Trey Hendrickson contract saga. We got to make sure that Miles Murphy, a first-round pick recently, is not going to be a bust. Osai's coming off of an injury. Like, they needed some impact here. The reason the Bengals missed the playoffs the last 2 years is because of their defense. And so I understand the swing, but it's another guy that, is he a year away or a year and a half, 2 years away from realizing his potential and being the impact player that they need him to be kind of right now?
Feels like Darius Alexander here, Brett. You brought him up about 10 picks ago. Yeah. This feels like it would be a real he stands out among these interior defensive linemen that are still on the board.
I could see him. I could see corner, though, Revel or even Ben Morrison. Al Golden, the new defensive coordinator at Cincinnati Bengals, coached Morrison in college at Notre Dame. They need cornerback help. I know DJ Turner, they're touting him as being fully healthy for the first time in a while, so that's a good thing, but I still think they need another guy there. So
Trey Amos, maybe?
Yeah, Amos. I like the Morrison connection just because Golden coached him up already. But
that's a good call.
I mean those guys are all fairly similar in the way they play. So Amos, Siobhan Revel. Revel, maybe you get the discount because the ACL and he doesn't have to play right away, maybe because they like Turner and Taylor Britt a little bit. But I think corner is definitely a sneaky need here. But they need a lot of stuff. Joe, what do you think about their D tackle unit? I know.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Well, they don't really have any pass rush there. It's like Slatton and Hill. If they certainly have the Michigan Chris Jenkins they drafted last year, but not a great rookie season.
No.
And so if there's an interior rush player, even a Darius Alexander, that was a good name to invoke. Also, Xavier Watts is, if we're going with the Notre Dame possibility, worth shouting that one out as well.
Yeah, this is definitely a fun one, guys. And I'll just throw out, if we're talking about offensive skill positions, they extended Gesicki. This wouldn't be the worst Elijah Arroyo landing spot, Brett. Not necessarily what they need, but there was some rumors that they were interested in Colston Loveland if he was going to be there at 17. Just throwing that one out there. It's been a very tight end heavy draft so far. I think we get a third tight end inside of round 2, maybe 2 more guys. And a really cool tweet that I just saw is Connor Hughes tweeted this out. The remaining picks in the second round, it's very hard to find a quarterback landing spot unless we see a trade in. Pretty much the only team still on the board that might go quarterback is the Raiders. So you could see Shedeur Sanders, Jalen Milroe falling to round 3 now.
That's going to be great news for Pittsburgh.
100%. Pittsburgh.
Could you imagine if they get one of those two? We wouldn't have thought twice about it if they picked them at 20.
Yeah, Cleveland too. They pick at the top of the third there. So interesting. Very, very interesting. Jalen Milroe still sitting out there too. Joe, what's your favorite pick so far? The whole draft, other than Harrison to the Bills.
I love a lot of picks. The one that really pops for me is Josh Simmons to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
You kind of get ahead of the Juwan Taylor situation. You kind of stuck with him this year. Obviously, Simmons coming off the ACL. You got Moore as kind of a placeholder at left tackle. But if that dude's healthy, that's a top 10 pick all day long. I think his tape that he showed in, 5 games before the injury, was the best offensive tackle tape of any player this year. And it's a perfect situation where there's stability for him to take the time that he needs, and there's a direct pathway to playing. You're picking 30, 32, or 31, whatever Kansas City was picking, and you get that type of a player. You can wait and cash that in and feel like you got yourself a top 10 value without having to pick.
We have the pick in the Cincinnati Bengals select Demetrius Knight. They go with a linebacker here, guys.
Yeah.
So Thomas is excited. Chase Brown dynasty managers are excited everywhere. They dodged a Caleb Johnson-sized bullet. We still got to get through round 3.
Oh,
Thomas,
Canada, baby. Oh, Canada.
We might be okay on our Chase Brown shares. Seattle is on the clock. Brett, unpack this pick.
Yeah, I like Demetrius Knight. He's my linebacker 3 in the class. I think I only wrote up 3 linebackers for the prospect guide. That's how low I am on this linebacker class, and he was the third one. So it's a little early. He's a unique profile because he's like 20. He's going to be 26 years old before the season ends. Like, I think he turns 26 in January. So it's like one of the oldest players, 6-year player, didn't really get on the field until his 5th year of college football at Charlotte.
Yeah.
And then he transfers to very interesting profile. But the tape this year was freaking fantastic. And then he went down to the Senior Bowl week, had a monster week in Mobile. But, he's got some coverage tools. I think he's more limited of an athlete than like a Schlesinger or a Jihad Campbell, guys that already went. But he's still a pretty fluid mover.
You know what everyone forgot about is that Jermaine Pratt requested a trade. They just re-up Logan Wilson and Jermaine Pratt, but I know that doesn't mean anything if a Bengals player requests a trade, they don't ever follow through. But they didn't need a third linebacker, right? I wonder if there's a possibility that they're going to move on from Jermaine Pratt is based on that trade request.
The last time we saw a Charlotte 49er selected on day 2, it was Alex Highsmith, who worked out pretty well for Pittsburgh. So we'll think that Knight might have a similar impact in the league. Whenever you see an older player at that linebacker selected, you got to think the guy's an absolute dog, Brett. Because it's a weird spot to draft old.
It is a weird spot to draft old. He's definitely seen some things. I think another thing that's cool, he's got like 650 career special team snaps. So he just immediately adds value. Schlesinger has 1 million of them too. I mentioned that when he went off the board. But if they do keep him around, if they do keep Jermaine Pratt around, you can see Knight being a big time special teams player for them in year 1.
I hope you didn't draft your special teams ace in the top 50 now. It's 26 years old.
It's the freaking Cincinnati Bengals, Joe.
I know. All 6 of their scouting members and their staff got together, and said, let's do this. Let's pick Demetrius Knight here.
It's a weird draft for Cincinnati, guys. It feels weird, doesn't it? Like Stewart and Knight, no one had that as their 1-2.
No, we still got Cody Ford as our starting right guard, and we're getting our third linebacker, 26 years old? Questionable.
Seahawks are on the clock here. Seahawks got Amen Worry. They got Gray Zabel. They are a team that has a lot of picks to work with here, Brett, upcoming in this draft. This feels like it could be an offensive selection. I'll throw out Elijah Arroyo here. There's a free square tight end spot. I know you've talked about A.J. Barner, how they like him in the building. I still think it would be a place you could upgrade the position. And then wide receiver still in play. They could use a wide receiver in Seattle. And then, Thomas, there's been a couple of beat reporters speculating that Seattle could add a high-end running back this class and move on from Kenneth Walker or Zach Charbonnet through a trade. So we'll keep that's sort of an out there one, but a way to not pay, stay young and stay cheap at the running back spot, and also get one of these very strong players. So never say never with that. Brett, do you have a feel on where Seattle's going with this pick?
I think maybe secondary, actually.
Yeah.
I know we're rooting for offensive players, but I think secondary. Also, the Denver Broncos just traded up here. So
to the Carolina spot.
Yes, to the Carolina spot. So we still haven't got the Seattle pick, but
No, the Broncos traded with Carolina.
yeah.
So they traded down.
Broncos traded down. Still waiting on who Seattle picked, though.
Are we sure Seattle's not going to go receiver?
I think them going receiver here would make a lot of sense. And I'll say we're not Trey Harris stands by any means here, but they've been connected to Trey Harris in the draft process. Seattle's had him in. Some beat reporters are speculating. This seems about the wheelhouse. If you're looking to add a big-bodied wide receiver to replace what you lost in DK Metcalf, they don't have that on the roster. MVS has the size. Kupp and JSN have a little bit of overlapping skill sets. They're both going to compete for slot snaps. A big outside receiver would make some sense here. Trey Harris, keep an eye on that name. Joe, you got a feeling on a pick here? You want to try to go 2 for 2 on predicting the pick right before it's called?
I really do feel like receiver makes a lot of sense for Seattle. Their current options.
Whoa! I didn't mean to interrupt you, but Seattle Seahawks select Elijah Arroyo, tight end, Miami. An absolute, I think, a great spot, because I just said we don't have a big-bodied wide receiver. Now they have a big-bodied wide receiver, but he has tight end eligibility. Elijah Arroyo can win downfield. He can win with Yak. This is a great spot. Joe, you take away your reaction to the Elijah Arroyo pick.
Well, Elijah Arroyo is now the best vertical receiving weapon that the Seattle Seahawks have.
There you go.
That's their best field stretcher. So with their kind of slot options in JSN and Cooper Kupp, those are not really down the field guys. So a unique way to find a field stretcher, but a player that I like a ton. I mean, he's a dynamic player that I think could be a mismatch player in the middle of the field.
Joe Dolan in the chat is excited because he has Elijah Arroyo in our Dynasty League, and he got him at a very good price. Thomas Tipple, we got to unpack this tomorrow, but this has been a slam dunk win for tight end premium managers. There's going to be some haters out there who are going to say that we rarely get multiple fantasy-friendly tight ends coming from the same draft class, but the NFL is telling us exactly what they think about this tight end class. It is very rare to have 2 in the top 15 and then get 3 on day 2 already. And Harold Fannin hasn't even heard his name called. Your thoughts, Thomas?
Yeah, I think for all tight ends, this is great, because tight end is such a gross and disgusting position for fantasy, to the point where people are actually taking the route of making the tight end spot a flex. Cowards, just putting it out there. But what's really good about this pick is that it keeps Seattle in 2 tight end sets, at least a little bit, to try to protect their Sam Darnold partial investment. I think this is really good. Another receiver means a lot more. 3 wide receiver sets. I don't know if they want to do that. So I like this. This is a perfect spot. Someone in the chat is finally dead. He has been, and he continues to be. So yes, this is phenomenal. Your second round picks, they're looking mighty fine right now, for sure.
Tight end premium picks have gotten way more valuable. People playing tight end premium should be very happy about this one. A lot of pushback in the chat every time I say one of these tight ends landed well. Well, they landed well, guys. They absolutely landed well. Taylor has a free square. Ferguson lands in a McVay offense, and Arroyo, like Joe said, fills a stylistic need that they lack at wide receiver, and he's essentially a big move tight end. And Brett, I would push back and say the fact that AJ Barner is there. What did AJ Barner do at Michigan, guys? AJ Barner was the blocking tight end for a athletic move tight end in Colston Loveland. So Barner can play in 12 and do all the blocking, and Arroyo can just run routes. And yeah, to the chat, your Noah Fant dynasty shares, they're dust. They're dead.
Yeah, they're gone, 100% gone. But this is just a really good spot. I mean, Darnold can hit a tight end, so we're liking this for sure.
100%.
Especially again, if they just keep 2 wide receivers on the field. Like if this is what's actually going to happen, we
have a
this
pick
lot.
here. Carolina went, and Brett, you're going to love this one, and Joe, I think you're going to love this one.
Yeah, I do.
Carolina last night, they were rumored to select a Michael Williams, a Jalen Walker. Instead, they go with their wide receiver 1, and they get Teteroa McMillan. Now they get Nick Scourton, who, Brett, we thought there was an outside chance could maybe sneak in to the first round a few weeks ago. Texas A&M tight end. Brett, you talked about what Texas A&M asked these guys to do and how it sort of held back their production. You had some high hopes for Scourton, and you mentioned him as a potential pick for your Detroit Lions.
Yeah, what Texas A&M did with both Stewart and Scourton was criminal at best, diabolical at worst. I mean, both these guys, like Scourton, played at over 290 pounds last year after being about a 265-pound player, 260-pound player at Purdue. He weighed 257 at the combine. Tell you what that. Pretty crazy. So, anyways, Texas A&M completely kind of ruined his senior tape, and unfortunately, but he's a monster. His 2023 tape is fantastic. So, good pick for the Panthers. They needed edge help. They have a legit pass rusher now, which is nice.
Love it.
We have the pick in for Tennessee. Another pick I think you're going to like, Brett. Femi Oladejo goes to the Tennessee Titans. Want to unpack this one?
I'll let Joe do it. He's more of
that's a good pick, man.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
Good edge rushers here back to back. Tennessee needed edge rusher, right? I mean, that was when it was about Abdul Carter with the number 1 pick. You're like, yeah, I kind of get it. They needed, of course, moving on from Harold Landry, which I think is perfectly fine, but they had a void there with their edge rush situation. And Oluwafemi is a player that just has an unbelievable motor, just recently transitioned to playing on the edge after being a stack backer for 3 seasons. He transitioned after week 2 this year, and what he showcased down the stretch was really, really high-level stuff. He's got a dense build. He's got good size. He's about 260 pounds, good length, and a good amount of skill that you don't expect for a guy that recently transitioned from an off-ball position to playing off the edge. I think that's a really, really good fit for Coach Wilson's defense there, and that's good value in my opinion.
We love it. Love it. Joe, appreciate the time, the analysis. I look forward to editing and listening to First Read twice a week. It's awesome, man. It's awesome to have you with us here today and part of the team. Let people know what you have going on with Locked On.
I appreciate that. Well, first of all, NFL First Read.
Yeah.
Every month, it's Tuesdays and Thursdays, me and Brett Whitefield chopping it up. One of my favorite parts of my week is getting to talk ball with Brett and put those podcasts out. But yeah, Locked On Bills, Locked On NFL Scouting. We got a lot going on. So good to be able to hop in here and really enjoy my opportunities to collaborate with you all here at Fantasy Points.
Thanks a lot,
man.
Joe. This was awesome, man.
Thanks, guys. Go Bills.
See you, brother.
For those watching, next up, we have the man, the myth, the legend back again. It's the Guru, who made sure to stay up post live stream to get the Fantasy Points podcast recorded with Brian Drake that released this morning. What an absolute fantastic run we've had, Guru. You've obviously been paying close attention. Your favorite pick of the second round so far?
I got to go with my guy Judkins. I try and have my own opinions. I mean, I respect Brett's opinion like few on the planet here, but I gotta go to my own beat of my own drum here. And I just popped in the tape. I'm like, you know me, I'm an eyeball test guy, and that's always been the case. That dude really passed my eyeball test. Like, everyone knows he's good. I think he has a chance to be, dare I say, special. So I got to go Judkins to the Browns because my man's going to get the rock or 250 carries like right out of the gate.
Yeah, and John, we talked about where he's going to go in redraft. We settled in on the 3rd round. I think he's there. There's going to be a little bit of pushback because of the quality of the Browns offense, but you nailed it with the volume. And I think he's going to be able to catch enough passes.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we're talking about a guy I think could be a 45 catch guy in year 1. Unpack like sort of where you think he'll end up in redraft ADP.
True. I mean, it's a great question. Again, I'm pretty sure. Didn't I say that like right when we signed off, like the Browns could take Judkins?
Yeah, you were all over this one, and you've been high on Judkins throughout the process.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm just going off of what I see. I mean, the guy carried the load for the first 2 years, and I see a lot of ability there. I mean, there's a lot to work with.
We have a pick in. I'll interrupt you real quick, John.
Sure.
The Buccaneers selected a player that, Brett, you were talking about a few minutes ago. Benjamin Morrison, the cornerback, goes to Tampa Bay. So they select Emeka Egbuka last night, followed it up with a cornerback. Talk about Morrison briefly, Brett, and then we'll get back to John.
Yeah, Morrison's a longer corner, really good in cover 3 quarter style coverage, good with his eyes on the quarterback. Not a guy I'm going to trust in man a ton, which is interesting because Todd Bowles is going to put his guys in man a ton, but they do a lot of fire zone type stuff in cover 3. He kind of fits that Carlton Davis, Jamel Dean profile. So it's a good scheme fit.
And we have, this feels like it could be the cornerback cleanup, because we see Morrison go off the board. Green Bay's about to pick at 54. Green Bay last night, they take Matthew Golden. We thought if they didn't take Golden, it was going to be a cornerback. So I'll go ahead and say I'm predicting it's going to be Trey Amos at 54. Back to you, John. I'll keep talking about your Judkins enthusiasm and any other picks you want to talk about, John.
Yeah. I mean, again, a lot of untapped potential overall in the receiving game, as you mentioned there. And yeah, I mean, the Browns still have some talent up front here. I mean, I know the O-line's been, hit a little bit. You still got Conklin, you've got Teller, Joel Bitonio. I guess he's getting up there, but I don't know about Jones at left tackle here. I don't know about their left tackle situation, but it's not the worst O-line. And hey, bro, Flacco, baby, he's back. So, I mean, we'll see who is eventually the quarterback, but a lot of handoffs here for Stefanski. So I'm looking at the board, and it's a tough call because we're looking at, again, volume. I'm going to say he should be, I believe, in redraft between RB 15 and 20.
Sounds about right for sure. And when we're searching for dead zone wins in fantasy, a lot of times it's those younger players. So Judkins there is definitely going to be an appealing one for us. It'd be interesting to see what happens with a couple of the rest of these running back landing spots. But
yeah,
big Caleb Johnson still on the board.
Real quick, I'm sorry to cut you off.
Oh, go ahead.
But I just wrote down, I didn't write down every pick, but man, this has been a really good draft for landing spots. So that tells me that teams are drafting for need a little bit more this year, which is fine by me because it really aligns with the fantasy. I'm talking even starting with Hunter. He could have gone to a situation that was not that ideal for offensive snaps. Of course, Genty, Tet, of course, Warren, Higgins. I was absolutely eyeballing Houston because they have a big need. Judkins, as I mentioned, Shuck. I mean, goodbye, Spencer Rattler. I mean, I'm going to rank him QB infinity in my Dynasty rankings because he's dead.
They're the same guy, though.
What's that?
Shuck and Rattler are the same guy, though.
With a huge gap in draft capital, though.
Well, and
sure.
I can tell you, people get on me a little bit. They're like, "Oh, who didn't you like at the combine?" I'll tell you who didn't like at the combine: Spencer Rattler. Okay, one of the worst interviews I've ever done. Okay, the guy he was too cool for school. Didn't want to be there. And let's see, popping the tape from this year, and he sucked. So yeah. I don't think he's going to be any good. I think Tyler Shuck. I mean, you see the interview with him? He's got a smoking hot girlfriend. He's got the bandana on the dog already for the New Orleans Saints. He's prepared. He's like 36 years old. But I got to tell you, Brett, real quick, I don't know if I've seen a dude this tall have this kind of mobility. This is pretty damn good mobility for 6'5".
Yeah, he ran really fast at the combine. You don't see a ton of it on tape. You see some escapability for sure. You don't see
there is some
as a runner, though,
Yeah. But a great fantasy draft overall, too. Overall, great fantasy draft.
John, one pick that the three of us were down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl, and one of the standouts was Jaden Higgins. Higgins gets the absolute nuts landing spot, goes to Houston in a situation where he could be the number 2 target this year. How enthusiastic are you about Higgins opposite Nico Collins? Now they have 6'4" and 6'3" at wide receiver.
Yeah, I think he if it's always that projection because you just never know if it's going to click quickly, especially at receiver. But if it does, then you could argue no worse. I mean, I think he could command the ball a little bit more than Dalton Schultz. But I would put him at it's close, Nico and then everyone else. I mean, Kirk is going to get some Schultz, but there is definitely an opportunity there to carve out wide receiver 2B or receiver 2B. option 2B in the passing game. I mean, that's a little lofty, but it's doable.
Travion Henderson was not a pick we projected to go to New England. We certainly had him in that wheelhouse, top 40 draft capital. Ryan Heath and I were sort of bullish on this one, where he has the potential to be the offensive focal point in New England. It's a offensive coordinator, Josh McDaniels, who has in the past heavily peppered running backs out of the backfield. Maybe that was a Brady thing as well. I'm sure a little bit, but it was also a McDaniel thing. Your thoughts on Henderson in this role, John?
I love it. I really do. I mean, I watched Henderson and I thought, hey, he's good. But I just thought, I don't know if this guy's getting more than 150 carries. So I think he's a dual backfield guy. And I think it's great because Ramondre Stevenson needs to be in a dual backfield. I mean, it's not ideal because he's a volume guy and he's a pretty good receiver, but we've seen him wear down pretty much every year. So they need some juice. Gibson stinks. So I think that Henderson is going to carve out a pretty solid role. I thought it was a great pick. I mean, he could end up being their RB1 maybe.
We have, not to interrupt you, we have a pick. Anthony Belton, the offensive tackle from North Carolina State, goes to Green Bay. I was very wrong on my cornerback projection. I think everybody sort of overestimated Green Bay needing a corner here, Brett. Instead, they go offensive with Golden and now Belton. Your thoughts on Belton?
Belton's a good player. I mean, he reminds me a lot of Roger Rosengarten from last year, where it's like just a real high floor tackle prospect, not a ton of upside traits, so he didn't get the first round capital, but just a real safe second round pick, a guy who can come in and compete, start, play tackle for you, could also maybe play guard. And I think that's interesting. Packers love these kind of guys, though. They love the guys that can move all over the offensive line, tackle guard combo. He's big, 6'6", 335, something like that. Ton of experience. But the Packers have no corners on the roster. Do they realize that they need, like they have to play corners? They don't have a choice like that. I don't.
Maybe it's the quality and depth of the position in the draft class that they value, and they think they'll get guys throughout the rest of the draft, Brett. So definitely an interesting one. I don't think too many people had Green Bay going offense. But hey, you score 10 points in a playoff loss, John. You gotta find a way to get it done. So continue on your Travion Henderson talk.
Yeah, and I mean, I think again, he's got a lot of pop, a lot of juice. He's probably the best receiving back in the class. Unbelievable in pass pro. So I think it's a great weapon that, I mean, they got to get this guy snaps right out of the gate here. So I think Gibson is dead. And it's a really nice, all of a sudden, this running back room has been lonely. I mean, they got a bunch of scrubs in this running back room the last couple of years. Now you inject this talent. All of a sudden, you're like, look out for New England's running game with a 1-2 punch.
I'll interrupt you one more time. I think that there's going to be a lot of people in the chat and a lot of people in fantasy, not Brett Whitefield, but there is an absolute hive for Trey Harris. And Trey Harris just landed pretty well here, Brett.
Yeah,
Trey Harris is a Los Angeles Charger. He gets the second round draft capital. He goes ahead of our guy, Jalen Noel, which I'm shocked about that one. And Trey Harris, it's a correction here, guys, because Trey Harris gets near top 50 draft capital. And you got to think he's got a chance to be better than Quentin Johnston and better than old Mike Williams and have the number 2 wide receiver role. Back-to-back seasons of the LA Chargers drafting a wide receiver in the second round. Ladd McConkey last year, Trey Harris this year.
Are they going to throw the ball enough for it to matter?
This is a good point.
Also, Trey Harris stinks, so there's that too.
So does Quentin Johnston.
So does Quentin Johnston. And I have more of a sample size of him stinking, John. At least we get a fresh slate here with Trey Harris. There is analytical analysts out there like our boy Debro, who absolutely love Trey Harris. I'll give a shout out to Jax Falcone of the Undroppables, who came on Fantasy Football Daily with me. And I know you've been on Jax's pod, Brett. Jax loves Trey Harris. Like, we don't love Trey Harris, but Trey Harris just landed really well. I think I'm going to be adjusting him in my ranks. John, your thoughts on this Trey Harris landing spot to LA?
Yeah, I mean, we can't count on Quentin Johnston. I don't know what the data. I know the data. I don't know if the data has it, but yeah, it probably does. all those big plays he made on broken plays and busts, there were like 3 or 4 of them that constituted like a very high percentage little touchdown. It was just like Mr. Individual play, which, I mean, it's great if you're making them one a game, but, you know.
Trey Harris, honestly.
What's that?
Sounds like Trey Harris, honestly.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But, you know, we can't count on Johnson
Brett
or
is
Mike Williams.
Brett is steaming right now in the chat. Brett is angry about this pick.
See,
right
now Jalen Noel would have been a great pick in general, but probably a little redundant with Ladd there. But
we have
I'm
a trade here.
I'm shocked.
The Lions traded up to 57. So we don't have the details of the trade, but the Lions traded up to 57. So this is going to be interesting. We have the Bears on the clock, and then the Lions right after them. Just to talk about the next few upcoming picks, and John, I'll see if there's any pick that you sort of have circled. Obviously, I'm hoping Chicago takes a running back. We have Chicago here at 56, Detroit at 57, Vegas at 58, Ravens at 59, and then we have the Denver Broncos and the Washington Commanders and the Bears and then the Chiefs. So we have a number of running back landing spots, guys. Bears with one of these picks, Denver with one of these picks, Washington with one of these picks, Kansas City with one of these picks.
Yeah.
Where, Brett, you've sort of talked about this running back run is going to happen sometime, whether it's in the 3rd round, whether it starts at the end of the 2nd round. A lot of guys were sort of projecting here. John, do you have one of these spots you've circled in these upcoming picks that would be a really fun running back landing spot?
You know, I think the remaining backs, I don't know. I mean, I think they're landing spot specific. Maybe RJ Harvey and Damian Martinez a little bit later excite me a little bit, but I think these guys are. I'm not that excited about anyone on the board at running back right now. Quite frankly, I might be a Cam Scattaboo or a Devin Neal if they land, or an RJ Harvey if they land in the right place. I'm most fascinated to circle it back. I mean, are the Raiders going to take Shedeur Sanders?
We have the Raiders are on the clock because the Lions just made a very Lions-like pick.
Yeah,
I think that Dan Campbell is going to be super excited about getting Tate Rutledge, the guard from Georgia. Very Lions-like draft so far here, Brett. They draft Tyleik Williams in round 1, and they get Tate Rutledge in round 2. This is about as on brand as it gets for a franchise that values line play.
Yeah, for sure. If you would have asked me who I thought they were going to take, I was going to say Rutledge or Josiah Stewart, the Michigan edge defender. Rutledge it is. Big, massive guard. They love these massive players, right? He's probably going to play, right guard for them right away. Keep Graham Glasgow and Christian Mahogany competing at the left guard spot. This is a good pick. Solid pick for them. Just solid trench. Build the trenches. Continue building the trenches. That's what they do.
Raiders OTC here. This is the last possible quarterback landing spot in the 2nd round if we're going to get one, unless we see a trade. I don't see another possible quarterback pick. I'll say Jalen Noel would be a steal here and a great pick for Vegas. We talked about Vegas potentially picking Noel at the beginning of the 2nd round.
That's true.
We've done that. I know you and Brian Drake talked about that. Brett Whitefield and I talked about that. Sort of a really nice landing spot for him. So I'll just throw Jalen Noel's name out here with the Raiders. And we have a Thomas Tipple Baltimore pick coming up soon. Thomas, do you have a name you have circled that you want the Ravens to take?
I don't have a guy. Look, I've prophesized Caleb Johnson going here to upset fantasy folks, but I know the chat's tired of hearing about Caleb Johnson.
Brett Whitefield special coming at you, and I like it. Get ready. Wide receiver. Sorry.
I'm behind.
Brett,
Go ahead and announce it.
Who is? I don't want to do that just because I don't want to.
Go for it, John. We're spilling the beans. We're trying to get as early as possible.
Let's call him Jack and the Beanstalk.
Jack Betch.
Yeah.
Okay. To Vegas.
To the Raiders?
Yes.
Oh my God, that's a great spot for him.
That's a fantastic spot for him. Unbelievable spot for him.
Yep, there it is. I'd like to give a shout out to who's feeding me this, but I won't.
Okay, well, John, stick with us here. We're going to give you the picks way before the big media. Turn off your TV and get over to Fantasy Points YouTube. If you're joining us in the stream, make sure you're subscribing to the Fantasy Points YouTube feed and smash the like button. This is a great one. Jack Betch, another guy we talked about the Senior Bowl, unbelievable player. He was the MVP of the game, and he was voted the most outstanding receiver by the opposing defensive backs. Has the size, really a perfect fit for Vegas when you look at it stylistically. I brought up Jalen Noel, but Vetch can play outside. He can bump inside, and this is a really fun landing spot, Brett.
Oh yeah, I mean, by far the most talented receiver on the roster. He can do pretty much everything. You can run after catch guy, contested catch guy, can run routes. I think he's got this fun intersection of Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp to his game.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm a big fan.
You want to know about my eyeball test? Because you talked with him briefly, didn't you, on the field? I was right there with you.
Yeah. I talked to him. And you talked to him too, Brad. He's a big dude.
He's a big dude.
He's a unit of a wide receiver.
But just like a overall vibe, dude is an absolute badass. I mean, the dude is a badass. That was my takeaway. I'm like, this dude's gonna do some damage. You know what I mean? You can just tell, right? I mean, just the way he carries himself, and of course the skills and all that. Yeah, I mean, this is yet another fantasy-friendly landing spot. I mean, this might go down as one of the most lucrative NFL fantasy drafts of all time. I mean, this is lining up pretty well.
And one pick that we didn't announce that I realized that I skipped over, the Bears at 56 selected Ozzie Trapilo, the offensive tackle from BC. So we see 2 Boston College players going inside of round 2. This is a really, really fun landing spot. I love the Jack Betch one, and I love the Trey Harris one. Got to figure Jalen Noel's name is going to get called before the end of the second round. I'm going to be utterly depressed if we don't hear Jalen Noel's name called.
Oh, totally. Well, how about DC at 29?
Won't be in Baltimore. I'll tell you that much. That's not going to be the one. So it's going to have to be a Denver Commanders.
Yeah,
I
know they got Debo, but
take another wide receiver, baby. Let's go. Let's just add another.
We're running out of clean wide receiver landing spots the rest of this round. So definitely an interesting one.
How about if Philly took him, by the way, because they haven't had a third receiver in like 18 years of note. You know, that'd be sick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The size of the offensive lineman coming off the board right now is notable. I think the Philadelphia Eagles are wearing on everybody, but Anthony Belton, 6'6", 340, Ozzie Trapilo, 6'8", 310, and then Tate Ratledge, 6'6", 325 as a guard. I mean, these guys are massive human beings.
Hey,
I will say this. Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. Thomas, you talk about production at the defensive end spot. You talk about a guy who's fallen for off the field stuff. But Mike Green going here, if you walk away with Malachi Starks and Mike Green, I think that sounds like a Ravens draft to me. Just a feel for Mike Green here.
I've been talking about this with a friend of mine as he's been falling, and he just fits their like criminal or lack of like any sort of background check that Baltimore really does. They just take like the player that's available, that's best on their board. He just fits like the run of like Ray Lewis, Terrell Suggs-esque bullies type players, and they need an explosive pass. We had a pass rush, was not an explosive pass rush, and it showed in the playoffs against Buffalo. Couldn't get anywhere near Josh Allen. I don't care how many sacks we had. I think you're right. That's 2 of the upper tier defensive players on the board. Baltimore's not afraid of burning a second round pick on a pass rusher. They did it with Ajabo. So that's a good pick there. I selfishly want it to be Caleb Johnson to just fulfill half of my prophecy. But as a fan, I think interior offensive line, like Brett said, the size of these guys going off the board is notable. They do need a guard. So I can see that as well. Second round pick for Baltimore is never a sexy pick. So it's not going to be sexy. It's not going to be flashy, but if it is, I'd be surprised.
Darius Alexander is still there if they want to go with an interior defensive lineman. Obviously they could take another defensive back. It feels like it's a defensive pick for Baltimore. Caleb Johnson, like we talked about this, Brett and I know you guys have all talked about the potential for Baltimore to take a running back with this pick because they have 11 picks in this draft. This is the free square pick. They filled the need with Malachi Starks, added one of the best defenders in the draft. This is the one where just take the best player on your board. Doesn't matter what the position is. So this will be a really fun one. And, Jack Betch felt like a Raven. I mean, to me, like I thought he could potentially fall to this spot. So the Raiders take him a pick before. Great draft from the Las Vegas Raiders. So we're waiting on the Baltimore pick.
They're going
Everybody
edge.
in the chat.
They're going edge. FYI, guys.
It's in, and it is Mike Green.
Mike Green.
Yep.
How many picks have we given people tonight, Brett?
Like,
where we're
almost all of them, literally.
Yeah. We've been standing on business here, dropping the picks. We're gonna try to unpack. I mean, Thomas Tipple.
That's a great
I'll say
pick.
that 6 weeks ago, Thomas, you go on like just a tangent about how sick to your stomach you're going to be if your Ravens take a guy who's a traits guy, not a production guy. You just got 2 All-Americans. You got the nation's leader in sacks, who, by the way, Mike Green dominated at the Senior Bowl, like completely manhandled Josh Connerly, completely manhandled a number of these offensive linemen who have already heard their name called. And then you get Mr. Georgia Bulldog, all SEC 2 years in a row, Malachi Starks.
He's somebody that's going to bring a violent nature back to Baltimore's defense, something that they've kind of lacked, like a defensive leadership presence, somebody who can get angry in a game and just go straight at. And you add in that he's going to be a rotational pass rusher with Van Noy and Owe, but if they can get his mind right and they can get his work ethic right and help him be a Raven, or as they say, play like a Raven, I love this pick for them. And like you said, they have so many picks in this draft. I think if this does blow up on them, they can recover. But EDC just comes from the school of taking best player available, and they did again.
I mean, you could just see it where a year from now, everybody's like Mike Green was the steal of the draft, Brett. Like you've brought up the off the field stuff, but how do you view him as a player in your evaluative process when looking at him?
Oh, I had a second round grade on him, so he went about where I thought he should. He's a productive pass rusher, but some of it was level of competition. He's got some flaws in his game. He's a heavy forward leaner. You saw that at the Senior Bowl too. A lot of those big wins, the Connerly win specifically, you mentioned, he literally took his helmet and headbutted Connerly in the face. Like, you're going to get snatch and trapped every single time you try to do stuff like that in the NFL. So he's not without warts for sure. I think it wasn't just all field why he went in the second round. He always should have been a second round pick to me. Still, though, I mean, these are the types of guys you want to be drafting in the second round from a developmental standpoint. Really good athlete, explosive first step. He has some tools he's to work with. So, I don't want to say I'm a big fan of Mike Green, but I'm a big fan of the pick and what he can mean to that Ravens team. So,
and a big shout out to the Walshes. Joe Walsh was in the chat yesterday, came over here and sticking with us here on day 2. I'm going to give a shout out to Joe's brother, Ken, who is also watching us. Big shout out to our chat. You guys are such a knowledgeable fan base over here in terms of a lot of the chat has been super lit. A big shout out to you guys. It's been fantastic for now nearly 2 rounds, and it's going to stay lit throughout the NFL draft because the Dynasty Points crew is taking over for day 3, and I'm joining them for our rookie mock draft. We're going to do a little Dynasty rookie mock draft tomorrow right here on Fantasy Points YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to it. Make sure you hit the like button. And big reminder, if you want to learn about these prospects, maybe your team selected somebody, maybe somebody's still on the board, Brett Whitefield's prospect guide is available to you for free. Go ahead and just register on the site, and you get it over at fantasypoints.com. Fantasy Points podcast for John, Fantasy Football Daily for myself. Today, Brett and I unpacked the day 1 winners. Last night, John, you guys are burning a candle late night recording, you and Brian Drake last night.
Yeah.
You guys also unpacked round 1. So check out those 2 podcasts. But we're going to keep going here with day 2. Guys, this is the free square running back spot. Denver's on the clock. John Hansen, they have to take a running back. They have to.
They have to. They really do. I mean, because otherwise, like now we're getting arrogant at this point. And the deepest class. I don't know though. I don't know. There's something about the rest of the board. I'm not that excited overall. But if they took Caleb Johnson, okay, that's 250 carries. Cam Scatterboo's probably 200 plus carries. If they took Devin Neal, it might even be a reach at this point. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, Brett. Damian Martinez, perhaps. I don't know. I mean, who's the Ingram and who's the Kamara on the roster? They don't have either.
Yeah.
Caleb Johnson would be the pick where if Caleb Johnson goes here to Denver, it's going to melt faces in Dynasty and in fantasy football because Caleb Johnson already sort of has a hive. He'd get the round 2 draft capital, and it's just a free square landing spot. We believe in this Denver offense. But like you said, John, like it depends on the stylistic fit really for them. And could this be a shocking pick, Brett, where they value athleticism? Maybe they value a pass rusher. At this point, I don't care. All right, well, lay it on us, John. Who'd they take?
It is a running back, and it's the running back that I mentioned, RJ Harvey.
Whoa.
Can go.
Okay. Brett Whitefield gets his props here. Our Brett Whitefield's
Go.
RJ Harvey is my running back 6, which is cool. Brett Whitefield, this is your running back 3. And Brett, you get some props here because you've had RJ Harvey ahead of Caleb Johnson for a long time. And you got some heat on this one. You put your rankings out there, and there's been a lot of people coming in and saying, whoa, Brett, look at this clickbait ranking. Well, the NFL agrees with Brett Whitefield once again. You cooked on Jackson Dart for about a year and a half, and now you cooked on RJ Harvey. Guys, this is incredible. If we just give RJ Harvey the Javonte Williams role in terms of the targets out of the backfield, woo! I mean,
let's go.
Javonte was top 5 in targets last year at the running back spot. And they finally get an efficient runner here, guys. They haven't had it at fantasy impact running back, a real one, an RB1, John, since no Sean Marino.
I was just gonna say, Theo, when you were bringing up Caleb Johnson, I was gonna chime in and say, Sean Payton typically prefers guys with incredible foot speed. That is not Caleb Johnson.
That is not Caleb Johnson. True.
Look at all the way from Reggie Bush to Alvin Kamara to Mark Ingram. These guys are insanely quick, change of direction specialists. And that's RJ Harvey's whole game. His feet are so impressive. That's the hallmark of his game. Yeah. I wrote in his report he has class best contact balance, and yes, I'll put that up against Cam Scatabo. And then to make the cherry on top is he's got elite breakaway speed too. So the quickness, the contact balance, the breakaway speed. He's a pass game weapon. I think he had 5 or 6 receptions of targets that were 20 or more yards downfield this past season. Like he is the total package. It's why he's my RB3. He doesn't have any gaps in his game. He's a phenomenal player through and through.
I had him at 6, and I feel like an idiot because I didn't really like RJ Harvey. Caleb Johnson that much. I didn't really like him, but I figured, one team looking for an early down guy, he'll get probably drafted. That's a great call. That's a great call because I don't think anyone was higher on Harvey than you were.
I'll say this: when it comes to Caleb Johnson, I still think he's got some outs here. But Caleb Johnson is a bet on volume. He's a volume back. When you talk about RJ Harvey, RJ Harvey can fill a number of roles, Brett. He's explosive as a runner. He's strong as a pass catcher. He's got home run hitting ability and underrated volume guy. Like RJ Harvey, when it comes to production over the last 2 years, the most productive running back in the country in the last 2 years combined is RJ Harvey. Tons of production there, and did it in the Big 12. Interesting storyline was a quarterback at Virginia under Brocco Mendenhall, transfers, plays running back. Like everything about RJ Harvey screams fantasy friendly, and he can thrive on high value touches, thrive as a pass catcher. Like I can't be more excited about him getting into round 2 here and to the Denver freaking Broncos.
We're not box score counting stat guys, but just look at the numbers in the Power 4 level. 3,500 yards from scrimmage and 43 touchdowns the last 2 years.
Yeah,
that is freaking unbelievable. Like that's another thing. Like teams, we don't do box score counting, but they do. And so you look at the production at that level. I kind of just felt like he'd be a top 75 pick no matter what. And then he gets the R2 capital here. I'm elated with this one.
I was going to say I hate to say I am a little bit of a box score. I was just kidding.
Well, listen, it's cool when and I'll say this also, like RJ Harvey was also super impressive at the NFL Combine. The athletic measurables for him were very impressive. The 40 was like, and the Senior Bowl, he was a big time standout. That's the one thing where people say, Theo, you're talking about the receiving upside for RJ Harvey. Central Florida didn't really ask him to do it so much, but at the Senior Bowl, every single pass drill, like pass catching drill, RJ Harvey was one of the standouts.
Yeah.
100%.
They literally had to. They ended day 2. They brought a defensive back over to have him run a route against because he tore apart all the linebackers. Like,
that's always the litmus test at the Senior Bowl.
It is.
The running backs, receiving, that's it. That's pretty much all you get. But if a guy's balling out receiving at the Senior Bowl, Brett, that means he's good and he'll do it in the NFL, because that's been my experience so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if they get the, oh, shoot, we can't put linebackers on him anymore. Let's go grab a safety and see if we can beat him.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what RJ Harvey did. So
this is the big correction. And we've talked about this here on Fantasy Points for about 6 weeks, that RJ Harvey is going to be the guy where all of the Dynasty rankers besides us, we're going to have to really adjust where they had RJ Harvey. I remember a few Dynasty rookie mock drafts that we did, Brett, where people get in the chat and they'd say, you wouldn't take RJ Harvey here in a real draft. Well, Scott Barrett, Abibag Matoba, and I actually took him in a FFPC 350, and we got him in like round 14 in a redraft that already happened as well. So our RJ Harvey bags are packed at Fantasy Points in every single way. That's why you subscribe to Fantasy Points. We're not giving you everybody else's rankings. We're giving you the correct rankings.
He's been such a value all month. Here are some of the names from April 1st to now that have been going next to RJ Harvey: Jalen Coker, Russell Wilson, Jordan Mason, Rashid Shaheed. We have Marvin Mims, Bashal Tootin, Harold Fannin, Darnell Mooney. He was going as the running back 44 at pick 156 up until today through April. Just can't state enough that if you were doing startups, these rookie picks post like round 8 are just damn near locks to get boosted. So hopefully it's a lesson learned for next season.
Yeah, guys, I do have another prediction real quick. I've been saying how great this has been for fantasy. My prediction is from this point forward, 75% of the running back picks are going to screw us and muddy it backfields.
It's happening. Tyrone Tracy's going to get annihilated. We have a pick in Brett, that's where you were, the Washington Commanders. I've been saying the name Trey Amos for like 2 hours, and he gets selected here. And towards the end of the second round, Washington Commanders get Trey Amos. So this is a guy, Brett, that was a real steamer towards like a lot of the competition mock drafts where people turn in their final mock draft. A lot of people were sneaking in Amos because
to Washington, by the way, to Washington. Yeah, and so they get him a whole round later. Excellent player. Washington is loading up at cornerback.
They might have the best trio of corners in the league right now.
I mean,
it's Gord. That's a bold statement.
They're up there. They're up there. If we start unpacking it, Brett, I don't know if you think that's crazy that I just said that, but like when we talk about Lattimore, now they get. I mean, this is a top notch corner.
Lattimore, Sainristil, and now Amos.
Yeah.
It's a great scheme fit. A guy who can play man or zone. He's big, physical, long. Another Senior Bowl standout too, by the way. Senior Bowl, once again tearing up the draft. Mm-hmm. He was, I think, in my opinion, he was by far the best corner at the Senior Bowl. So
they got a lot of corners. They got Jonathan Jones too, and Igbenogany.
Bears are on the clock here. We just saw RJ Harvey go off the board. Bears were brought Caleb Johnson in. Talk about the Caleb Johnson bailout pick. I feel like I'm Mel Kiper talking about Shedeur Sanders. I kind of chill on the Caleb Johnson talk.
I feel that way.
But by the way, I knew as soon as I heard Mel Kiper was on Shedeur, I'm like, that's it. He sucks.
Yeah, 100%. But Caleb has been linked to Chicago. Apparently, Ben Johnson likes him. This would be in the David Montgomery role. They've been very offensive heavy in their. They pick Loveland. They get Burden. Potentially here a running back. I think Chicago adds a running back this draft. This would seem like a good spot because, like you said, John, there's going to be some bad landing spots for us, but we do think the running back run is going to start happening.
Yeah, but my question would be to the Bears, do they realize that there are 11 starters on defense? I'm just wondering.
Well, listen, you got both of these like Jacksonville, Chicago, they make these offensive hires and
for sure. No, I'm teasing. I mean, I'm not complaining, but it is kind of funny. Like because you're looking at them like, oh my God, they're loaded, kind of. Granted, Caleb Williams is a great unknown, but okay, but they have a lot of potential on offense, but I don't know about their defense.
Well, give me all the shootouts possible.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
my fantasy
No,
team,
I
John.
hear you. I hear you for sure.
So Chicago here on the board. Care to guess which way they're going to go here, Brett?
I'm going to say edge, right? Landon Jackson, maybe he's a compression style rusher with some speed and athleticism. They need another D tackle. Maybe another
got like 4 impact starters on defense.
It's weird because they have some young players on defense. I don't know how they it's a new regime, right? So I don't know how they're going to view all these guys.
Josiah Stewart seems like he'd be a good pick here.
We got a D tackle. We got a D tackle coming off the board.
Darius so Shamar Turner goes off the board. So they go with the interior defensive tackle. Shamar Turner. Now we've had a run on Texas A&M lineman Scorton. So Scorton goes a few picks before, and now Turner goes off the board to the Chicago Bears. So John, you get like you're yelling about them to take a defender. They do the right thing, but not the right thing for fantasy managers. We really wanted a running back landing spot in Chicago. I hope we get one sooner than later. Thoughts on this pick, Brett?
Yeah, I mean, this is a bet on the trades kind of guy, a very explosive defensive tackle, elite first step, and then he plays with like a burning hot motor too. So anytime you get that athleticism motor combo, I think that's a good foundation to build on. He's a little raw though. He's got a good like swim / arm over move, but ultimately he's going to be a little bit of a project for them. But really disappointing 2024 season, but the 23 tape is pretty good. So for a team that maybe has their starters for right now in place at D tackle, this is kind of a good pick. Bet on the traits, developmental guy who could turn out to be a stud 3 technique pass rusher. He's a pass rush first D tackle, by the way.
Shout out to Mike Elko. Get us a little bit more production from your NFL draft pick defensive lineman next year, Coach. So we've got coming up on the board here, next few picks. We're towards the end of round 2. We had Ryan Heath on. Ryan Heath talked about Kansas City. John, KC has the 63rd and 66th overall picks. We could see a running back go off the board to KC. They have two chances to get one.
Yeah, and look, no offense to Isaiah Pacheco. I'm from South Jersey. So is he. And I always give love to South Jersey, but I hated him as a prospect. Proved me wrong, but, when it's often the case, well, I'm sorry, I'm wrong 2 years in a row, but then the guy's gone. You know what I mean? And my overall take on the guy is right. So, I mean, I think they need to upgrade from Pacheco. I mean, I don't trust Elijah Mitchell. I mean, this man was hurt coming out of the womb. So I would not be shocked at all if how about Devin Neal?
Ooh.
I mean, he's Kareem Hunt. He's a Kareem Hunt type. Right?
And also we talked to, I think it was the two of us who talked about this, John, where Devin Neal, like there's going to be some connections with the proximity where Giddens and Neal, there's going to be some people in the building in Kansas City who may like those guys. I'll say this is the ultimate Cam Scattaboo bailout spots.
Yeah, could be.
Scattaboo is just
and it's not any of them.
And
it's not D
tackle. Break the pick here.
Yeah, D tackle. Norman Lott.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Chiefs go with
Omar coming. Omar.
There we go. I love the reference, John. Love the reference. So we're talking about the Chiefs go offensive tackle, and now they go defensive tackle. They have no respect for this thing of ours, Brett. No skill position players here at the end of round 2. Thoughts on that pick, though, Brett? We're starting to see a run on a cleanup of defensive tackles.
If you listen to First Read It All, you know that Joe and I are over the moon about this edge and D tackle class, and you're seeing it, man. Like all of these picks are freaking edge D tackle guys. It's kind of great. Omar Lott's another one. He fell a little bit because he had some medical, I think, pop up. I think completely healthy with no questions asked. Probably a top 40 pick easily. So not too far of a fall here, but he's a fantastic player. Another pass rush first D tackle where, real traitsy kind of guy, big, long, explosive. It's a fine pick. Kansas City needs it. They don't have any pass rush outside of Chris Jones, so go get some.
So, guys, this is Scott Loeffler, Bowling Green head coach, Harold Fannon's coach, gets the QB job in Philly this offseason. There's been some Philly beat reporters speculating that pick 64 could be the Harold Fannin Jr. landing spot.
Ooh.
It seems a little high, but there's some people in the building who like him. And Brett, they have a need for a long-term answer at tight end as a catching tight end. Dallas Goedert's been rumored to be traded. A number of the tight ends we thought that they would draft if they were there are off the board. A lot of connections here to Harold Fannin Jr., and the landing spot would be ideal draft capital-wise. They also, like you said, John, they don't have a third wide receiver, and you can put Fannin inside in the slot in some packages. So if just throwing that one out there.
Yeah, obviously with the dot connecting there, I can't argue against that. I would say traditionally the way the Eagles have used tight ends is more of that inline only type player, like a Dallas Goedert, obviously.
That's
so I think they'll be interested in like a Mitchell Evans or a Ben Urasek from Georgia, where they're going to be blocker first types that give you some run after catch rumbling ability. But
who's the tight end in the Philly special? Because that was the guy that
Ertz, right?
No. It was that non-inline guy who didn't really. Oh, was it Clay Harbor?
No.
Who was that? Oh man, now I'm gonna have to look
The
that up.
the Philly special, I know you're talking about. It was Trey Burton.
Trey Burton.
Yeah. They have that guy on the roster and Grant Calcaterra too, which is probably pointing out.
Right. Trey
Not
Burton.
that he's any good, but
Shout out to Brian Sion, who does not like me rooting for fantasy football landing spots. I mean, this is fantasy points here. This is not, edge rusher points. But I'm going to continue to do it because we want good landing spots for our fantasy football teams. So just bear with me, Brian. We'll give you plenty of analysis from Brett Whitefield as well on these interior linemen and such. So Philly here, about to end the round. What way are we thinking here, guys?
They're just find whoever the best player from Georgia is on the board and pencil them in.
Who won the Natty last year? Let's pull a guy from that team.
Yeah, just pick the best player on the board and just put him in Philly, right? Like the Eagles and Ravens operate that way no matter who's on the board. They don't build for need. I don't think Philly has a need, so here we go.
I mean,
they take Campbell last night, so they got the best player on the board there.
Yep.
End up with a lot of people had Campbell inside of their top 15 overall. They get him at 31. This is going to be an interesting pick. So I've said this could be the Fannin one. John, you've talked about they need a wide receiver. I think it's his best player available. We'll see which way they go, though.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of receivers. Well, I mean, again, our boy's still on the board. That would be a pretty good pick.
Noel would be a very good pick. Very disappointing to see Noel fall out of round 2.
I don't get it.
The hit rates also, people will say splitting hairs here. He'll go in the third. But the hit rates on third-round wide receivers versus second, it's night and day. Top 50 draft capital versus non-top 50 draft capital, it's night and day if you're just trying to bet the averages with your dynasty rosters.
Yeah.
So
the only good thing, guys, is I feel like 85% of our subscribers will still get Noel because he's going to be like, what? I mean, where's he at now? Third round, fourth round, third round? I mean, he's going to go like 32 in these rookie drafts, which is absurd to me.
I can tell you exactly where he's been going if you give me one moment.
32 is probably a little high, but
he's been inside of a lot of third rounds. I think,
but I don't know about now.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
See where he goes, of course.
So we are waiting. This is the last pick of the second round. Big shout out to the chat. The first 2 rounds have been absolutely lit. We're going to be sticking here for the entire third round, rest of the night, covering each and every pick and trying to unwrap these players' impacts in fantasy football. We're waiting for this pick though. This is a lot of indecision here. And then just to talk about the picks that are upcoming in the third round while we wait on this Philly pick. We've got some really fun fantasy football landing spots, John, at the beginning of the third. And you've also got a situation where both quarterbacks, Shedeur Sanders and Jalen Milroe, have fallen now out of the second round. You've got New York at the beginning of this third round.
Eagles taking a safety, by the way. FYI. They're
Smart.
going safety.
Smart.
Okay, so they take Andrew Makuba.
Makuba.
So
Yeah.
very good selection there. I know Brett's been high on him. So Eagles go linebacker and safety, defense, in traditional Howie Roseman fashion. They clean up the board. So let's talk about the third round, some potential landing spots here. You have the Cleveland Browns at 67 coming up, the third pick in the third round. They need a quarterback. Jalen Milroe and Shedeur Sanders are sitting here for the taking. New York at 65. This has been a pick that's been heavily speculated to be a running back. New York has had every running back under the sun in the building, including Caleb Johnson, Cam Scatterbu, Ollie Gordon. They've hosted all of these guys. We talked about KC at 66, potentially running back spot there. Vegas at 68. They just took a wide receiver. That could be a quarterback spot. New England at 69 has to be a wide receiver. Jalen Noel landing at 69 there would be a massive win for them.
Oh my goodness.
Massive. Because we thought
that's a great point, because I did a radio show with Charlie Weiss about 4 or 5 years ago, Mr. Tom Brady's first coordinator. I believe it was the year Jerry Jeudy. I was like, why don't they take Jeudy? Can we get a run after the catch guy who's got some pop and some juice? Nobody listens. But it's been a long ass time since we've had some real legitimate production and speed and juice run after the catch for New England.
Brett, you rejoined us here. Talk about the Eagles selection of safety Andrew Makuba.
I hate the Eagles so much, and the main reason I hate them is because they pick all of the best players. Andrew Makuba was my second-rated safety in the class. He was a top 30 player for me overall.
Wow.
Another guy they added the defense that can cover the slot. He can play corner in a pinch if he need to, but he's just got incredible ball skills. And just a versatile piece. We kind of knew safety was going to be on the menu with Reed Blankenship stepping back into a starting role, right? So just makes a ton of sense here.
Vic Fangio's the man. I am told here that the Giants are not going with a running back. It is Darius Alexander, D tackle.
Ooh.
So another big need for New York, interior defensive lineman, Darius Alexander. Wow. Brett, that's one that you have to like at this range in the draft. There were some mocks maybe 6 weeks ago that speculated Alexander could go at the end of the first round, falls to beginning of round 3. I think Giants fans are going to love this pick.
Their defensive line is disgusting. It might be my favorite unit in the league.
Sick.
Dexter Lawrence is probably the most slept on player in football.
Yeah.
And you're putting Darius Alexander next to him with Brian Burns, Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau, Rakeem Nunez-Roaches as a run stuffer. I mean, they have everything you could possibly need on this D-line. Their secondary is retooled and loaded. The Giants roster on paper is actually kind of sneaky good. They just have no one to play quarterback.
Well, they have Jackson Dart now.
Jackson Dart for sure.
And Brett, just to what your point, last year the Giants nailed the draft. They had a number of guys, including not just Malik Neighbors. There was about 5 guys who got on the field and contributed. This draft looks like they got 3 more. They got a starting quarterback in Dart. They get a starting defensive tackle in Alexander, and they get a potential all-pro defensive end in Carter. And like you said, Brett, another win was Kayvon Thibodeau is completely in on the ride, gets an extension there. Instead of getting traded, they now have a 3-deep defensive end group. So how do you go up against Jalen Hurts? How do you go up against Jaden Daniels with a lesser quarterback situation? You have absolute dudes on the defensive line.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Important to note, too, that Tyrone Tracy has survived 3 rounds so far in the NFL draft.
Tyrone Tracy is absolutely one of the winners here. And, the fact that they've traded draft capital to get Dart might have saved Tracy. Now, Tracy, they're still going to add somebody on day 3, but at the end of the day, Tracy managers have to walk away feeling ecstatic. John, we talked about Tracy when we podcasted together. I was very nervous about Tracy, not surviving this draft. And I know, Thomas, you were as well. This kind of profile, the Tyler Algiers, the James Robinsons, the lower draft capital guys, they often get nuked in the draft, but Tracy for now has survived.
Yeah. And I'm looking at my current Dynasty ranking here on the site. I had him at RB21. That's right around where it should probably go for season long this year. At this stage.
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, I thought he was really good. I very much liked him last year. Tracy, that is, and
That was your guy.
That's right. And seeing him still be viable is like very nice for me personally. I don't think it totally holds up, but I'll be honest, I'm not that concerned about a round 4, round 5 RB in terms
especially
of something produce
when your running back in question is a former receiver who's still learning the position. You know,
I think that's one thing I'll say. If it's the overlapping skill set that would bother me, Thomas.
Yeah,
if they draft a Brashard Smith, I'm going to like that a lot less than them drafting some sort of a meat shield 10 carries a game guy. Because I think Tracy to take that next step in this offense is the pass catching ability, because we saw it at times last year, but it was inconsistent usage. Like you said, former wide receiver Tracy. Tracy's a huge winner dynasty wise, and I'm going to be writing a dynasty winners and losers article that'll come out over at Fantasy Points probably Monday or Tuesday. Tracy right now, absolutely a winner. Chase Brown manager survived round 2. Tyrone Tracy manager survived at the beginning of round 3.
Yeah,
Thomas, it hasn't been the apocalypse that we thought.
No, and I mentioned this on Dynasty Points, and I actually kind of mention it every chance I get. It's like every year we have a class. Oh, this is a great deep class, or even like, oh, this is an elite, elite class. This class was viewed fantasy wise as not being a very strong one for a long period of time, and then we did the usual like scouting portion of the off season, and it got boosted again, which no harm in that. But now we're seeing the reflection of what the NFL thinks. And I'm sorry, once we hit this end of the 3rd and into the 4th, hit rates drop so dramatically. It just once again shows like we want all these players to go to all of the fantasy friendly smash pick. Everyone is a contributor, great opportunity. It never goes that way. And I have to tell you, the 2nd round was a disappointment. There is some hope in the 3rd.
Yeah.
I think NFL First Read hit it perfectly this entire process. Edge rusher, the lines, the trenches, and in the secondary was the real strength of this draft.
Yeah, and I will say this real quick. I at this stage, I take in everything that is coming out of the draft process, and put it through my own filter. I understood when people said this is a great running back class, but quite frankly, when I looked at it, I was like, I think it's a bunch of dudes after the top 4 guys. They're good, but I don't know if they're going to be unbelievable, and that's showing here. Only 5 running backs drafted.
Well, a little pushback on those comments, guys. We get an absolute nuts landing spot for RJ Harvey, who I had inside of my top 24 dynasty running backs. And I know you did as well, John. So we get a nuts landing spot. He's going up. RJ Harvey's now inside the top 20. You get a nuts landing spot for Quinshawn Judkins. Oh, yeah. Travion Henderson, we get the nuts draft capital where he goes inside the top 40 picks. So I would argue like this story hasn't been told yet. And I'll remind you guys, like who in 2023 was the best value running back, where we had the Bijan Jahmyr Gibbs class, and it was Devon Achane goes in round 3. So and Chase Brown in round 5, Thomas. So the story hasn't been told yet.
Not over
running back class. We still got some bullets here.
When we're when we're talking about. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brett.
Oh, so have you guys seen RJ Harvey's projection from Chris yet?
No.
RB 19 officially. He will be Chris's RB2, rookie RB2 behind Ashton Genty.
Yeah, he's a first round pick in dynasty rookie drafts. If you're doing, and Thomas, we could unpack this tomorrow, but I think like the landing spot alone, there was a chance that RJ Harvey would land in the 2nd round and people would still discount him and let you get him in the 2nd round. Now that he gets the best possible landing spot, I'll ask you this, Thomas, Travion Henderson or RJ Harvey? RJ Harvey in one of the best offenses in the league with one of the best offensive lines in the league. New England's still a work in progress. Where are you at on that one with the draft capital discrepancy, but for the same round?
I'll take the guy in the better offense. I'll take Harvey.
So there you go. Yeah. And I think that's something where a lot of people are on Henderson ahead of Harvey, because, John, once these guys get insulated early, a lot of times the market won't move it. But I think that the fact that we're having that conversation here just goes to show you what an unbelievable landing spot that was for Harvey. We already really liked him. So I don't know, guys. I don't know.
I will say this. Maybe I'm crazy, but if I had that call, Travion or RJ Harvey, it would be a timing thing. Like if I needed immediate help, I'm going Harvey.
Yeah.
But if it was a little bit of a luxury pick, I'd go Henderson because Josh McDaniels is one of the best coaches I've ever seen at using running backs in the pass game. It's not just Brady. I mean, he designs really good stuff.
Sean Payton doesn't suck at that though.
Oh, for sure, of course, for sure. But I'm just saying, I think Henderson's a little more exciting for the long term in a lesser volume role, I guess. But I think like an Austin Eckler.
Yeah,
the pick is in. Brett, you want to announce this one and break it down because the Chiefs are not going running back again. Very boring run from Kansas City for us for fantasy football purposes.
Yeah, they're doing what's right though.
Yeah,
O-line, D-line, D-line. They're getting right in the trenches. Louisville edge rusher Ashton. I don't know how to say his name. Galoti or Galot. I'm not sure.
Let us know in the chat. But 6'3", 280.
Yeah, he's a power rusher.
This is a big defensive end. Listen, the Chiefs, not what I expected from them. For weeks, I've sort of been saying that with 63 and 66, this was going to be the running back spot. A lot of very sad Cam Scattaboo dynasty enthusiasts out there. And it's funny because we had, I think, two players who have like a hive associated with them. Trey Harris and Cam Scattaboo.
Uh-oh. Who's ready for another bad wide receiver pick by the Patriots?
Well, tell me it's Jalen Knoll. At least
no,
save
it's
it.
not. That's why it's bad. Kyle Williams.
Oh, well,
he gets steaming up. He's steaming up in the process. I don't necessarily hate that one, but going Kyle Williams over Jalen Knoll, little surprising to me, but there were some people speculating that Kyle Williams or Jaden Higgins, like it was an out there speculation that there was like somebody could sneak in at 32 and take him. So Kyle Williams, unpack it here, Brett, didn't produce big time with Cam Ward, which was kind of weird.
Yeah,
and this past year produces.
He's a decent prospect. He actually scored him right about where he should be drafted here at early third round. It's just interesting to me he went ahead of my guy Jalen Knoll, but that's okay.
No, it's not.
Well, I do like he has a little bit more size than the guys they have in the fold right now. I think he's 6'1", 205-ish. Decent after the catch. Decent.
Why are they so against? I know they've got Pop Douglas, but did they draft Pop Douglas?
No,
No, they didn't. Why are they so? They refuse to draft quick twitch smaller guys, and that's where the freaking NFL's been, and that's why they suck.
Yeah, Williams is a good athlete at least though, so they are getting a good athlete.
Okay.
Receiver.
You're like Tyquan Thornton.
No,
Just
Williams
saying.
is functional athleticism. Thornton was just a track star.
Right. True. Okay. But I mean, again, like I don't
Actually, I stand corrected. He's 5'11", so I don't. Whatever. I don't know.
I just don't like those quick twitch guys, like the quicker guys, like and those smaller guys. That's I don't know.
So the Cleveland Browns. So the New England picked. They moved up to pick here. Or they were at 67. Brett, what pick are we on here? We're on the Vegas.
Well, while we're getting our picks sorted out, we know Guru, you have been on this relentlessly, nonstop, as you'll continue to be, including coming up the Fantasy Points podcast. Are you back with us again this evening?
No,
by the way, I don't know if my internet died. Did we get the Browns pick?
Well, yeah, we were. I think we were working to figure out what happened with that one.
I mean, because my little birdie is talking Harold Fannin here.
Oh,
to the Browns.
Well, so that would be a slam dunk,
right?
I think we're off on the picks here. We're going to try to get
we're off on the picks. Yeah.
Yeah.
I gave you the Kyle Williams before the Harold Fannin.
So we're waiting on the Harold Fannin. Harold Fannin here to Cleveland would be very interesting because David Njoku is there, been highly productive.
Yeah.
But they don't have. They had a need at wide receiver.
Yeah.
Brett. So 12 personnel.
Oh.
Harold Fannin being sort of a weapon, but it's certainly not a free square landing spot like some of the Harold Fannin spots could have been.
Lions are now on the clock at 70. They just traded up with Jacksonville. Second trade up of the day for the Lions.
So let's unpack the most recent picks then, Brett, since we're up to 70.
We have Harold Fannin Jr. to Cleveland. I don't know who the Raiders pick is.
Yep.
And then John's telling us Kyle
Darian Porter, DB Iowa State.
So that's a great pick.
Porter is a freak of nature, corner, 6'3". He's a pterodactyl. His wingspan is like 5 inches larger than Will Campbell's, who plays left tackle.
Damn.
He was a wide receiver for about 4 years, then converted to corner, played corner the last 2. Excellent ball production this past season, kind of putting it all together finally as a corner. So I like that pick for the Raiders in the 3rd round here. He's got second round tape and athleticism.
This is getting embarrassing for Shador, though. Jesus. Oh, my God.
Well, and here's the Harold Fannin one is interesting because I think people are going to obviously not like the landing spot, but they could potentially move on from David Njoku after this season, and we get Harold Fannin with round 3 draft capital.
Breaking. Lions wide receiver, Arkansas.
Isaac Tesla.
Yeah.
So they get the
you a Tesla guy?
Michigan native, and they get a big downfield threat. They sort of get their Alec Pierce here.
Yeah. So I knew the Lions were in on Tesla. He's a big time blocker on the edge, big physical frame athlete. This is early for Tesla, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He did play for Arkansas, however, a former Hillsdale guy, transferred to Arkansas. But he is from Michigan, 6'4", 220, just a freak athlete. So a lot to like in the profile. Just the tape wasn't awesome. He did tear it up at the Senior Bowl though. So
yeah. Throwing a lot of pre-draft rankings out of whack here, I'm sure.
Yeah, I was told from a team that direct from someone who talks to the head coach daily that he was going to go early round 3. It wasn't the team who took him, but
Brugler had him going in the 3rd in his final mock. I think I want to say Kuiper had him going in the 3rd in his final mock as well. So, I mean, it's not that crazy. It's just a little early for me.
Scott Barrett joining us. Scott, we got to unpack all these significant fantasy picks and get your opinion on them. Let's start out with the Quinshon Judkins one. This is the Scott Barrett correction. You don't necessarily love the analytical profile, but now you're going to have an adjustment here. How enthusiastic are you about him getting this sort of draft capital, going ahead of Henderson and in a free square landing spot like Cleveland?
Yeah, the draft capital is great. The landing spot seems ideal. It's still not a player I love, so I expect to be lower on him than consensus, but definitely have to move him up based on, I kind of thought the draft capital was fake. And, I said that about, Burden and Golden and some of these other guys and was proved right. But this case, yeah, he went high and it's a great landing spot.
Jaden Higgins was a player you had high and you also had a lot of enthusiasm. You have to love this landing spot.
Yeah, well, I was mad at Brett because we recorded film versus analytics and he was like, well, Iomanor is my wide receiver too, but I think Higgins has more upside than I was like, oh, damn, if I knew that 2 weeks ago, my rankings for wide receivers would have been different. But still very high on Higgins. I had him wide receiver 5 or wide receiver 6. I think Brett, ultimately checked in around there. And pretty good landing spot, player I like, great draft capital. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, and we ran extremely pure. If you watch School of Scott, make sure you're subscribed to School of Scott podcast. Scott is dropping great podcasts with the two of us every single week, but you're doing something very special with Greg Branos of Coach Speak Index over the next few days. Love for you.
We already recorded day 1. It should be up on YouTube tonight. It's already out on School of Scott if you check the podcast feed.
Yeah, those you definitely want to listen into because Greg and Scott listen to every single press conference. They're going to give you all sorts of nuggets that can help you as a fantasy manager trying to unpack these guys' impacts on these teams. And you get some very cool veteran nuggets in there as well, Scott. But another School of Scott podcast that you did was we had Abib Agbatoba in, great high-stakes manager and a friend of ours, and we drafted a $350 entry FFPC team, and we ran pure. because we drafted RJ Harvey in like the 14th round, and RJ Harvey gets the nuts landing spot. Talk about your thoughts of RJ Harvey in Denver and how hyped you are for that one.
Yeah, Sean Payton has to be a Fantasy Point subscriber because they just keep taking my guys. They took Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin, Audric Estime, Blake Watson, but now they finally took a guy who's going to be good, a guy who Brett Whitefield saw on film, agrees with me, RJ Harvey. Seriously though, like the Broncos, I think they have the most analytically minded front office, the best analytics department in football, and they like really listen to them, and so I love making note when they take a skill position player. It's always a guy the analytics love. And yeah, I have him everywhere in so many of my leagues. There are leagues where I didn't have a pick until 212, had RJ Harvey, next pick 312, Jack Betch. But yeah, seriously, have RJ Harvey in like 80% of my leagues. Love the player, as Brett does as well. And this is like as ideal of a landing spot as it gets. I'll have him above Judkins, that's for sure. Above Travion.
That's the player that I wanted to get your opinion on, because Travion gets the unbelievable draft capital, goes top 40, gets into a situation where it's a lack of offensive skill position weapons in New England. I think he'll get featured, but it's still a weird fit for us to kind of unpack, and one that we weren't necessarily anticipating in the process. Your thoughts on Travion here? Ryan Heath and I were pretty bullish on this one, but I'm curious your thoughts.
Yeah, it's tough for me, partly just because I don't know what to make of Ramondre Stevenson. And I don't know what they think of Ramondre. Like there were times where he lost a significant amount of work to Antonio Gibson. Was that fumbles? Was that injury? They were clearly very high on him to give him that contract last offseason. But at the same time, this draft capital for a player the entire league was high on. Denver was considering him in round 1. I don't know that he can't be a bell cow. I know Brett's concerns, and Brett's saying, he's probably a 1B or like in the Jahmyr Gibbs sort of role where he gets fewer touches, but is the more hyper efficient back. And that's probably the most likely scenario. But for a player of his talent, his track record, his analytics profile,
it's not a talent issue for me though. That's the thing. It's that he lacks the toughness to be a bell cow. So,
yeah, I mean, I don't really know about that.
I watched all the tape. So
yeah, and so I saw the DeAndre Swift comp based on the analytics, but I also saw Devon Achane. I also saw Dalvin Cook, and Achane was a player who had those concerns. But more than that, this is a player who was like a lock to go top 50 as soon as he completed his freshman year, and then he dealt with injury issues the next 2 years. If he kind of ran to the sideline a bit more than you would have liked, I think that's understandable.
I think what's interesting is we talked about how Mike Vrabel in Tennessee was very much associated with Derrick Henry. And there's been some speculation that he would go and get his guy at the running back position. This is it's an interesting fit. But I think the fact that they used this pick.
If you think Vrabel is going to draft a guy with toughness concerns, Brett, it doesn't seem like the Vrabel MO, right?
I don't know. I don't have a good pulse on his drafting track record.
How do you define a Mike Vrabel team? They play tough. They play. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't. Do they though? I mean,
that's what they're known for.
Defensive.
That's what everyone says.
Yeah,
that's what Matt LaFleur said today on Pat McAfee show. Literally that.
So I think every NFL team would like to think they play tough, though. That's not a crazy statement.
So we have another defensive tackle off the board. The Saints select Vernon Broughton, big defensive tackle out of Texas. Quick thoughts on him, Brett?
Didn't get around to watch him.
Okay, well, there we go.
I got the Bills pick, by the way, if you want.
Drop it, John. We love it.
Landon Jackson, and Arkansas.
Great pick. You will have some thoughts on Landon Jackson. He was at the Senior Bowl, Brett. And what's interesting is in early mock drafts, we saw Landon Jackson as a potential Bills pick in the first round. Now they get him in the third, so like a 6'7" defensive end.
Yeah, he's a freak athlete, like really, really good athlete. When we were talking about the Bills' second round pick, I teed up Landon Jackson as a potential guy there. So
wow.
I think in my 3-round mock, I did give them Landon Jackson in the second round. So this is getting him around later. really good value. He's a compression style rusher with a lot of, I guess, refined pass rushing techniques. He's got a nice cross chop, a nice arm over. He can bend a little bit though, and for a big guy who's that athletic with a little bend to his game, I think you're kind of just scratching the surface on his potential as a pass rusher. The fact that he went here in the 3rd round is kind of crazy. He was a 5-star recruit too, which is pretty nuts. So
yeah, he transferred. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he was a transfer to Arkansas. Yeah. Right. So you took the LSU. So back to Scott. The one other question I had for you, and this is a lot of tight end premium managers. We have a lot of FFPC managers who subscribe to Fantasy Points. A lot of very successful FFPC managers that we know in the streets subscribe to Fantasy Points, and they're going to want you to sort of unpack this. We had 3 tight ends go in round 2. Huge win for this draft class. Which is your favorite landing spot here? Elijah Arroyo to Seattle, Mason Taylor to the New York Jets, or Terrence Ferguson to the LA Rams? If you had one bullet and you wanted to use like a late second in a tight end premium league on one of these guys, who would it be?
Yeah, well, it would be absolutely Terrence Ferguson, not just because he's the tight end I like the most of that group, but it's also just tethered to Sean McVay, Higbee on the last year of his deal. And you always want a piece of a Sean McVay offense. There's just so much upside there.
I got the Jets pick. I'll never get the name. Azera Thomas.
Nice. Another guy I locked to the Jets in my 3-round mock.
Yeah, so. Florida State corner.
Well, okay, so like AZ Thomas was crushing at the Senior Bowl, big cornerback there, Brett. That's a strong pick. So Jets, not a bad draft by the Jets. They get 3 starters out of this draft. So good one there. But Scott, you get to do a little fist pumping, a little bit of like whatever excitement. Victory lap. Go victory lap your Giants.
I mean, we did that last night.
You had Darius Alexander now. You're still making correct picks.
Yeah, we're not screwing things up. I would much rather talk about Luther Burden going to the Chicago Bears. Because this is a player that Brett and I were not at all high on. And I mean, but this is back when he was, supposedly a top 15 pick. And Brett is sticking to his guns. He's staying convicted. Like it's not going to work out. And I'm scared. I'm nervous. And so I want to make the pitch here. First, I want to say one thing. Brett was down on Caleb Williams, and rightfully so, based on what we saw as a rookie. All these moves you're making, a top 10 pick on a tight end after a top 10 pick on a wide receiver, 10th highest paid wide receiver in the league, Luther Burden, you had 3 starting offensive linemen. This seems like an almost impossible to fail situation. More than that, an almost impossible to not be elite situation. And I feel like if you're really convicted in this guy who you took first overall, like you're not selling out desperate to make all these moves on offense to surround him, to set him up to succeed or to not fail. So I thought that was interesting, but back to Burden. Yeah, I kind of think this is an amazing landing spot. He's going to crush and he's going to make me look bad. I pulled this presser from Ben Johnson like 3 years ago where I tweeted out, I'm like, make note of this. I'm not going to retweet it because this is too valuable for fantasy. 3 years ago, I'm like, make note of this when he's a head coach in 3 years. Draft the F out of his slot wide receiver, quote unquote. If you look at my history, I love the slot receiver position. It's so important to me. Back in Miami, we had Jarvis Landry. I would lead the league in receptions. We had Amon-Ra St. Brown. And it's such a key focal point to my offense, blah, blah, blah. And so Luther Burden, all these concerns probably don't matter when you have Ben Johnson scheming him up in the slot. And so, yeah, I think this is a great landing spot. I'm kind of doing a 180 a little bit. Brett, talk me off of a ledge. What do you think?
I would just say that you've never been willing to stand on business with Luther Burden. We did a 30-minute podcast where you trashed him for 30 minutes and then ranked him second in your wide receiver ranking. So like
he adjusted.
You're not
credit. He adjusted him.
Whatever. You're not 180ing. You've always secretly wanted to be a Burden guy. So like, just like you were an Elijah Moore guy, like you like these types, Scott. It's okay.
I do, and it doesn't work out for me. But even though I like the type, I was definitely lower on him. I adjusted him, like Theo said. I had Igbuka higher. And I never felt great about it. Like Jaden Higgins, same tier. And I'm like, if I knew this draft capital, oh my God, like he'd be at a tier above Luther Bird. But it's like you get Ben Johnson,
Wow.
slot roll. Go ahead.
We have the Denver Broncos are taking a wide receiver, and this is another shock pick. Illinois wide receiver Pat Bryant.
Wow, that's another analytics guy. Jeez.
Yeah.
I almost wrote him up.
Basically deep threat only at Illinois. Couldn't get anything going at the Senior Bowl as a deep threat.
6'3", 190 pounds.
Yeah, height
tall.
Classic height, weight, speed guy, which they need in that offense. They don't, they have, Franklin, Mims, and
I wonder if that frees up Mims a little bit. You don't know. Hey, I'm here for Scott's guys here. Let's go.
Well, Mims certainly ended the season well. This is a stylistic pick more than anything. I don't think he's going to make any sort of Isaac Tesla and this Bryant pick are both, stylistic Alec Pierce type selections. Neither one of these guys is going to be in our fantasy lineups if I had to bet on it. So I think it does sort of free up guys. These are cardio guys, Brett. Correct me if I'm wrong. Push back on me if I'm wrong.
I mean, that's what they keep drafting. That was like the knock on Marvin Mims is like he's a deep threat only, and I'm like that's true at least in the short term. Troy Franklin, the exact same thing, and like they're high on them. Like I was listening to Sean Payton pressers from a month ago. I was like, we love Troy Franklin, and yeah, Marvin Mims showed us so much. So this is kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We have two quarterbacks still on the board here, guys, in Shedeur Sanders and Jalen Milroe. And we are to about 10 picks into the third round. We're going to keep an eye on them. Jalen Knoll is still available. A ton of running backs are still available, including Caleb Johnson, including Cam Scattaboo. One other landing spot I want you to unpack here for us, Scott, Trey Harris, where back-to-back years of the LA Chargers drafting a second-round wide receiver, it's a good landing spot.
Yeah, it's a great landing spot. Quentin Johnston was like one of the most improved wide receivers by AS last year, but he went from dead last to like still bottom 20 of over 100 qualifiers. So easy barrier to see playing time and have a meaningful role. I know Matt Harmon liked the role, even if he thought it was probably best suited as a sacrificial X. This is a player I wanted to love based on the analytics. He had a 5 yards per route run. It was the best ever in the PFF college era, spanning over a decade. And then Brett and I kind of destroyed him in film versus analytics, where there were like 8 different red flags, each one more damning than the next, where, all of his production, it was a small sample, came against like FCS and group of 5 level production. In the games he missed, they saw like a 1% drop off in passing yards per game. The other wide receiver stepped in to be the wide receiver 1, matched him in production against tougher competition. So not a player I love, but it's a good landing spot. But I mean, if Josh Palmer, one of the top AS players, couldn't really do much, I'm not expecting much from Trey Harris either for fantasy.
Also, a little note on Trey Harris. Our friends over at PFF have a proprietary change of direction metric. And what's really funny is I wrote up Trey Harris as being incredibly stiff in the hips and ankles and really limited ceiling as a route runner. And one of my friends at PFF saw that report and then messaged me that Trey Harris has a 2nd percentile change of direction score in the proprietary metric.
Wow.
Which is hilarious. So
one other wide receiver who landed into a starting role, Jack Betch from TCU. Scott, he gets the 2nd round draft capital, lands on a team where they needed another wide receiver. And again, Jacoby Myers we saw peak usage from him last year. We like the landing spot. Do you like this landing spot? Do you think he's fantasy relevant? Are you going to adjust your Jack Betch ranking and analysis based on anything here?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty amazing landing spot just because they had nothing else besides Brock Bowers and Jacoby Myers. So and like the archetype is great too. Brett comped him to Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, and draft capital really strong. So he's going to move up. Still not a player the analytics really loved. Not a player I was super high on, but he'll move up after this.
We have just to unpack some of the upcoming picks here, guys. We've talked about a potential running back run. We have some potential running back picks coming up. Dallas has passed on running back for 2 rounds. They've been speculated to want to draft a running back on day 2. They're coming up at pick 76. The 49ers here at 75. Certainly, we talked about Cam Skattebo, guys. In our Discord about Cam Skattebo. There are some Arizona Cardinals people who have associated him with pick number 78, and then Houston at 79. So we'll keep an eye on those ones. And then for Thomas Tipple, we're going to keep a candle burning, making sure that a running back doesn't land at 81 to the Cincinnati Bengals for our Chase Brown shares. So we'll keep an eye on all those ones, guys.
I lit the candle yesterday for Malachi Starks, and my prayer candle will be lit when Cincinnati goes on the clock.
There you
I
go.
will relight the candle. We're going to realign the chakra like we did yesterday, and we're using it to save fellow Canadian Chase Brown.
Here's a Jack Besh stat for you. Trey Tucker ranked 5th in routes run last year, 599.
Wow.
If he could, if he could average just 1.5 yards per route run, which is not good, he'd get 900 yards.
What's crazy is coming into the weekend, Vegas had two receivers. Christian Wilkerson was slated to start. I don't even know who that is. I watched 300 prospects a year. I don't know who Christian Wilkerson is, and he was projected to be a starter. So to say they needed wide receiver help was an understatement of the century. So Besh, one of my favorite picks of the draft so far, for sure.
It's fantastic. And I will say Savion Williams still available. Jalen Knoll still available. We think we'll hear those names called in round 3.
Ellick, too, a Humanor.
And Illick Ellermanner. So we have a number of fantasy relevant picks that could happen. Let's try to unpack this Harold Fannin pick, guys, because we had that John Hansen crushed it on the stream, but we had 6 picks in a row. We were trying to rapid fire them off. Harold Fannin goes inside of round 3, gets top 70 draft capital, Scott, but he lands in a situation in Cleveland where we have a lack of a quarterback there, and we have David Njoku boxing him out, at least to start out. I'm of the opinion that the draft capital matters most with Harold Fannin. A couple of very smart people argued against me on that and said landing spot would also matter. Where are you at with Harold Fannin, who you had very high up in your analytical analysis in this sort of weird landing spot, but great draft capital?
Well, I did have him high up with the caveat that production for tight ends just doesn't really matter. It's very much a traits-based position, but this was the most productive, best college football tight end season ever, at least if you don't control for strength of schedule. And so, yeah, he was a player I liked, a player I was bullish on. Landing spot certainly matters. But you look at this, and I comped him to a very, very rich man's Isaiah Likely. And it's sort of the same thing where Likely buried behind Andrews, Fannin probably buried behind David Njoku. Looking at this contract, David Njoku doesn't have any guaranteed money this year or any year after that.
And I'll add to your point, last year towards the NFL trade deadline, there were some reports saying Njoku could have gotten moved at the deadline. So that's been a guy that I've been huge on for a while now. And I love David Njoku. I've actually traded for him in a few spots. It has a clear role where he's a top 2 target in the team. But I think Harold Fannin year 2 could have a non-David Njoku Browns roster ahead of him and potential to be moved this year at the trade deadline.
Yeah. So something I remember from watching a lot of Browns press conferences is Andrew Berry is like me and Ryan Heath in that they believe athleticism is massively overrated. They've said this many times. I remember they said this when he took David Bell. I didn't like David Bell. And this is the one position where that's not true. So it's kind of not surprising to me that they took him.
We have a pick in. Nick Martin goes to the San Francisco 49ers. So, Brett, you want to unpack this one? It's San Francisco's gone defensive on a lot of these picks now.
This is the linebacker from Oklahoma.
Yeah, Oklahoma State linebacker Nick Martin.
Not for me. It's just super early. I thought this linebacker class was pretty garbage. I don't even think I finalized an official score for him. The tape was bad enough for me that I didn't think I had to. Probably UDFA grade for me, if I'm being honest. So
yeah, this seems like a major reach, just based on where some other people have him. It's 5'11", 220-pound linebacker.
Yeah.
Had okay production, but was not projected to go this high. 2024 started 5 games. He had 47 tackles. A weird pick for San Francisco for me.
Yeah, I think I watched 4 or 5 of his games before I gave up on it. The only good one I saw was against like Tulsa, and that's obviously a very small school. Everything else, he was just getting bodied in the run game. And
wow, we have a massive pick in.
Okay,
one that you're going to like a lot, but fantasy managers are going to detest. But we were talking about Siobhan Revell towards the beginning of round 2. I speculated that Houston might select him at the beginning of round 2. He lasts until pick 76. So the Dallas Cowboys, Dallas has really kind of nailed this draft, Brett. They get Booker, they get Izaraku, now they get Siobhan Revell. Talk about him. This is a great pick.
Yeah, it is a good pick. They needed help at corner too. They get the injury discount, which I think is valuable here. They Siobhan Revell was rumored to be a late first round kind of guy, but tore the ACL last year, and we've seen a lot of these injury concerns drop in this draft. So this is a good market inefficiency that the Cowboys take advantage of.
Yeah.
Carolina picks next, then Arizona at 78. I speculated Scattaboo. This could also be a Jalen Knoll pick. Houston at 79, Indianapolis, and then the Bengals at 81. Scott, keep unpacking your thoughts on the draft. Anything else you want to talk about with some of these selections today, or any further thoughts in your evaluation process? Why don't you also give us a couple takeaways? Give us a Cliff Notes version. They have to go to School of Scots for the full thing, but a couple of cool takeaways you had in your conversation with Greg Branos.
Oh man, I don't know. You guys just got to watch that, listen to that.
Okay,
plenty
fine.
of good stuff, but I kind of just wiped my mind after we recorded and all these new picks came in. If you ask me about an individual player, I can probably give you a few notes.
Okay, so I'm interested a day later, unpack the Emeka Egbuka selection. Anything you guys learned from the press conference there with the selection there? I mean, for me, this is a Baker Mayfield massive winner. The offensive ecosystem in Tampa Bay doing everything they can to keep that train rolling. 29 points a game last year, nailed the draft. Re-signed Chris Godwin, and then they draft Emeka Egbuka. Thoughts on it, or any takeaways you had from the pressers?
Yeah, Jason Light said multiple times this is a pick for the future, but also for the present. When pressed on that, he said, well, we dealt with a number of injuries last year and the year before that to the wide receiver position.
Mhm.
He said Chris Godwin's still on track to play week 1, but I mean, he's very injury prone, getting up there in age. Mike Evans, 32 on the last year of his deal. The biggest takeaway for both Greg and I is going to come as a surprise to you is we're still kind of high on Jalen McMillan, or at least higher than I think the Dynasty community is going to be, totally writing him off as dead. Jason Light went out of his way multiple times to just say, hey, listen, we love J Mac. And Chris and Mike are still elite, but we value this player. We value this position and having depth at this position. He just said multiple times, unprompted, we see J Mac as the future and Egbuka right there alongside him, and Mike and Chris in the short term, and that's kind of how he viewed it.
That's a very interesting one. A lot of people are going to sort of discount what you just said. I mean, I think when Brett and I talked about it this morning, and again, highly recommend you subscribe to Fantasy Football Daily. We unpacked our day 1 fantasy football winners and losers. Interesting with the Jalen McMillan, but we do talk about Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. They're just sheer age. Mike Evans is going to be 32 years old to start the season. Chris Godwin's going to be 29, and McMillan was a 3rd-round pick who produced. So I think there's maybe a little something there. If you're in a deeper dynasty league, you can get him for absolutely nothing right now after the Emeka Egbuka pick. Brett, do you want to unpack this Panthers selection?
Who was it?
It was Princely Umaniman, the defensive end from Ole Miss.
Yeah, gifted, toolsy, pass rusher, a little raw. I think play strength was an issue for him, but ultimately he's got a chance to develop into a good pass rusher. Patriots need these guys. Perfect kind of Panthers. Sorry, Panthers. Yep. Either way,
Panthers need everybody.
That's the second edge rusher they've taken today, right?
Yes. So Carolina, interesting because we saw them get their wide receiver 1 on day 1 and then address the defensive needs on day 2. Scott, can you wish cast a Cam Scatterboo pick any of these next upcoming selections? We really, really want him to get selected. A lot of people in our chat want him selected here in the 3rd round. Do you have a couple spots you're keeping an eye on?
Yeah, I want him to go to the Chiefs in round 6. I want him to have that extra chip on his shoulder to guarantee he's a 5-time All-Pro.
Stop it. We want him to go in round 3. I'm going to say Arizona here. We'll see.
No, what? Arizona would be terrible. They have Trey Benson.
Trey Benson didn't fire last year, and James Conner is going to be 30, and he's got the James Conner.
No, that's an absolutely horrible landing spot.
Via Coach Speak Index, all they've been doing is talking up how they love what Trey Benson did on the backside of the year.
We got a pick there that we're going to like for fantasy points. This is an interesting one. Houston Texans get both Iowa State wide receivers.
Wow. Just like us in our FFPC team.
Wide receiver you, Scott. We have now 2 access there. Jalen Knoll is a Houston Texan. I don't know if we missed the Arizona pick. We'll come back to that one, but we speculated that Houston might be going with a wide receiver. Instead, they get 2 great wide receiver picks. Unbelievable value for Knoll. We love Higgins. Try to unpack this one. Not a great night for Christian Kirk enthusiasts.
Yeah, I've been working with a stylistic comp of Amon-Ra St. Brown for Jalen Knoll. Well, he now has an Amon-Ra St. Brown size chip on his shoulder for this draft capital he's getting here. So I'm wondering if he'll be able to name all the receivers that were drafted ahead of him. This is, receiving core of the future. Jaden Higgins, Nico Collins, Jalen Knoll in the slot. It might stink for a couple of years or at least a year with Christian Kirk in the fold, and I'm not sure there's enough volume to go around to support all 3 of these guys, but I love the fit. I wanted this fit in the 2nd round before they drafted Higgins. So
so at least they had them ranked the right way, unlike Brett, but much like me. My Texans source texted me after the Higgins pick. He's like, I hate Nick Caserio. He's an idiot. He doesn't know how to draft offensive line. That's why he took a wide receiver here. But they took 2 wide receivers. Did you at least like the tackle they took after Higgins, Brett?
Was it who?
Ursary?
Ursary, yeah.
Brett loved that one.
Okay.
Well, what's interesting, guys, is I think that we saw the Bobby Slowick fall from grace, where everybody was high on Slowick, gets fired. They end up getting Nick Caley, and he was coming from the Rams tree. So this is a guy who was the passing game coordinator in LA. Now we see 2 wide receivers go on day 2. This is by design. They trade out of the 1st round. They get access to both of these players. This is really, really fun. And this is sort of a reflective in, Brett, we thought that this would be like a Emeka Egbuka at 25, like a CJ Stroud type pick. These are CJ Stroud picks. The offense got better. The weapons got better. This is a big year for Stroud. Last year steamed up, was quarterback 6, quarterback 7 in redraft ADP. Didn't really fire. Year 3 is going to be a big one. So definitely I feel better about things in Houston after this very impressive day 2. Get 2 guys we really, really like at wide receiver.
Well, it's important to note that they were crushed by CJ Stroud's production last year. So this is all right. We saw year 1. Okay, now we've seen what happened in year 2. So if it holds true with what Brett mentioned hours ago when I tried to doo-doo on the Houston Texans offensive line and he wouldn't let me, if they're actually right and they've actually progressed, this is the next step for providing for CJ Stroud.
Also, let's be clear about something. CJ Stroud was the biggest problem with that offensive line last year.
True.
The offensive line.
Yeah, that's
only the offensive line. CJ Stroud was the main issue. So
I have the Arizona pick, guys, before you guys continue your CJ Stroud argument. but Jordan Birch, the defensive end from Oregon, goes to Arizona. Arizona, a strong defense. The whole offseason in Arizona has been about defense. They've made 3 selections in this draft, all on the defensive side of the ball. They go Walter Nolan. They get Will Johnson on the discount. And then I think Jordan Birch in this range, we would call a decent value. Brett, quick thoughts on Birch.
Birch is big, heavy-handed edge guy. Let me see where I had him scored. I know I really liked Birch. Yeah, I had a mid-second round grade on him. Very good player.
Colts OTC
all on my board. So
Colts OTC here. Continue, Thomas and Brett, with the Stroud discussion.
First off, sneaky pick Shedeur Sanders to the Colts. Second, all I was saying is look at what happened. I tried to do on the Texans O-line again, and Brett came flying in with the Superman punch a la Roman Reigns at me. So yeah, I'm reversing course. I will no longer speak ill of the Houston Texans offensive line.
And we have another pick in Justin Whaley, the cornerback for the Minnesota Gophers, is selected by the Indianapolis Colts. So, Thomas, we thought this would be like a potential shock, like weird running back selection. Of course, it didn't happen, and we get a cornerback there. So, anything to add on Whaley? And Thomas, hold your breath here because the Cincinnati Bengals are OTC.
Oh, I said I'd do it. It's getting done. We have lit the candle of hope for
Dynasty
Chase
managers everywhere. Thomas is suffering for you right now. Caleb Johnson has been in the building. Cam Scattaboo's been in the building. Cincinnati had Ollie Gordon in the building. So this could be that.
It's not happening.
It's not a.
Yeah, let's look at key running back landing spots here. Bengals, I think, are a good one.
Stop.
They are a good one.
After that, it goes all the way down to Jaguars at 88, and then maybe Saints at 93.
Oh, we did it. We made it. We made it. Dylan Fairchild, guard, Georgia.
The Bengals took him?
Yep. The prayer candle remains undefeated.
We've got some, I mean, Scott, there's not like the free square ones. Kansas City end of the round. This is weird running back territory here because we haven't had the monsoon that we were promised. Maybe the 4th round is going to be the monsoon. But we haven't had a single running back selected in the 3rd round so far.
Yeah, maybe teams are playing chicken here. But like the deeper you go, then you run into teams like really bad landing spot where teams are just like, YOLO, like this is a great running back class. Let's grab one. And, it could be like an Arizona Cardinals situation where you have 2 guys ahead of you and that stinks. So I don't know. Hopefully our guys, my guy, Cam Scatterbo, your guy, Caleb Johnson, they go relatively quickly here into a favorable team.
Well, he's not going to be my guy if he doesn't go in this round, Scott. I'm gonna disown him. But let's talk about, we have a big pick coming up, guys. 83 overall. The Pittsburgh Steelers with 2 quarterbacks still on the clock.
Oh boy,
Jalen Milroe and Shedeur Sanders. I mean, Brett, this is like the ultimate truth serum time. If these guys are complete dust and the NFL wants no part of them, then Pittsburgh's going to pass on them here. And then who knows where the free fall ends. But Pittsburgh has a open quarterback situation. I mean, the actual thought of them going into the season with Mason Rudolph leading a Mike Tomlin team that never loses, a team that was in the playoffs last year, like it's sickening to me. They have to take one of these quarterbacks here. They have to.
Tom Brawley would love it.
Tom Brawley came on the show yesterday and said he thinks they're comfortable with Mason Rudolph as a starting quarterback.
Yeah. Here's the thing. If it was Shedeur, I feel like they would have maybe done that already.
Well, Dane Brugler reported that they were considering Shedeur.
Oh, whoa, guys. We have a Theo Gremminger pick in here.
Oh, yeah.
How do you protect a Mason Rudolph? You protect a Mason Rudolph with a Caleb Johnson. Caleb Johnson free square pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, that's great.
You love this pick, guys. We love this pick in the Gremminger household. Caleb Johnson back in our good graces. He's going to go about where he was going to go in Dynasty rookie drafts, Thomas. There was already a correction. Like, I don't think he moves around, but he's certainly not going to drop. He's a value. He's got a pathway towards a very strong season in Pittsburgh. He's got size. Jalen Warren is certainly not Jalen Warren's a fun player, but he's certainly not a guy that I think is going to hold back Caleb Johnson.
I was gonna say, like, if you have Jalen Warren, this is the type of back you want them to bring in, because he's definitely not going to be as explosive a pass catcher in the role that they use Jalen Warren for, but he's definitely 100,000% for this year a direct Najee Harris replacement, just a direct replacement.
I think you go back to 2023, guys, where they both finished as Najee and Warren both finished as running back 2s in that season. But I think Caleb Johnson has a little more juice. Like, Caleb Johnson was an absolute beast last year, and we just said it was a volume bet when it came to Caleb Johnson. Mm-hmm. Now he's got a pathway to volume, guys. Like, I love this landing spot. I don't love him going at 83. I would have preferred the second round, but in terms of a free square landing spot, this is a very, very good one.
Yeah.
I love that you replace Najee Harris, who has 0 40-yard runs in his entire career, with maybe the best home run hitting running back in the class after Gene T.
Not even close to the best home running hitting back in the class.
After Gene T?
No, he's not.
Who's better?
He's going to hit some home runs, Brett.
17 other running backs are better hitting.
RJ Harvey's the home run hitter.
Bashal Tootin.
Yeah.
Judkins, Travion Henderson. Like, there's a
Judkins is not, no.
Okay, but Caleb can still hit some home runs. I mean, give Scott a little props here. He can hit a home run here and there. We saw Caleb Johnson rip off some big runs at Iowa this year. They
were all because they run a freaking 13 personnel goal line package on 1st and 10 from the 20, and he has to beat one guy to get a breakaway run. There's no the traits Caleb Johnson has does not project as a breakaway style runner or an explosive runner. He is Najee Harris light. I mean, that's what he is. So
okay.
People want us to talk a little bit more before we get back to Caleb Johnson. People want us to talk a little bit more about Jalen Knoll. Is Jalen Knoll guy that we talked about him, but let's unpack it one more time. Like, just for a couple people, I seem to have missed it because multiple people are asking about it. Or maybe they logged in just for this one, guys. But Jalen Knoll, where are we taking him in Dynasty rookie drafts now, Scott, that he lands in a situation where he goes in the 3rd? There's certainly more target competition now with his teammate there and Christian Kirk. We obviously have to lower Jalen Knoll from where we had him. How low will he be in your evaluation?
Yeah, I think pretty low. I mean, he's not going to get playing time over Nico Collins. He's not going to get playing time over Christian Kirk in year 1. And is he going to beat out the guy who beat him out at Iowa, who was drafted around earlier? Probably not. So he looks like the odd man out to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Never bet against the guy with his athleticism with a chip on his shoulder, man. He's on St. Brown. Let's go.
I'll say one thing. We talked about, and Brett, you didn't like this one, but this morning, I don't even know. All these days are merging in. I'm talking to Brett for like 20 hours the last 2 days. But we talked about a little bit Jalen Knoll as sort of a Tank Dell year 1. It's going to take some injuries, but we've seen this sort of speed slot who can bump outside thrive in this exact sort of environment with Stroud. So just never say never. But I think the big takeaway for me is Jaden Higgins is a significant riser. When the dust settles, I think we're going to get more and more excited about this Jaden Higgins landing spot. The draft capital, the fit, the fact that he's going to get advantageous coverage with Nico Collins opposite him. Like, Jaden Higgins has the T. Higgins pathway now. Jalen Knoll gets bumped down significantly. So Jaden Higgins rises, Jalen Knoll falls. All right, so we're going to keep this going here.
Let's play a game here. Let's play a game. We have 20 more picks in round 3. Does another quarterback get taken?
So I was looking at that while you guys were talking. Yeah. And I was just thinking, right, Tom Brawley said Raiders, and I was like, the Raiders can't really do, like, and then I went and scrolled down. This is compensatory pick territory, and the Raiders got 34 and 35. Shedeur is going to go from being a potential round 1 top 10 pick, and his only path, in my opinion, to getting picked this round, if it isn't 30, is a compensatory pick at 98 or 99, and I don't remember the last time that happened.
Well, I'll say this, guys. It might. Is there a chance that it's Quinn Ewers actually goes ahead of these guys? Because Ewers has some positive steam. Kyle McCord has some positive steam. And guys, when you get to this point in the draft, we've seen it before where NFL teams will say, I'm going to get a strong backup in round 3, round 4. So I think it could be a shock team that we're not anticipating. But I do think we'll get at least one more quarterback. I'm worried that these guys might fall behind these guys, like the two McCord and Ewers ahead of Shedeur Sanders and Milroe would be disgusting. It's wild. It's absolutely wild, guys.
So we have
Shedeur
and Quinn Ewers as possibilities. Running backs, I think Scatabo could go. I think Dylan Sampson or Tootin could go to the 49ers. Maybe Damian Martinez sneaks in there. Wide receiver, big name to be on the lookout for is Brett's wide receiver 2, Alec Yomanor. I don't know if there's another one who really pops here. Maybe Savion Williams. Tight end, Gunnar Helm. Anyone else I'm missing from those list of fantasy relevant players?
Probably a few more running backs because we don't not. I think Devin Neal, DJ Giddens, Ollie Gordon, one of those guys could slide in. I think it's our hope for fantasy managers is we get a running back run. But at the end of the day, the fact that Pittsburgh passed on Milroe and Shedeur Sanders tells us all we need to know about them. It was glaring hole, and they passed on them twice now. So for me, they're sort of dead. You're in the Malik Willis territory for Jalen Milroe. That's the sort of the mobile quarterback who falls, maybe gets a few spot starts here or there. And then Shedeur Sanders, I don't even know if there's a pathway here. Like the Shedeur Sanders one, NFL wants no part of Shedeur Sanders right now.
That's what it feels like.
Man, that must have been a really bad interview with these teams. I think
the problem is he was telling teams he didn't want to be drafted by them.
Wow. Well, at least now he's going to go to a team that maybe he wanted to. It's just a little bit later.
Ewers over Sanders is going to make people throw up. It's going to happen.
I love it.
I mean, it already happened with Tyler Shuck.
Tyler Shuck one was really, really gross. So I don't know. The Quinn Ewers one would be gross. I mean, Dylan Gabriel going ahead against one of these guys is in the wheelhouse now. So who knows what to make? Maybe somebody maneuvers themselves to get around. I will say that the one landing spot that I think would still be fun for Jalen Milroe is we have the LA Rams at pick 90 coming up. And I've referenced that they had a top 30 visit with Milroe. Brett, we talked about maybe they find a Matt Stafford replacement down the line in this draft. It's certainly less of it's a smaller risk bet for them to take a chance on one of these guys here. But LA adding a quarterback, especially they consider themselves to be a big time contender this year. The Adams move, several moves they've made indicate that. Certainly renegotiating with Stafford does. So maybe they add a top-notch quarterback, or not even top-notch, a quarterback here in the 3rd round.
Yeah, maybe. It's at this point, it's a crap. You could see a team with a good quarterback taking a guy now as a backup. That's where we're at. So,
hey, Brett, is the Arthur Smith zone scheme good for Caleb Johnson? Because I know you had concerns regarding his schematic fit.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, look what he did with Tyler Algier in Atlanta, and then Najee last year. It's a lot of inside zone. They'll get him some opportunities to play behind a puller. It'll be inside zone heavy though. So that's
highest rate of zone plays among. I'm trying to pull up the stat. I'm finding a Caleb Johnson zone rate. Let me see.
Yeah, it's irrelevant because of the college game is so different. The way the way Iowa deployed their, like I said, 13 personnel outside zone to the short side of the field it's not the same as NFL outside zone. But they did a lot of inside zone too.
Brett, are you expecting the Lions offense to look much different this year? I know their OC was a Sean Payton underling.
No, he was a Dan Campbell underling first.
Oh, okay.
He was He was actually ahead of Ben Johnson in the pecking order with the Lions, left the Lions for Denver, then came back to take the OC job. I don't think their offense changes much at all. It's Dan Campbell's scheme.
Yeah.
Obviously Ben had his twist, but like even the trick plays, like the trick play guy on that staff is Seth Ryan, Rex Ryan's son.
Patriots traded pick 85 to Kansas City, and we missed a couple of picks here.
Kansas City took a corner.
Yeah, the Bucks took Jacob Parrish, who I liked out of Kansas State. Brett, I know Parrish was the guy who was at the Senior Bowl, stood out. Another strong pick for Tampa Bay, and then the Kansas City Chiefs continue kind of a little bit of an odd draft for them. They drafted Noel Williams out of California, I believe. Yeah, that's Noel Williams. Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if he plays some safety for them. Fantastic ball skills. Led all of college football interceptions last year. He's a beast.
Okay, so there we go. There we go. Okay, so we the Cam Scatterboo to Kansas City did not happen. The Chargers are on the clock here at pick number 86. Then we have the Green Bay Packers at 87. You got to figure Green Bay is going defensive back at some point here, Brett, as well. Scott, we brought up Jacksonville as a really, really fun running back landing spot at pick number 88. I'll say Houston at pick number 89. We've already seen them lean into offense on a couple of picks. They've been rumored to I know they had Caleb Johnson in the building for a top 30 visit. They were connected to Amari Hampton in the process. And then LA at 90 were maybe a fun Milroe landing spot. Baltimore at 91 could get a backup running back there. Seattle 92, who knows? Who knows with New Orleans at 93? So this third round is really moving along here, guys, but it's not the running back monsoon that we anticipated. We have one single running back in round 3 in Caleb Johnson.
Yeah. But I mean, Harvey round 2 to the Broncos. Doesn't get much better. Well, I that's going to pay my bills for quite a long time. So
I mean, we have 4 really good running back. Like, you talked about the enthusiasm of the Travion Henderson landing spot, but certainly the Quinshon Judkins one was a free square spot. RJ Harvey lands in a free square, and then Caleb Johnson lands in a pretty free square because of Jalen Warren's limitations and just how much volume he can take in. So I think fantasy managers, if you're in tight end premium, be excited about all the draft capital for these tight ends in round 2. If you are just a general dynasty manager, the Jaden Higgins, massive winner. We've been high on him at fantasy points. With that sort of draft capital, we're going to be even higher. And then a few really, really free square running back spots. If you were a quarterback needy manager in Superflex, not a great draft for you. And I'll say, Thomas, we talked about this one. This makes Jackson Dart people are going to be even more aggressive to get themselves some Jackson Dart, get themselves some Cam Ward, because there's nobody, there's no Michael Penix situation where you're going to get I don't even want to talk about Tyler Shuck. We're going to have to unpack that bag tomorrow. But Tyler Shuck's going to go in the second round of Dynasty Superflex drafts, 100%.
He shouldn't.
But he's going to be a free square starter, and he's fast running in a straight line. I don't want to cross that bridge, but we'll have to have that conversation. But Jackson Dart, people need to be more enthusiastic about them if they're quarterback needy, because he's the only mobile quarterback who's got a starting spot essentially in this whole draft class. So he's fantasy friendly.
I'll say the only quarterback I care about at cost is going to be Jackson Dart. Cam Ward. So after our conversation yesterday, I did some digging today, and Cam Ward is already I don't even know if it's disrespected, but since 2021, the only first rookie quarterback taken in fantasy in startups between like March 1st and the day before the NFL draft kicks off is Kenny Pickett. And he was drafted at the 7-11. He was picked after Zach Wilson. He's the lowest aside. He's going at 4'11". That's pick 47. There hasn't been a quarterback aside from Kenny Pickett since 2021, first off the board in the NFL draft, taken this low. Crazy. And Dart was going even lower. And I think Dart is the one that jumps him.
Brett, we have a pick.
We have the Jacksonville Jaguars just traded up and now own 88 and 89.
All right, 2 running backs to
Running
replace
back spot
Bigsby.
for sure with one of those.
You think
Okay.
so?
Oh, Bigsby! I need it so I could be done with Tank Bigsby. That's all I need.
And Etienne, they both stink.
Yeah, let's
Sure.
let's get a
Another wide receiver to Green Bay at 87. Savion Williams, TCU wide receiver.
Wow.
Okay, so now we're kind of cooking here. Green Bay adds, I don't want to get into the Zapruder film argument, but they add the fastest wide receiver in the draft in Matthew Golden, and now they add a freak athlete in Savion Williams. So Green Bay, we like this, guys. We like this a lot. They did this a couple years ago. They did Christian Watson and then Romeo Doubs, same draft class.
They did Aaron Jones and Jamal Williams in the
Aaron
same.
Jones, Jamal Williams. So
Two
they
tight ends in the same
Tucker
draft
Kraft
class,
and Luke-
2 cornerbacks in the same draft class, and both of those, the guy they took later was the better one.
double
All right, now we need
tapping.
2 quarterbacks. 2 quarterbacks now. Complete-
Savion Williams, though, like let's try to unpack this one because I think he's the Swiss Army knife for them, Brett, and I think they're going to use him in the backfield a little bit too.
Ooh, that'd be fun. I'd
Yeah.
like him as a Wildcat QB.
Like a bigger Cordero Patterson type.
Anytime you can get Jordan Love off the field, you have to do it.
Savion's a freak, though. Like we're talking about, and he also I know it was out of necessity, but he did the Wildcat quarterback thing at TCU a little bit last year too. So, Savion, you were dead on. The two of us discussed this on Fantasy Football Daily about how Savion's going to go in round 3, but neither one of us thought about Green Bay there. So I like Green Bay doing this. Green Bay's been very aggressive on the offensive side of the ball. They're eschewing cornerback, which you've said is a huge need for them. But at the end of the day, they scored 10 points in the playoff loss to Philly. That offense was dead. Jordan Love had 3 picks. They're trying to correct that wrong. So, hey, listen, we'll take it. The double tapping Green Bay Packers strike again. And then we have another pick here. It was who was it? LA Chargers picked?
Yeah,
What's
Jamari Caldwell, nose tackle. Big freaking nose tackle, which obviously the Chargers need. So
Harbaugh loves that.
yeah,
And
they've been bad against the run for like a decade. So getting a big run stopping nose tackle. He's got a little juice as a rusher too, but mostly nose tackle. Played next to Derek Harmon on that Oregon D line. He's a hog molly, man. Big, 340-pound guy. So
and they lost Poona Ford this to actually to the LA Rams. So there's been a kind of a transition on the defensive line in LA this offseason. We speculated this could have been a Kenneth Grant round 1 spot if he was available to Harbaugh. So Harbaugh getting a huge defensive lineman, obviously something he loves. So we'll keep this thing going. What do you think Jacksonville is doing here, guys?
they just took Caleb Ransaw, Tulane corner. Good player, athletic corner. Small school guy, 5'11", 200 pounds, thickly built, good tackler. Definitely it's interesting they called Travis Hunter a receiver, then they draft a corner in the 3rd round. I think that bodes well for Hunter playing, mostly receiver for sure. So
The Travis Hunter insulation pick for us in Caleb Ransaw. we love that one. Now we just need them to say any running back name so we can freak out.
Give me Tootin.
Give me
Right here.
Bashal Tootin. I like a Bashal Tootin here. I think Bashal Tootin would be a really fun pick for them.
what
could
about
Liam?
Jordan James?
I would be the least enthusiastic about Jordan James, but Jordan James does have some enthusiasm here. I think more 4th round for Jordan James, but
I just think of
gets tough yards.
Thing with Liam Cohen.
Chain mover.
Jordan James is a very similar player to Bucky Irving. I could see Cohen wanting to repeat on that. So,
Well,
do we have a pick yet?
could we get Cam Scattaboo here with Scott Barrett live on air just for the vibes?
Oh, I'd love that.
That'd be awesome.
It'd be incredible. It'd be incredible.
Imagine
So-
getting Travis Hunter and Cam Scatabo in the same draft. Doesn't get much better than that.
I'm playing
would
one
be-
at cornerback and the other at fullback for no reason.
All right, so we're
because that's not what
anticipating this
happened.
is one of our last hopes for a 3rd round clean running back spot. And yes, it is clean because Tank Bigsby and Travis Etienne are not going to hold back a top-notch running back prospect. And I think we could also, if a running back selected here, it's been widely speculated Travis Etienne could get traded probably tomorrow.
I mean, Travis Etienne is just dust, right?
He's
Too many
dusty.
injuries. Great prospect, but too many injuries.
Shout out to Abib Agbatoba, still holding the
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
First,
Embiid.
Travis Etienne. We love you, Abib, but that one might not happen. We'll see. It could survive the draft, though. We'll see. No pick in yet.
What's the logic here in getting both picks? Is it really just as simple as, well, we had two guys and we wanted both and hope no one else got them?
Well, he openly stated, as you know, that he comes from the Les Snead background. So if there's guys they want, they're gonna go and get them.
It's Wyatt Mills, guys.
Wyatt Millam?
Wyatt Mills is the pick.
Wyatt Millam, guard, West Virginia.
Millam.
Yeah.
Not Wyatt Mills, the baseball player. Sorry, I misspoke here.
Good player. Bulldozer type. Got to play next to Zach Frazier for a couple years there. Played left tackle primarily. Probably going to play guard in the NFL. Doesn't really have the lateral quickness to play tackle. They might not see it that way though. Interesting pick though, for sure.
Brett, why don't you wax poetic a bit more on Savion Williams? Because there was a point in the process in the offseason where you were enamored with Savion. You saw like shades of Julio almost, or flashes of it on select plays with the athleticism. And
yeah, I wrote in his profile that I'm not comparing him to Julio Jones, but the way they move was eerily similar.
Wow.
I like to describe him like this. He's basically a sum of parts that if the right coach gets a hang of, he could turn into a Ferrari. It's like he's just a big box of parts, and if you get the right mechanic to put it all together, you get a Ferrari out of it. If you don't, you might get like a Honda Civic with the supercharger. I don't know. The traits, though, he has first round traits for sure. Like very, very good, loose, lower half, freak athlete. I think, do you follow IGA Analytics? They'd have a composite athletic score. He's like a 95th percentile athlete at 6'4", 222 pounds. Really great athlete. So I'm a big fan of Savion, though. One thing that popped to me, the route running coming from TCU, especially, you never see good route runners from TCU, and they put out two in this draft with Jack Besh and Savion Williams. So, what are you praying about over there?
Who I want next in Baltimore?
Who is it?
Jack Sawyer.
Oh no, he stinks.
Yeah,
Does he stink?
He's like, Jack Sawyer is. He
stinks in round 3.
Yeah, he's like the Cam Scatabo of edge defenders.
Oh, no wonder I love him.
Yeah, exactly. But he'll always have the college football playoff, Brett.
Yeah, dude, he's a gym rat. He's first in, last out, high motor.
Guys.
I've never watched a snap, but
they make those guys 9-year-long Ravens that always accumulate like moderate to okay stats when they need them. That is the definition of a Ravens pick.
This is our Jalen Milroe hope pick, the fun vibes pick, and after this it would be dead. The LA Rams are on the clock. Had him in the building on a top 30 visit, guys. Just seemed like an odd fit. And Brett, we talked about this one, hoping we get an offensive player here.
Okay.
We got the Terrence Ferguson last round. Maybe we could get a Jalen Milroe here.
Don't sleep on Seattle for Milroe or Shedeur.
I have our group chat up, and it's been hilarious to hear Chris contradict us every step of the way, where we liked the double wide receiver for Savion Williams, and Chris hates it, mostly just because he has to project like 9 different wide receivers in Green Bay.
Moneyball, baby.
Well,
Moneyball in Green Bay.
Maybe this could be Dubs gets moved this weekend, who's always been
someone had it in chat. Is like, remember how upset he was with his role last year? Well, they just added 2 early wide receivers.
We thought that he would potentially get traded. Like, there was some speculation that if there was a George Pickens deal, Dubs could go over to Pittsburgh as some sort of a compensation. And then last year, towards the trade deadline, it was speculated that Romeo Dubs could get traded. Probably no one really wanted Romeo Dubs, so that there was no trade that went down. But you got to think that Wicks or Dubs or one of these superfluous pieces is going to get moved out of the way for the gazelle that is Matthew Golden and the potential Julio Jones impact of
the gazelle. We got to go back to that Zapruder film. I don't know.
Listen, guys.
Can I
more like a zebra? I mean,
Can I just? Oh, go ahead, Thomas. Sorry.
I was just gonna say we're talking about like who's gonna get moved to make Green Bay, and they're finally doing all these moves. What if? And hear me out. LaFleur is just an evil psychopath, a total nutcase. And he goes, "Fine, you wanted a round 1 wide receiver? Boom, gave you a round 1 wide receiver. Oh, you wanted an offensive weapon? Boom, got an offensive weapon. Guess what? I don't need a wide receiver 1. And he's going to run an all-rotating receiving core and give nobody more than like 75 targets.
That's what he's
Yeah,
been.
I mean, none of this matters
know.
when Josh Jacobs is going to get 300 carries and
But that's what I
Marshall
mean.
Boy is going to have 150.
Ourselves and Twitter, we're all talking about how they got their round 1 wide receiver and look at this play. They got the way. It like at the end of the day, he's just an evil genius and he's going to go, ha, I told you so. At the end of the day.
We talked about this this morning on Fantasy Football Daily. Brett and I were like trying to just unwrap Green Bay, and they went so run heavy over the second half of the year, Scott. But is that something you think that LaFleur entering the year is like, this is what we're going to do? Or do they want to get back to somewhat being a balanced team?
So I watched the presser. I watched the Gutekunst presser, and then I watched LaFleur on Pat McAfee's show today. And Goody was like, yeah, Matt kind of just trusts me. I make the picks and, he's a genius. So he finds a way to make it work. And then LaFleur today was just kind of like, yeah, Goody kind of makes the picks and, I trust him to get good guys for me. And I find a way to make it. So it seemed like they were kind of disconnected more so than you see from some other head coach to GM situations where, maybe that's not the case. They're just playing coy or something, but that was kind of my read on it.
The Rams select Josiah Stewart. Brett, I know you're a big fan of his. Michigan Wolverine, a defensive end. Your thoughts? Last year, the Rams really attacked defensive line and hit on every single guy, including Jared Verse, who looks like an absolute star. Your thoughts on Stewart?
Yeah, Stewart plays just like Verse. Angry, violent, physical hands, going to come up and punch you in the mouth on every snap. Oh, it's depressing. I wanted the Lions to get Josiah Stewart so bad. So, and then to go to a team that, is right there in the mix for the NFC Championship.
Oh, man. This is so Aaron Rodgers' team, the Steelers. Not only has DK Metcalf been training with Aaron Rodgers, but so has Caleb Johnson this offseason.
Wow. That is a weird pull. How did that conversation start? I wonder Aaron Rodgers calls him up or something like that. Like, that's a weird one because Pittsburgh had every running back under the sun in the building, including Bashal Tutin, Ollie Gordon, Dylan Sampson. But maybe it was always Caleb all along if he was here on the clock. Weird one, though.
I know. This is retweeted by Sleeper, and they had a screenshot of Caleb Johnson's Instagram. They could be screwing with us, but I don't think so. But yeah, back to this group chat I have in the background. Our quant was like, draft drinking game. Take a shot every time Mel Kiper gets progressively angry or Shedeur hasn't been drafted yet, and then you die. And it's like, yeah, dude, ESPN is so unwatchable right now where it's just nonstop Shedeur. So I told him to put on NFL Network. He said, I put it on NFL Network, and the first thing I heard was a discussion on whether or not Shedeur could go back to college.
Well, there's like if you're following the college basketball transfer portal, a bunch of guys who have exhausted their eligibility have all thrown their names into the portal, including Julian Reese from Maryland, who played 4 years for Maryland Terps, graduating. That's Angel Reese's brother. He's in the portal in case there's some change of the rules. So never say never with the NCAA. It's very loose these days. Emory Jones is a Baltimore Raven, offensive tackle, LSU. It ends my streak. Thomas, I'd like some props because I accurately predicted both Ravens picks right here on the Fantasy Points stream, but I certainly didn't predict Emory Jones, but you have to like it. Big offensive tackle, LSU. You goes to your Ravens.
Well, I was going to ask Brett to break it down because I don't know if anyone knows this or not. If I don't score fantasy points with them, I don't know who they are. So, Brett, if you could be so kind, tell me something nice about my new starting guard.
Yeah, I mean, hold on.
Break it down. Who did Seattle take?
Seattle has taken quarterback.
Wow. I just saw it.
Jalen Milroe.
No.
Okay. Once I thought I was out, they pull me back in.
Guess who said it, by the way? I did.
You did.
I said it.
Jalen Milroe. Okay. We're back a little bit. He's not a first round pick by any means. This is not New Orleans or somebody taking him at the back end of the first round, but Thomas, like, not completely dead. Not completely dead.
See,
He's the guy who's going to get drafted in our Dynasty Superflex drafts because
Sam Darnold stinks, guys.
I'll still take him over Shuck. The thing is, what they're doing is they're testing to see if this offensive line thing and this multiple tight ends thing we talked about is going to work, to see if Darnold can run around enough. And if not, they're just going to stick Milroe back there to run for his life. So get ready.
I would say this from a Dynasty game theory perspective. If you have a little bit of Sam Darnold and you didn't cash out last year, you have the starting quarterback for Seattle. Milroe's going to be pretty cheap, not overly expensive. Do yourself a favor and essentially handcuff Sam Darnold for this very situation. It's a cheap bet on the Seattle quarterback. And if Milroe gets on a field, just like Brett and I have talked about for like 6 months now, Jalen Milroe's in your lineup if he's starting an NFL game because he's such an effective runner and so explosive. So this is a really interesting one. Saints on the clock now. Scott, your thoughts on Milroe? Weird third-round draft capital, but does land in a potential spot where he could overtake Darnold if he struggles.
Yeah, so I typically outsource quarterbacks to Brett just because the analytics don't tell us a lot, but a few things jumped out for Milroe. Horrific red flags as it relates to sack EPA, pressure sack. Those are like the most important, most predictive analytics metrics we have for quarterbacks. You really tend to throw out the rest of them, but that's massive and it works great as a red flag stat. And they're horrific concerns for Milroe. I think he also has baby hands, if I'm remembering correctly, but don't quote me on that. But the green flag is massive rushing production. So you look at all quarterbacks drafted rounds 1 to 2 since 2016, ranked by rushing fantasy points per game. It goes 2016 Lamar Jackson, 2017 Lamar Jackson, 2019 Jalen Hurts, then 2024 Jalen Milroe, just above Jaden Daniels and Kyler Murray. So if he starts, this could be like a Justin Fields situation where even if he's bad, he's good for fantasy.
We have another pick. It's Jonas Sanker, safety. Virginia goes to the New Orleans Saints. The Browns are back OTC.
Do the Browns go? No, I'm not even gonna say it. I'm done saying his name.
Thank you for not being Mel Kiper. But if you could do me a favor and let me know about this guard here. I got passed.
Emory Jones. Jones. 6'6", 330 kind of guy. Started every game at right tackle for LSU. So he's a tackle. I think coming out of high school, actually, he was considered an interior player, but then started at tackle as a freshman, opposite Will Campbell.
Wow.
Those two grew up together. Coming into the season too, if you look at mock drafts from last year, Emory Jones was considered a top 15, top 20 pick at tackle. So not really sure. I think everyone's projecting him to the inside, but I know the Ravens don't have a single rotational tackle on the roster currently, right?
No, ours. He's finally gone, I believe. So
yeah, you have the 2 starters, and that's it. So
yeah,
I would venture to guess that maybe he's a tackle to them, and that's typically the profile they look for: those big, long, heavy guys. So
they tried to do the Ben Cleveland thing because he's just a massive human being, and Filele inside as well. I could see him starting at guard and swinging to tackle if something happened to Stanley, especially, or if one day they move Rosengarten over to left. And then they have another tackle. So if you're telling me he's a good player, I'm stoked. I'm excited.
Yeah, he's what you'd expect for an offensive lineman drafted in the 3rd round.
Yeah,
for sure.
Love that.
Chance to be a starter. At worst, he's probably a high-level backup.
Love it.
We have 9 picks left, and there's one running back spot that we sort of overlooked here, Scott, and that's the Minnesota Vikings at pick number 97. We thought maybe they'd draft one at 24. They, of course, did not. Went with the offensive lineman, Donovan Jackson. But Minnesota at 97. And then I read one. You're going to hate this one, Scott. You're going to hate this one. But I read one Las Vegas Raiders beat reporter speculating that they like Scatterbo. And if they take Ashton Genty, they might just take a really good backup running back.
Oh God,
in Cam Scatterbo as like a Swiss Army knife type. That they like him. Let's throw that out there. It would be a nightmarish situation for you to have the 3rd round draft capital.
I think Scatterbo can beat him out. We're talking about no, just kidding.
Clip that.
Yeah, that would be just so painful.
Fun
That
little
would be
note
pure
here.
pain.
The
But
pick-
you know, like I'm gonna have 100% exposure in DFS, like that one game Gene T misses.
That's right, 100%.
fun little note here. The pick that Seattle got for trading Geno to the Raiders was the pick they used to draft Jalen Milroe.
Oh,
Very
nice.
interesting.
Yeah,
They only got a
I'll take
third
that.
round pick,
Oh, another quarterback off the board to the Browns.
and it's not Shador.
Nope. My my
God.
friend that from the Senior Bowl,
Dylan,
Dylan Gabriel from Oregon.
That's Renner's boy, right?
this
Renner's
is-
boy. Renner's QB2.
I saw that. I saw Mike Renner talking, big time praise on Dylan Gabriel. What a weird double tap. Tyler Shuck, what a weird decision to go with Dylan Gabriel here in the third round. Don't you think he would have been there on day 3? Like third round Dylan Gabriel, I didn't see that from a lot of people.
It seemed like there was a little steam growing for him late. I got a pouring out for my guy John Costco. He's a huge Browns dude and hates Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, and he has Shador QB1.
He is Shador QB1. He's got to be
Oh no.
flipping
Shout
out.
out John
Although,
Costco.
I'm pretty sure from what we've heard, Shador and Dion told Cleveland no thank you. I wonder if they're regretting that decision now.
Wow.
Dylan Gabriel ahead of Shador Sanders. Who would have thought it? What a wild fall. And I'll say, like, just from a agent perspective, I think that this year's draft, like the agents, like if you don't have a guarantee in the first round, don't send your guy to the draft and become like this reality TV thing. Shador Sanders, Jalen Milroe, both in the green room, both not selected. I think you're going to see more and more guys just not showing up. I think that's going to be the big takeaway. Brett.
One thing though is Jalen Milroe probably got drafted where he should have all along. I said going back to our time together at the Senior Bowl that he was a late second, early third type of quarterback. I even said I would still to this day I would say Malik Willis was a better prospect than Jalen Milroe. So you got pretty much the same draft capital as Malik Willis.
I could see Shador being a starting quarterback next year when Dion is head coach of the Cowboys.
Well,
my
we'll
prediction.
see where he ends up here. It's just wild. And the whole story of tonight, if he doesn't get drafted, is where will he get drafted in round 4? It's sort of like just put it on repeat like we had last night. So the story does not end. You see, he's got a draft room in his house.
He has it. So
Yeah.
he has a
Really a
tent
nice
with-
room too.
with a craps table and all the hats on the back wall, and he
Stop.
went all out for it, and it just the worst. He's been prank called by viewers on stream where they faked that they were members of the NFL getting ready to draft him,
So messed up, man.
and then like he's just getting put through the ringer.
So that's just a bit much.
Yeah, that's a bit. I mean, the
Horrendous.
the hatred towards Shador Sanders was out there before, and I don't know. People are piling on. So, you don't like to see this where the guys just get. It's a wild situation, guys. Dylan Gabriel ahead of Shador Sanders, Tyler Shuck ahead of Shador Sanders. If I would have told you that at the Senior Bowl, Brett, you would have laughed in my face.
Correct.
3 Senior Bowl quarterbacks off the board before Shador Sanders, who went to the Shrine Bowl like with all the Colorado guys, and probably should have just came to the four Senior Bowl quarterbacks off the board with Jackson Dart as well. So there you go, guys.
Yeah,
You really didn't want to be a Brown, huh?
there's a post, there's a comment under this, the tweet that Trey has up on screen right now, and it's almost all just put the fries in the bag. Like he's
Oh,
just
no.
getting.
I mean, the
massacred online right now.
memes are dank.
Yeah,
Memes
they
very
are.
dank.
There has to be a good snarky Jim Nagy tweet coming.
I had a great
Jim
meme.
Nagy.
I had a great meme, sort of laughing off that Shador wasn't going to get taken, and now my meme is less dank than it was earlier tonight. So
It's too real.
it's too real. It was going to be a really good one, but I was making fun of the fact that Tyler Shuck could go ahead of Shador, and in fact he did.
It's not a
so-
meme; it's reality.
Yeah, it's actually reality. So yeah, guys, we're coming up on the witching hour for this draft. This has been amazing. Big shout out to the chat. You guys have been lit this entire process. Last night to tonight, really, really fun. We got a couple more picks to go here in this round. Let's kind of unpack some of these potential fantasy football landing spots to end round. Do you have any here, Brett, you want to talk about?
We got Mr. Jacob Sanderson looking to join, so we're gonna say goodbye to our good friend Scott.
Oh, farewell, friends. This was fun.
It was a blast, man. So
Scott, you got to pop back in though if Cam Scatterboo is selected. You have to.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, fair
I'll
enough.
step aside for that one.
Yeah. There we go.
See you guys.
Jacob,
Dude, can we
we
talk
have-
about who just got drafted?
Dylan Gabriel, yeah.
Dylan Gabriel has been drafted now ahead of Shedeur Sanders.
how about them
Pretty
Colts?
insane, dude. I mean, I've been like crashing out the whole day.
I
'cause,
know.
You know, I understand obviously like Shedeur is the story, and I get why, and part of he is the story of the draft at this point. I mean, my thoughts on Shedeur are published and available for anyone to read them. I'm not a fan of the prospect, but like even that being said, I've been like apoplectic that the Indianapolis Colts went and picked like the 194th player on the consensus big board at corner instead of taking a shot on a quarterback that like some very smart people really think can play and who did play, you know, competent college ball for multiple years. It's obviously a thing at this point where just, well, clearly teams don't believe in him, or they would have picked him much earlier in the draft. And it's a point now where GMs are just making non-football calculations, and they're looking at if I don't think he's a starting quarterback and a franchise quarterback, then I would just rather not deal with the quote unquote sideshow. And it's not fair to him because I don't think that he is really the one that brings the sideshow. It's sort of like we've all just been gaslit by ESPN for a year, and then we have to go through it. But I mean, I didn't think we'd see Dylan Gabriel go ahead of him. That's for sure.
A great pick here in the third round. We'll get back to Jacob in a second, but Jared Wilson goes to the New England Patriots.
Yeah.
There was some speculation Wilson could sneak into the end of the first, early second. Center from Georgia. Brett, your thoughts on this pick?
Yeah, I mean, Wilson's a freak athlete. He's tremendous on the move as a center. So maybe can kick in or kick out, play a little guard, but I think mostly he's a center. But that athleticism is really what drove him up the board. I thought Tate Ratledge was the best interior guy for Georgia. But Wilson, he's a fine prospect. He's more athleticism. Think like Cam Jurgens when he was coming out. Like he's a little bit raw like that. And under the right coaching, he could turn into a dynamic player for sure.
Jacob, I want to get your opinion on some of the running back landing
Yeah,
spots
let's
we
do
saw in round two. How would you reshuffle the rankings here? Quinshon Judkins goes to Cleveland, Travion Henderson to New England, and then RJ Harvey in the absolute nut spot. And then after you talk about those three, talk about a little Caleb Johnson, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, man. So, you know, Judkins was probably a guy that I wasn't the biggest fan of relative to how clearly the Cleveland Browns thought of him. I think he has really, really high level athletic ability. I think that there's moments where I watched him and I thought, man, like this is a high end starting running back who's got all the juice in the world, who's got all the talent in the world. But for me, it was too inconsistent. So he's a scary player for me to fade because I think he has it within him to become a really high level player. And he's going to get the opportunity to do it in Cleveland. Like, you know, goes, 36th overall or something. He's going to get absolutely fed touches. It's only Jerome Ford there. So I think if you're a Judkins guy, you should be really excited. I think he's probably going to wind up with an ADP in the mid to late first. The guy that I like more was Travion Henderson. That was probably my second favorite running back in this class. Goes to a spot in the Patriots that I think is a really great fit. I think he's always going to have like a Ramondre type wherever he would go in his NFL career because he's just not like a 20 touch per game guy. He's an explosion player, incredible pass protector, good pass catcher. So I think it's a really perfect fit for him and exciting to be in a spot where his pass catching is probably going to need to be relied upon. And then, I mean, the main event for me was RJ Harvey.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't have him quite as high as Brett. I had him higher than the vast majority of people, though, pre-draft. Really, really loved everything about him. He's my RB6 for my pre-draft fantasy rankings, but I also do my like here's where I would rank these guys if I were GM rankings, and I had them at 4 on those. So I'm a huge fan of Harvey. I think it's a lot of what I see in Henderson, which is a really, really fluid mover who's got massive juice. And the note that I keep bringing up on Harvey too is 2.5 ADOT. This is a guy who has legitimate pass catching chops in an explosive way. You can't ask for a better fit than with the Broncos. And specifically, the biggest weakness I think in Harvey's game is pass protection. But Peyton is really interesting in how he uses his running backs in receiving capacities, where historically he kind of has these like plodding pass protection specialists that play some of the LDD stuff, but then he schemes up a ton of early down receiving work to running backs. And so I think Harvey, it's pretty easy to see how he's going to fit in that capacity as sort of that lightning joker, if you want to call it that player. I think he's going to be a first round Superflex Dynasty rookie pick. I think he should be.
I love your take on Harvey. I think another thing that none of us have really talked about is they're a playoff team. RJ Harvey is a 24-year-old man ready to step in. There's no like development here. He's been super productive for 2 years in a row. How much of the Javonte Williams targets do you anticipate he's going to absorb in this role? Like for me, if we can give him a like-for-like usage from Javonte Williams, I mean, there's no telling how high he could score this year. He could be an RB1.
So I think it's a little different than what Javonte, like Javonte had kind of a mixed role where he played all the pass pro stuff, which is kind of the one thing he's actually decent at. And then he got a bunch of early down work that he kind of just turned into dust. And what I see with Harvey is more like a extremely supercharged version of the McLaughlin role, where he's going to come in, he's going to get the fun touches. But he's also going to get a lot of the early down rushing work that Javonte got. I'm guessing that equates to something in the realm of like, I don't know, 50% of the total running back carries, something like that. And the majority of the receiving work, the majority of the screen work. And then I think they probably look at Estime or maybe somebody that they add later as sort of the pass protection back, at least in year one, because that's where Harvey has a long way to go. And then we'll see what they do in terms of if they use Estime also in some more goal line situations. But I think he's going to be the lead back. I just think it's going to be in a different way than what we saw with Javonte. It's going to be the roles kind of flipping, where the Jaleel role becomes the Harvey role and it becomes about 3 times as large. And the Javonte role maybe becomes the Estime role, but it's shrunk down to the bare necessities.
3 times as large Jaleel McLaughlin role sounds like very, very fun for fantasy. We want to get back to you, Jacob, for your Caleb Johnson breakdown. But Brett, let's break down these last 2 picks. We see Xavier Watts go to Atlanta, safety. That seems like very, very good value. And then we see Jalen Smith, the cornerback
They
from
didn't trade their
USC.
27 first for that pick?
2028 first. They moved up. That was
Okay,
got a little more creative. Give himself a little more wiggle room. Brett, break down Xavier Watts real quick.
Yeah, Watts was kind of a disappointing player up until this year, and then he had a breakout season. I missed. Where did you say Watts went, by the way?
Watts went to the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, so I mean, he might be a day one starter there. He was recruited as a wide receiver. It took him a while to kind of get rolling at Notre Dame, and then finally his 5th year. He's a 5th year senior. I think he's 23, almost 24 years old. He kind of just absolutely broke out, complete ball hawk. Not really a guy who enjoys tackling a whole lot, but the ball skills are so good. Defenses, they just value turnover so much. He's going to be a big asset on the back end of that Falcons defense. So I like it. The Falcons have, other than all the trade ups they've done, they've added a lot to their defense.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like if we take away the choice to mortgage their future, I like all their picks. We'll update a few more picks here. The Raiders selected Caleb Rogers, offensive lineman from Texas Tech, and we had Jalen Smith go to Houston, the cornerback. Thoughts on either of those guys, or move back to Jacob?
Go back to Jacob.
Okay, so Jacob, Caleb. Thank you, Brett, because we want to unpack Caleb Johnson here. I like this landing spot, and Thomas and I sort of said that we've already seen Caleb Johnson in this sort of like 1-2 turn area,
and in this uniform,
So I don't think anything changes. I think he's right about that value, but now we have a clear role, sort of a upgraded, more juice than Najee had, but in the Najee role. I like this one a lot because I think the one argument against Caleb was He needs to land in an offense where he's going to get volume. He's certainly going to get volume here.
Yeah, I like Caleb. I'm sure you guys just talked about it like 10 minutes ago, so I don't need to rehash everything, but I'd love to hear some of Brett's takes on Caleb, because I've mostly heard them like through the written word and through Scott, and I know that I have some disagreements with him about them, so I'd love to hear them from the horse's mouth. I think it's a really good fit. I liked Caleb a lot. Had him at RB6 coming in on my fantasy ranks, RB5 on my RB3 on my real life rankings. Obviously the NFL disagreed with that. I hate the landing spot for Warren. Obviously, I'm a big fan of his, and it looked like he might be able to kind of come out of this fairly unscathed. But from a real life perspective, I think they're a really complementary match where Warren is going to probably stay the passing down back. He's going to handle the pass pro assignments. He's going to pitch in the run game, especially early in the season. And like you said, Johnson's going to slide in right to what Najee was doing. 2/3 of the carries, majority of the goal line work, all that stuff coming off the field on third downs. Explosive back, even though he's not necessarily the fastest in the world. I think he's a really, really impressive guy in the open field. And I think he's going to be a really good fit for what Arthur Smith wants to do in the run game personally. So I think it's a really exciting pick. I'm really surprised that he's the only round 3 running back. That we haven't gotten any of that Samson, Scatabo, Giddens, Tootin, any of those guys off the board is surprising to me. Maybe that's just teams looking at the depth of the class and deciding we'll just deal with it in round 4, round 5, because there's so many options. But yeah, like you were saying, I think some disappointing landing spots for some of the receivers that went early, where they kind of get into this clustery spot, and then no Scatabo, no Samson. I think he will probably push for the early second. And obviously we see, Sanders was the guy that was probably going to go round 1, isn't anymore.
Yeah, it's interesting because last year we had that running back monsoon in round 4, but we didn't have, hardly any running backs drafted on day 2. Here we get, all the positive draft capital for our second rounders. We get a good landing spot for Caleb Johnson, but yeah, really disappointing when it comes down to, unless you want to take the positive spin here, Thomas, that there was way fewer guys nuked this draft. I mean, Jalen Warren certainly loses some value, but Tyrone Tracy's still alive. Chase Brown's still alive.
Yep.
And then the thoughts that we were going to have a surprise back get nuked, that ship has sailed as well. So a lot easier to stomach a 4th round guy than a 3rd or 2nd round guy.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, a lot of veterans seem to have come out okay. I mean, James Conner was a worry. Aaron Jones was a worry. He looks like he's going to be another viable fantasy running back right now. Obviously, nothing behind Christian McCaffrey except for Garendo. So far they're on the clock.
They're on the clock right now, buddy. And what Kyle Shanahan wants to do. He wants to take Michael Tootin.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Shanahan has to happen. I'll interrupt you real quick, Thomas. Get back to you on the guys who didn't get nuked, but Charles Grant, the offensive tackle from William and Mary, who I know a couple people like, goes to the Raiders. So the Raiders, I think, have had a positive draft. Back to you, Thomas.
The Raiders just went back-to-back guards, 2 picks in a row. By the way, 98, 99. They went.
Charles Grant.
Who did they take before
tackle?
Grant? Before he's 6'4".
Rogers.
He's like 6. He's 6'4". Charles Grant's 6'4".
Yeah.
Maybe he bumps inside, just a little shorter. Caleb Rogers, you guys said there was a pick, so I missed the Caleb Rogers one.
Yeah. They're bulking up. And Sanders is it's over. It's so over.
It's over.
Yeah, but again, like I mentioned before, guys like Tony Pollard and Spears are going to end up becoming like values. Heck, Javonte Williams right now, so far through 2 days, looks like he's somewhat a value. But can we finally put to rest the Dallas Cowboys liking running backs?
Oh, thank you. Please. Most infuriating debate I've been having for years.
It is. They have done nothing since extending Zeke to show. Even honestly, they drafted Zeke, and I think that whatever was fine. I think they just regret so much the extension that we just should not pencil them in to take a running back high for the foreseeable future. We need to put that to bed. Every year since, it's been Zeke, running back, and it's just not a thing for them.
Tony Pollard was a 4th rounder.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All they've done since extending Zeke was they took Pollard in the 4th. Well, I guess they actually technically did that right before extending Zeke, but regardless, they took him in the 4th. They cut Zeke. They franchised Pollard. They let Pollard walk. They don't bring anyone in really to compete with Pollard the year that he starts. And then last year they didn't do anything either.
Yep.
I'm sure they'll take someone on day 3, but otherwise it's like probably a day 3 back, Javonte and Sanders.
I got you covered.
Yeah, like I'm sure they'll invest in running back at some point, but it is like this really weird thing that fantasy Twitter is still convinced from what they did in like 2016 that like, you just know the Cowboys are dying to take Omarion Hampton at 12. And it's like that. No, like they're like, if any, they value running back the least of any of the 32 teams.
Check this out real quick. I was so annoyed at this that on March 21st, I pointed out, the Cowboys have a history of valuing running backs. They don't. Since 1990, there have been a handful of running backs drafted in the 3rd round or higher. It's Emmitt Smith was obviously round 1, Kenny Wheaton round 3. Emmitt Smith was cut by the Cowboys in 2003. They drafted Julius Jones in the 2nd, Felix Jones in the 1st in 2008, DeMarco Murray in the 3rd, and then Zeke in the 1st. Enough. It's over. And DeMarco Murray wasn't even paid by the Cowboys. So it's like we're looking at they rarely do the big extensions, and they rarely do the picking them high. It's just put it to bed. It's over. Until it's not.
3 more picks in the 3rd round here. San Francisco, Denver, and the Minnesota Vikings. So 3 more picks. There must have been, we missed a trade here because I think that
they traded up with Philly. That was supposed to be the Eagles pick.
Yeah, so Denver's been moving around. I wonder who they're targeting here, and maybe Shedeur Sanders to be the Bo Nix backup would be a nice story. Jacob, one other pick that I want to get your opinion on. We talked about some weird landing spots for multiple receivers, but one player who certainly landed well was Jaden Higgins. Higgins gets great draft capital, gets into a role where the wide receiver 2 has been very fantasy friendly in Houston. Multiple players have hit there. Tank Dell, Noah Brown for a short period of time. And then in that weird low ADOT role, Stephon Diggs was 15 points per game. Not really a tight end that really is going to draw targets. Higgins has a pathway.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, he's going to be a guy who, from an ADP perspective, I think is going to wind up being a pretty big riser because he gets a much cleaner landing spot that some of the other guys got. Yeah, man, it was hard for me to make sense of the 2 ISU wide receivers, to be honest. And one of the things that I wrote about them was that I thought, based on how similar the statistical production was, how much the offense kind of funneled everything around the 2 of them, that I thought they were actually pretty correlated. Like I put in my piece, like if you tell me that one of these guys is going to be a stud, I would instantly be much higher on the other one. And apparently a team that agrees with that is the Houston Texans, because they then decide to, after taking one, they come back, they take the other one. It's very interesting in that, like, you have these 2 dudes who has such similar production at the exact same team in this big draft capital gap. I can't really think of an analogous position where we already kind of know the proof of concept on how these guys play next to one another. And I assume that, Christian Kirk's probably a 1-year rental, that in the future their wide receiver room looks like Nico and the 2 ISU guys. So yeah, I think you're excited if you're a Higgins fan. Probably the guys that I'm a little bit more excited about, though, for me personally, like I like Trey Harris better. And he goes, later, but still goes in round 2. He goes to Chargers. Super exciting landing spot for me and other Trey Harris people. And then, I'm not going to rank this guy ahead of Higgins with the draft capital difference, but also want to shout out my dude, Jack Bash, who I'm a huge fan of, that ends up going round 2. So that was awesome to see with the Raiders.
Hold your Betch thoughts, because I want to hear those. Scott, and I mean, we're all excited about the Betch landing spot, but definitely want to hear you unpack that one. Just updating everyone. The 49ers selected Upton Stout, the cornerback from Western Kentucky. And then we have Savion Jones going to Denver. So they actually traded up to get Savion Jones, another LSU Tiger, defensive end. Jones was one where some people thought he would go a little higher than this, Brett. 6'6", 280, big body defensive end.
Who took Savion?
the Denver Broncos.
Okay, nice.
Wait, who'd they take, sorry?
Savion Jones, a big,
okay.
defensive tackle sized defensive end from
Yeah,
LSU.
he's like a
Only one pick left.
Okay.
Just the Vikings.
So Vikings take Cam Scattaboo for the vibes. So Scott
Do
Barrett
they?
has to come back in here. No,
No,
I'm gonna
he's
throw that
just-
one out there. Just we want some vibes here. We want Scott to get the day 2 Scattaboo.
Oh, they it is a fantasy player. They took Ty Felton, Maryland receiver.
Okay.
nice.
So Ty Felton, Senior Bowl standout, caught a ton of passes. Notably, Jalen Royals is not selected, falls out of day 2.
Theo Manor not selected as shocking.
Theo Manor's not
I
selected.
imagine I'm not the only person on this program who's surprised by that.
Well, I had Pat Carrain on a couple weeks ago on Fantasy Football Daily, and he thought Aya Manor might fall to like the 4th or 5th round, but he liked him. That stinks. That's a guy that I was really rooting for, and we're gonna have to significantly adjust his price.
I've been pretty lucky today in terms of like most of the guys that I was ahead of the market on, I think got drafted higher than expected, and most of the guys that I was lower on fell. But that would be one big exception because I really like Ao Manor, and I was really disappointed he didn't go today. We'll see where he goes. I'm more stressed. Like that to me is historically at least way more damaging for his fantasy prospects than with some of the running backs. Like we've seen in recent years, especially like day 3 running backs. If you have conviction about one and they land in a spot with opportunity, just go take your guy. I'm not really, frankly, all that fussed about it. So like if you're a Samson guy, if you're a Giddens guy, if you're a Scatabo guy, et cetera, and they go round 4 where they're going to see touches, that's great. The fear at running back to me is more, what if you go to a team who doesn't need a running back at all, but they just like you? Like if there's a team that's like, well, I had a round 2 grade on Dylan Sampson, and I don't have any running back touches available, but I'll take him in the 4th. That's where you get screwed. But wide receiver is a different business. So I'm pouring one out for my Canadian friend, Mr. Ao Manor today.
Well, Chase Brown, the Canadian winner of the day.
That's a big
Aya
Canadian
Manor, the Canadian loser. The 3rd round is in the books, guys. We made it 2 straight nights at fantasy points here. Ty Felton, we get a wide receiver to end it. And guys, round 4 has got to be the running back monsoon. Jacob just rattled off a few names, but it's going to be like last year. I think we'll see a ton of running backs go in round 4. Shadur Sanders still on the board. Jalen Royals still on the board. Anybody else that you're very, very surprised was not selected besides Iman or Brett?
Damian Martinez.
Damian Martinez will go tomorrow.
Yeah. Disappointing, maybe not surprised necessarily, but I'm disappointed Torrey Horton didn't see his name come off. I would have been excited about him in round 3.
Yeah, neither one of the Mountain West. We thought, I had Jacob Gibbs on. He's a huge Torrey Horton fan as well. Cody Carpentier, a huge Torrey Horton fan. Brett Whitefield, not a Torrey Horton fan, but we did think that we would get – this ends the streak where a group of 5 wide receiver was selected on day 2. We saw that for 2 consecutive seasons where Rashee Rice went SMU, and then last year with Malachi Corley. This year we thought the streak was a lock with multiple names out there, but no one is selected. So still overall just an awesome time chopping it up with you guys here tonight, Thomas and Brett. This has been a long run, but a fun one for sure. Jacob, give us a couple of take a look at that 4th round board. Tell us a couple of running back fits you'd like to see. Galaxy brain away.
Fun. Yeah, let's do that. 1 sec. Let me just pull up the board here. I'm gonna have it in about 3 seconds. There we go. All right, so we got a lot of fun spots right off the top. So Jacksonville has 2 picks immediately. Love to see them add one. I'm trying to think which one would be the best. I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna give I'll give Giddens to the Jaguars because I thought with Liam Cohen was able to do the passing game is pretty interesting, and I like Giddens as sort of an explosive option there. Let's give Giants. I want Damian Martinez for sure because I feel like they already have like kind of a home run hitter in Tracy. I want them to have like a real reliable running back. And I love Martinez there. The Bears, shockingly, still don't have a running back. I think whoever goes to the Bears is a great potential fit. I don't know if I have like a specific guy, but that's a great option. And then who else do we have coming up here? Yeah, Bengals. I mean, then at 119, right? That's another team you keep an eye out on and see where they go. Those are probably the ones that scream out at me.
Yeah, we just want to see a run on all of these running backs because tomorrow we're going to be doing a Dynasty rookie mock draft. The Dynasty Points crew and myself right here on Fantasy Points YouTube. That's going to be a lot of fun to unpack these new values. Let's kick it back to Brett. Brett, let's talk about this Ty Felton selection. The ecosystem around JJ McCarthy is very strong. Certainly, they signed Rondale Moore as a presumptive like tool guy in the slot. Obviously, Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson have it locked down. But Ty Felton was a Senior Bowl standout who had 96 catches. He was basically the show for Maryland this year.
Yeah, led college football in catches this past season. So, yeah. So first things first, he's explosive as heck. He had some of the best GPS numbers in the class at wide receiver. Back that up with a 4.37 40 at the combine, a 1.51 10-yard. Super explosive. He's excellent after the catch too. In fact, I think I wrote him up as the best run after catch option in the draft. He had, let me see here. Yeah, he had 95 receptions short of the sticks over the past 2 seasons, which generated 41 touchdowns and first downs, 38 forced missed tackles, and 842 yards. Those are better numbers than both Luther Burden and Jalen Royals, who are widely considered the cream of the crop yak guys. Like, he is a yak machine. Towards the end of the season, too, you really saw the route running come alive. He actually became a deep threat for Maryland and not just a low ADOT run after catch guy. So it makes sense he goes in on end of day 2. Ironically, he was the last pick of day 2, and I had him. His grade was like a 74.8 for me, which is basically first pick of day 3 status. So we were pretty close there on valuation, which is pretty cool.
The Senior Bowl, like the Senior Bowl standouts, continue to be drafted on day 2. Like I will say this, Elic Iamaner, who we've been very high on, passed up the opportunity to come to the Senior Bowl. And we assume that he had the draft capital locked up because of this.
Look at this run on receivers real quick. You had in the 3rd round, starting with Jack Besh in the 2nd, round 2, pick 26. Jack Besh, Kyle Williams, Isaac Tesla, Pat Bryant, Jalen Knoll, Savion Williams, Ty Felton, all Senior Bowl commits. Savion pulled out because of injury. Obviously didn't get to perform, but all those guys were Senior Bowl guys. So
yeah, Jacob, you missed one. Devin Neal goes in round 4, correct? Or are you thinking slips to round 5?
I mean, he'll definitely go tomorrow. I don't know about round 4, round 5 specifically. He's not one of my favorites. But I think to me, I graded Devin Neal as a high end backup. I just didn't see much that popped to me as like, this is a guy I need to feature in my offense. But he's a guy that, in my opinion, is a player who, when a starter goes down, he's a guy that can do everything, can handle the workload. You're pumped to put in your DraftKings lineup for 5,300. That was kind of who Devin Neal was to me. But yeah, for sure, I think he's a guy that should go round 4, maybe round 5.
So a huge shout out to the chat. You guys have been extremely lit for now 2 nights in a row. Make sure you come back tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to get you ready to crush your Dynasty rookie drafts. We're not waiting for the draft to end. We're going to do it when round 5 starts or about then. We'll do something on Twitter to let you know when it's actually starting. But Thomas, you're setting that up. We're going to do at least 2 rounds. It's going to be a lot of fun. Why don't we go around the horn here? Favorite day 2 selection. Jacob, you start out. We'll just go around the horn here.
Sorry, just favorite day 2 selection, you said?
Yep.
I mean, for me, it's what the Seattle Seahawks did. And I want to give the Seahawks some love because I've bashed them pretty much every single thing they've done their whole offseason, from getting rid of Geno to bringing on Darnold and Cop contract, getting rid of Metcalf, and trading 2nd and 3rd for a safety I don't like. But I want to give him some praise on this. Darnold clearly, I think, is like a bet. I don't think he should be your plan. I want to give them credit for the way they structured the contract, where they get all the upside. If he is awesome this year, they get to keep him locked in for 2 more at a reasonable number. And if he's not, they can get out of it no problem. we talked about him a lot on Dynasty Points. I don't think Jalen Milroe is going to be good. But I applaud them for doing what my team, the Indianapolis Colts, refused to do, which is think probabilistically. We don't have a set plan at quarterback. Why don't we take a shot on a quarterback and see what the hell happens? And Seattle now at least has another out to having a long-term solution at quarterback. I don't think it'll hit, but they probably don't think it'll hit, or they would have taken him in round 2. But they gave themselves a chance at the most important position in football. He becomes an interesting dynasty stab and a guy who, who knows, maybe we even see him late this season.
How about you, Brett? Favorite selection on day 2?
Do I have to go fantasy related or just anything?
No, you go anywhere you want. You can go in the trenches.
Yeah, I'll give you 1 and 1. I'll go Donovan Ezeraku, edge defender drafted by Dallas. Chris Wecht and I have a formula where we're cranking out pick scores. He currently leads all picks in pick score based on value. And then for fantasy, I'll say RJ Harvey to the Broncos. That's my favorite fantasy one.
Thomas, any favorite selection today?
Well, I'll go with my personal selfish one because everyone on Dynasty Points rolled their eyes at me. But Isaac Tesla gets to go to the Lions here. I shouted him out. That same look that Jacob has on his face now was exactly the one he had on Tuesday night. So just shout out me. It's not going to matter, but shout out. And then my favorite
trade. Can we get Brett's take for 1 second on that trade? Like they gave up 3/3.
Yeah, I don't really want to talk about it.
That's my bad, brother.
Last time I pissed the bed because the Lions did something on a stream. That player turned into an all-pro. So, and that was Jahmyr Gibbs. So, like, I'm just gonna, egregious trade. Don't want to talk about it. Terrible trade. Let's move on.
All right. Well, when JMO actually does get traded, that's gonna be your dude. You're gonna love him anyway.
I love Tesla, so that's not the issue. It's the trade.
I know. I'm sorry. I should have thought of you. I'm not going to pick any of the obvious receivers or running backs. I'm actually going to go Harold Fannin Jr. As we mentioned, the Njoku contract there's no guaranteed money there. They can move on, or Fannin can get some time to develop his role and work his way into that system. If that system remains what it is, valuable spot for him. We were hoping he gets some sort of fantasy impactful spot. That's a good one for me. Love the draft capital. Love where he's picked. And I'll say that like my least favorite pick is probably the Pat Bryant Denver Broncos pick.
Yeah, that was definitely a weird one. For me, I'm going to say I really love what New England did. With the Will Campbell one was like just a very pragmatic selection yesterday. And then today they continued making, I think, smart picks. Love the Wilson pick. And then for fantasy, I'm so curious what's going to happen with Travion Henderson in New England because it seems like such an off-brand running back for Mike Vrabel, who we associate with like Derrick Henry. But it's like that year away from football. Is he chasing the next Jahmyr Gibbs? I wonder what Vrabel's going to say about Travion Henderson, but I just love that Travion Henderson being the potential offensive focal point here. I think he's a guy that we're going to be drafting extremely highly in 2026 for like redraft. I have a feeling the vibes with Henderson are going to be very strong. Multiple running backs, so I like the landing spots. But Henderson, that one's super interesting to me. I never projected him to go to New England. I'm interested to see what the beat reporters and Vrabel say, but I'm optimistic that this is going to be really fantasy friendly. So a lot of fun today, guys. A big shout out to you, Jacob, for coming in back-to-back nights. Brett and Thomas, we put a lot into this, and hopefully the chat really enjoyed it. Make sure that you go and download Brett's prospect guide at Fantasy Points. Take a deeper dive into all these guys. Make sure that you're watching Thomas and Jacob every week over at Dynasty Points. Brett over at First Read. And Brett, you're at Fantasy Football Daily with me so often this time of year as well. Make sure you're subscribing to Fantasy Football Daily, School of Scott, and Dynasty Life is now over at Fantasy Points. Stick with us here at Fantasy Points all offseason long. We're going to help you crush your redraft leagues this year. And in the short term, we're going to help you crush your Dynasty rookie drafts. Have a good night, everyone.
What? Why are you shaking your head?
You're welcome.